And welcome to a special Thursday night edition here of TCH Live. We have a fantastic show for you here tonight, as we've got Brad Owen, the legend, Brad Owen, visiting here tonight to play on the streams of 510 No Limit. We've got a star-studded lineup here of all of your favorites. We've got Ron here in the commentary booth. My name is Mike Englert, as always, here on TCH Live. Thursday, and we are going to start with a $25 bomb pot. We've got Golfer Bo, we've got Poker Traveler, we've got Big Daddy Chaz, we've got Bones, we got K-Ram, we got J-Stack, we got E, we got Vittorio, and this is probably one of the best lineups I think we've ever put here on the felt, Aaron.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty awesome. Great to be here with you again, Mike. And, yeah, welcome everybody here in the viewership and in the chat.
Well, we're going to start here with our first hand with a single board bomb pot. Cedric, the Poker Traveler, San Antonio Pro. Going to put out here 125. It looks like just about everybody has missed this with no real reason to continue. That's Golfer Bo from the Houston area. As Cedric is going to pick up the first pot here tonight on 510 Uncapped. We welcome you here into the chat. Make sure to smash that like button. We've got all our friends and favorites here. Nick from Yuma, always worthy of a shout. The usual suspect. Got Ryan Crow here in the chat trying to spread the good word. ATX Poker, follow him at ATX Poker on Instagram. Andrew Fiorentino, hey everybody. We got Brad Owen, released a new vlog here today, a fantastic recap of his tournament on GG Poker. Guy was spending like 5 weeks in Cabo, and you just go up to him and you just feel like that is the guy who has been spending a bunch of time in Mexico. Just very cool and relaxed, about as nice a guy as it gets. As we expect, we're going to see a lot of straddles, double straddles, triple straddles, so buckle up here. We got Jamin Burton, the man, the myth, the legend. Says I can't stick around for too long, but appreciate you having here. As Bones going to open here with the cutoff to 140. Here comes Big Daddy Chaz out of the straddle with the 3-bet up to 600. And he's got pocket tens, and Bones just going to have to give it up. Say hello to Jedi Master Ted, David Braylor, JTN, V, all of our usual regulars. Again, we invite you to click subscribe. If you're checking us out here for the first time, we stream cash games on Mondays and Thursdays. Monday is our 5-5-10 Uncapped. Generally, this game is a Thursday 1-3 match stack, but hey, with Brad Owen in town, here to play some live poker, so why don't we juice the stakes up here a little bit.
Absolutely. And, if anybody's in the area or would like to come into town, we got some 5-5 running tomorrow. Starting at 3 p.m., there's going to be several 5-5 tables running. Brad Owen's going to be in the house, mixing it up with some of the local crew, and it could also be you. So come on down, check it out. Give us a call. You can hop on the list, or you can just walk through the door and get involved.
J-Stack opening here with 10-9 of clubs. Vittorio cold calling, and that is going to be 3-bet land here for Bones. Here with ace-king offsuit with the pop-up here to 350. See if he gets any action here post-flop, as it's pretty heavy price. Chaz going to lay down the ace-9 suited. And I think he's just going to be able to pick up the dead money here.
Yeah, I'd be pretty surprised if somebody came along here. I mean, those suited aces, they were out of position. They would have loved to have seen a flop, but when you get an open and a 3-bet, it's just very, very tough to continue in the hand. And, yeah, it looks like Vittorio's just going to let that go as well.
Bones going to pick it up here as we get it going. What's going on, Sage, the legend Sage, here in the chat? We've got Ryan Bonner, a.k.a. Bernard, has been in the chat, giving a shout-out. Here to go, Bones and Kevin. We've got Andrew Nemi. I'm sorry, Andrew. Brad Owen is going to win every single chip on this table. Unfortunately, Nightbot does not recognize the great Andrew Nemi here and has muted. So I'm sorry there, Andrew. We appreciate you being here in the chat. You just got Nightbotted, I'm afraid. So 510, we'll have a $20 straddle as we continue here on TCH Live as Bones off and running here as he started with about 5K. A lot of chips here on the table for this edition's 5-10 game.
Yeah, it looks like we had 2 players buy in for 10K and E bought in for 8, and then we've got some other sort of middling stacks. Just in comparison, of course, in terms of depth, everyone has got a lot of big blinds on this table.
Bones here with the ace-deuce suited. J-Stack is going to flop the open-ender with the 10-9 off as calls 55 more out of the straddle. We were going to have a relatively reasonable size bet here for Bones.
Yeah, a lot of times on these paired boards like that, a small, like 1/3 pot continuation bet is pretty standard. Bones can definitely do that with almost the entirety of his range. So he had backdoor diamonds and an overcard in case he picked up some equity. He could continue the story there on the turn, but it looks like we're just going to go check because J-Stack had picked up the straight right there on the turn. Now he's going to find a spot here to lead out, and Bones is going to pretty well just let this go.
Yeah, there's nothing on this board that he can try to bluff catch here in this spot that even in his most optimistic scenarios that he's drawing a stone dead here on the turn, but
yeah, the queen is an interesting card in some respects because it's not a terrible card for Bones' range when he checks back there on the turn. So I can tell that he's sort of thinking, you know, do I want to sort of represent this? And he actually is. He's going to go for it here.
Oh, wow. Bones.
Yeah.
Trying to pick a spot there where, you know, I think the reason why he's going to do that is that he believes J-Stack could get out of line there and maybe try to value bet a weaker hand, say like a queen.
Or even
but
an 8,
it was just
right?
kind of poor timing for him in that aspect. And it's one of those times that J-Stack actually connects there. And that turned the nut straight. But tough start there for Bones as J-Stack, always dangerous with a lot of chips. Boy, we have a lot of you awesome people here in the chat. If you want to get a special shout-out here on this broadcast, again, the super sticker and the super chat is the way to go. We appreciate y'all. We got Steam Dola, the great Mac Clofados here in the chat. Somebody was, give me a shout-out. Corpus Christi, Texas, says Jonathan Berea. All right, there you go. Shout-out.
The out has been shouted. All right, we got ourselves a limp under the gun here from Vittorio. And we got a couple of folds. Kevin's looking down at an off-suited queen-jack. Middle position here. He can go for a raise for sure. I don't know. It's always kind of interesting, right, when you have these sort of middling off-suited cards because there's always a chance that you could sort of get it down to heads up and play your hand in position if you can get everyone behind you to fold, which it looks like that's what's going to happen. So we're going to get it all the way back to Vittorio, who's going to make the call here. And now this is, best case scenario, Kevin gets to play his sort of middling cards against just one opponent in position.
And probably going to pick this up here if C-bets. I could see maybe Vittorio floating this, but out of position with this stack with just under 2K.
Yeah,
it's just one of those situations most cash players run away from. But Vittorio's a little crazy. He's a little nutty.
Also, just on a paired board like this, going back to what just happened the hand before, the pre-flop aggressor is just, able to continuation bet so frequently that when you do have a hand as strong as a pair, 2-pair in this case, it actually makes a lot of sense to continue even out of position and sort of see how things develop on the turn. Now, he's going to get counterfeit on this run out, which is, he's going to have to bet because there's no way he can win this at Showdown. The problem is, of course, that Kevin just has the nutters here and is just going to raise him up and he's going to sort of hit the road. But, this is the way it goes sometimes. You just have really unfavorable runouts when you have these small pocket pairs.
It's Vittorio trying to bet here on the end. Perfect situation here for Kevin. And I think just the fact that we've juiced this game up so a bit, we have put a nice combination of action players and name players here in our area that these guys have got a lot of adrenaline in them trying to make these plays. But it is a marathon, not a sprint. We'll be here till 11 p.m. tonight Central Time as Kevin going to raise with jacks full of tens. Vittorio trying to represent the kind of hands that he can limp call with that sometimes have some tens in there, sometimes have a jack, but as we can see, he is not only crushed, he is compacted. He's already in the garbage, set to go to waste management. He is dead here, so he's going to let this one go.
Yeah, so he's going through the hand there and trying to figure out if it ever makes sense for him to try to run a big, 3-bet jam there. But yeah, he figures it out because there's just no way that that he's going to end up with a stronger range there. So that was a good fold, getting away from that one. Obviously, he was never calling, but good job not ripping it in there.
I want to give a shout out here against super producer Carolyn, running the controls, getting us set up, to Asa Hughes for helping organize this game. Again, if you want to follow us on Instagram, you can do it at Texas Card House, at tch.etx for our TCH Austin room, tch.htx for Houston, tch.dallas. Hopefully I have more news on that here this evening. tch.rgv for our folks there in the Rio Grande Valley. So, all right, so we have Bones opening with a 6-5 suited. We've got E. Did not want to fail to neglect them. A really strong player here jumping into the game as Brad kind of lay down pocket fours. And we're going to go heads up here, 10s against 6-5 suited.
Yeah, 6-5 suited, playing it out of position, it's not terrible because usually with these small suited connectors like this, you find out really quick on the flop if you have any equity to continue with or not. Whereas like a middling pair or something, you're going to see a lot of flops that are just sort of really difficult to continue on. Something like a 6-5, you're either going to connect or you're not, and it makes your decisions a lot easier. Now, this is actually a pretty dangerous flop for Bones because he's going to pick up a gutter and a backdoor flush draw, which is going to give him the incentive to continue, but E's got this just almost locked up with top set. Now, that 9 of clubs is not what Bones was looking for, so this is probably going to help him get away from this hand, unless he has aspirations to try to run a check-raise bluff here on the turn. The 10-9 high board at this point doesn't necessarily favor E's range as the 3-better, so we'll see what happens here. But without picking up a spade or another, like a double gutter or something like that, Bones is probably just going to get away from this.
Yeah, he generally plays these hands kind of straightforward. Like, you're not going to see him get too out of line trying to chase a draw. So he's going to lay down the hand. He's going to pick it up there with top set. Again, we've got Brad Owen released a new vlog here today of over to 255,000 subscribers. We hope you click that subscribe button for us here on TCH Live. We stream Mondays, Thursdays. We do stream the final table of our Sunday $150 Mega Stack freeze out here at Texas Card House in Austin. I talked to Brad before this that you spend all that time in Cabo, you spend all that time in Mexico. He was getting into tournaments, whereas that's not necessarily his forte over the years. But the opportunity comes there with GG Poker. That spending all that time that he felt like, I was like, okay, I'm going to come into this kind of rusty, because I haven't played a ton of cash games around the country. So, we'll see if he plays really snug to figure out how he can get himself calibrated in this game, because Texas Poker here with the $20 straddle has that reputation of getting wild and dangerous here, as we've got the Big Daddy Chaz to raise up with ace-queen offsuit. J-Stack here for it with 3 deuce of clubs, calls him in position, and all Chaz.
Yeah, we're getting some pretty monstrous flops here so far, really connecting super strong with a couple of players. A whole lot of nothing here for J-Stack, so unfortunately for Chaz, we're not going to get any action there. And I'm not sure, do we know if we're running the show one card? Because so far I've seen a lot of that already. So
yeah, it looks like we're going to have the show one option, which always leaves a lot of fun here for the players to try to choose which card, if it's the one that signifies strength in the hand or one that's like a bluff that we saw when Kevin, on the stream on Monday when I was playing a big hand against Bones, he turns a straight with it was like a 4 straight out there with a queen. He had queen 3 suited, and he shows the 3 of spades. So like that's always the kind of stuff that we look for as far as pure entertainment value here at Texas Card. Shout out ATX Poker, 99-cent super chat here to my dog Dunks. We appreciate it. If you want to tip the stream here with a super sticker and super chat, we will gladly give you a shout out here on the air. Let's keep it going here.
All right, we got Poker Traveler opening the 6-5 of hearts here. Big Daddy Chaz. Looks like he's already let his hand go, and we're just letting the action tracker catch up. E's got a playable hand, so he's going to flat here in the hijack with 9-8 of diamonds. Vittorio also going to find the call button here, 7-5 on the button. I'm a little bit surprised that he didn't decide to 3-bet this hand, but you know, playing it on the button, he can mix in some flat calls as well, and go ahead and see a flop, which doesn't really connect with anyone in terms of pairs. But E's got a really nice up and downer here, so he's going to have a nice spot to continue. However, Poker Traveler was the pre-flop aggressor, so he's going to go ahead and continue with his 3-liner to a straight flush.
So we got a bet of 125, a call of 125 by E. McKenzie. Poker Traveler looking for a favorable turn card. That is not going to be one of them. This turns the ace of clubs, but it is a hand that he can represent here. But
absolutely, the ace is really good for his range, so he's going to continue the story here with an air ball. And yeah, I mean, the fact that his pairs are live, obviously he doesn't know that, but you know, as far as he's considered, he's continuing here with a 0 equity bluff, basically just because the ace is a favorable card for his range. E's going to be sticky here, of course. He's still got the up and downer, and that is going to connect. But this is kind of the weird spot with the 8-9 on this board. Once the ace peels off, that now the queen does make his straight, but any king is going to beat him. So it really comes down to whether or not Poker Traveler can nut up and go for a big third barrel here or not.
Sussing out the situation here. I think he's going to check, because probably expect he's going to check back here in this spot. You know, 3 clubs out there. Bottom end of the straight. There's just only kind of downside here, unless maybe a Poker Traveler had set that it could pay off with. But E is going to take it here at Showdown here with a straight 8 to queen.
Yeah, that's a spot there where E could have gone for thin value, but it would have had to be a very small bet, which would have opened himself up to that check raise. And that's always that spot where you kind of ask yourself, like, do I even go for the thin value and try to get paid by like ace jack or something, right? That's calling you every time. But then if you open that door and you watch him ship 2K across the line, and you just hate your life. So he just checks it back and takes down the pot.
Yeah, we can get in some really hairy spots here on the river. Again, Saturday, we've got $100. This is a brand new tournament here for us at Texas Card House. $100 second chance tournament at 2K guaranteed. Again, you've got either a $100 re-entry or a $100 add-on. That starts at 2 p.m. on Saturday. Just want to get the word out there, because this is a brand spanking new tournament here at Texas Card House. Starting with a low guarantee, but I imagine we have 20-minute levels, a pretty good structure. Yeah, we can build this tournament up here a little bit. So come on out here this Saturday. Again, tomorrow we've got Brad Owen in the house here for meetup games. Make sure to bring your mask, as the Big Daddy Chaz is going to raise up your 35. We've got top pair here for K-Rand, a.k.a. K-Dog, a.k.a. Kevin, as everybody else has completely whiffed on this.
Yeah, we really had a battle of the kings here. Looks like we're going to check through. So Kevin now has a hammerlock on this. He can't lose unless he folds. And he is first act, so he's going to lead out here. And yeah, unless somebody feels really spicy, there's really not a lot of not a lot of reason for anyone to be here in this hand.
Kevin is going to pick up a small pawn, and he will do the show 1 with the King of Hearts. So you want to shout out here in the chat, again, the super sticker or super chat. It is High Hand Thursdays here at Texas Card House. Current high hand jackpot, $513. $100 rollovers every hour. So a lot of folks here, as we got about 3-1-2 no limit tables with bomb pots, 2-1-3 no limit tables with bomb pots. As I think the action is definitely going to be happening tomorrow for some of those 5-5 games. So we invite you to come out here to Texas Card House in Austin. So we continue as the $20 straddle on. Amongst one of the biggest games, we typically have done like a 5-5-10, and Brad said, all right, let's make this a 5-10 game here tonight. He's not played a hand. It's been started with about 4,000. I know a couple of people had asked. All right, here we go.
All right, so we had a $20 straddle. And let's see here. E raising it up here with Queen 10. Vittorio making a flat call on the hijack. Bo waking up with Ace King here in the big blind, so he's going to bump it up. It's a relatively small 3-bet considering there was a call in between. I think that probably should have been a little bit larger. But E is going to get out of the way, and that's going to allow Vittorio probably to call in position. Yeah. All right, so we're going to go heads up to a flop here. We got a battle of the aces with King against a 7 here.
10-9 and 10, and here with a pot of 550. Vittorio with about 1,300 back, just speculating pre-flop. Bo here with a continuation, leads out here for 200.
So Vittorio definitely can continue here, but you know, it's always sort of difficult when you're in this spot with basically just a naked ace high because your kicker is just really not doing anything. I mean, I guess he does have the backdoor straight draw with that 7, and he can always just sort of reevaluate on the turn, which is the beauty of position. So he is going to go ahead and call. He's relatively short stacked in comparison to the size of the pot at this point, though. He's got a stacked pot ratio of just about 1. So if Bo continues, Vittorio's going to have a really tough time doing anything here, I think.
And Bo with the ace of spades in his hand, so you can take any of those ace-x of spades hands out of Vittorio's range, and Vittorio's just going to have to cough it up and throw it right into the muck as golfer Bo going to win one of his first pots here of this 5-10 cash game session. Invite you to join us here in the chat. Also invite you to take a good look at that thumbs up button, that like button, and hit it. Hit it for us. Hit it for Mikey. Hit it for Carolyn. Make sure to click subscribe. Again, we stream 3 times a week. And I think we're going to have more special games like this. We hope to get more of the vloggers and some of those people popping out of the woodwork, because I think a lot of folks want to travel here to Texas to take part in the action. And non-stop here on the stream. Some great cash games that are run here on Mondays and Thursdays. I am typically the host of it. Occasionally get Bart Hansen in there to do his thing. But Bart is kind of like a consultant here to the program, does some of the highlight videos.
And he was in here
appreciate
on
his efforts to help keep growing this channel.
Yeah, absolutely. He was here on Monday, just last Monday. Did a great job hosting the stream. That was a great game, by the way. I mean, just some fantastic hands came out, just left and right in that matchup. So that was a really fun one to watch. If you haven't had a chance to check out the highlight video, go ahead and hop on TCH Live on YouTube. You can check that out right now. I think there's about 15 minutes of video there highlighting all of the best hands from that last stream.
So Big Daddy Chaz buying in for the most. Both he and the Poker Traveler, Cedric Trevino, buying in for 10K here into this game. Has a large social media following. I know there's a lot of folks here cheering for him. And I love the dynamics here of this table. We've got the right combination, I think, of really solid players, some maniacs, some gamblers, some really high-skilled, no-limit cash players.
Yeah, the main thing that is missing from this lineup is someone with a real reputation for being a nit. So I don't expect there to be any lull in the action here. I think just about every hand we should have the pots getting pumped up and people 4-betting, making moves. So this is going to be really exciting.
A couple of J's, a couple of Juggalos. As Kevin raises up here to 75. Is going to get no action, though, as he shows the Jack of Hearts. Yeah, my name is Mike Youngblood here with Aaron McAvoy, 2-time WSOP ring winner. Has been on this stream many a times. Cash Pro, Tournament Pro, all-around legend. Glad to have your insight here as big of a game, I think, as we've ever had here on the stream outside of maybe the Sulphur Y weekend, where we got a lot of huge views and great stakes and great action. And trying to get back to that point of really having some incredibly compelling cash games for us to watch each and every week.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's great to see a couple of familiar faces back in here, too. I mean, Kevin had been off the stream for a little while. Bones has been back and on the stream here for quite some time now, but you know, there had been a little lull in the action for Bones as well, so it's nice to see Kevin and Bones mixing it up in here. Obviously, we got Big Daddy Chaz, who's been a fixture on the program, and J-Stack and Vittorio. You know, those guys have been off and on the stream, and both of those bring a lot. Both of those players bring a lot of action. So great to see them here as well.
All right, Kevin opens here on the hijack. J-Stack out of the straddle for $20 as we've got top pair here on the board for Kevin. Backdoor clubs. J-Stack has whiffed on this completely. Get a C-bet here by one of my favorite players in this game, old K-Rand. As going to get a bet and a call. Oh, you got to be kidding me here.
How does he do
The
it?
grimy turn set.
So
grimy.
I was going to say that I would have liked to see Kevin check that back because, you know, Ace-9 is a really good hand to do that with and still get value there on later streets. But this is just the worst. He continues. J-Stack calls out of position with the small underpair and drills that turn. That's unbelievable. So Kevin's going to continue here. Betting 130 and J-Stack. Is he gonna lay a trap or no? He's gonna pop this up. There's just no way.
Hit a lucky card. Time to pop it up here for J-Stack. A pot of 405. Kevin had bet 130.
And that is
a sneaky raise here.
That's a very small raise. Yeah, that's only 200 more. So that's gonna be raising some alarm bells for Kevin here. I mean. The price is just so good. It's like J-Stack is just saying, call me, call me. But what do you do when you're Kevin here? You've got top pair. The spades came in, so a hand like 4-5 or some spades that might have connected in another way. You know, Queen 10
King
or
10,
something.
a spade kind of hand. I mean, J-Stack can easily raise it. And this is going to be a tough card for Kevin to get away from. Trip aces here on the end. Pot of 935. We'll see what kind of value bet J-Stack looks for here in the spot.
Yeah, and J-Stack really should go polar here. You know, because the ace is such a big part of Kevin's range, he really needs to make this a big bet and try to get maximum value. He's going to go 600, which is only about 2/3 pot. I do think that a full pot size bet or even an over bet would have been the appropriate play there, but 600, I don't know how Kevin could lay this down. Yeah.
Going to pay it off here as you'll see the bad news that, just a turn set, but knocked the table twice. Kevin's a great sport, and he'll show that he had the ace. J-Stack now up to about 4,600 as he bet with the $500 pink, $100 black, the $25 green chips, the $5 reds, and the $1 kind of tannish tip chips and the $2 bluish and purplish tip chips. No sign of any plaques out here, though, but Big Daddy Chaz with the castle of chips as always. I know sex is nice, but have you ever turned a set in a big pot, Aaron? I think that's probably more satisfying to most poker players.
It is one of those special sort of scenarios, especially in a spot as bad as J-Stack was in there, right? You kind of float out of position, and you just almost always know that this is just like a call check full, and then you drill it right there. That is the thing that dreams are made of.
Brad Owen has not found a hand to play yet. Again, this is a guy who has not played very much live cash these past couple of months, so my expectation is that he's probably going to play fairly snug early. Get yourself a nice little drink in there, get kind of in the flow of the game, and wait for some good hands because he knows he's going to get some action post-flop. Is he going to 3-bet here out of the small blind here to 145 as Poker Traveler opened here to 40. Then the cutoff with King Deuce of Hearts.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of this is just card dependent as well, right? We're here just probably on our second orbit or so. And, sometimes you're just going to not see many hands that you can play here. Looks like, Poker Traveler is putting out the 4-bet, which is really the only thing to do with this hand. You can't call, and folding obviously is the other option, which would be perfectly acceptable. But nope, he's gonna push right back and show him the deuce. You got to show him the deuce.
You have to with the show one option here tonight. I don't know if we're gonna have the 7 deuce game in effect. I feel like that's probably gonna be a little bit overkill. But we've had some bomb pots, we've had some big straddles. Get these guys a couple of beers on them, too. We'll see if maybe we can get a round of straddles around the table like we did that Solve for Y weekend. That was the $720 quintuple straddle at one point.
Just outrageous, really. I mean, how many big blinds did anybody have at that point, you know? Oh, man. But, yeah, that'll bring the action, that's for sure.
Bob here in the chat saying this is also a little deeper game than Brad tends to play. Just a lot of chips here on the table than you would get in your normal 2-5 game, or even I think some of the 5-10 games that you might see in other casinos.
Yeah, I mean, even a 5-10 game, right, is going to play a lot, typically going to play a lot shallower than we do it here in Texas with the uncapped buy-in. So, all right, looks like we've got Kevin opening here to 35 with the Queen Jack. Big Daddy Chaz in the cutoff saying, 10-9 offsuit, going to make it 115 on a 3-bet. Now J-Stack in the small blind. He looks like he's going to call here, yeah. So there are some squeeze opportunities here, both for Vittorio and for Kevin. Let's see if one of them takes that opportunity and runs with it. Vittorio is certainly thinking about it. I think his only options are jam it or get out of there. Yeah, the problem with his stack depth is that any raise that isn't all in is going to either look so strong that the other players would be disincentivized to play except with their strongest hands, and then he's out of position against their strongest hands.
But he's going to do it, though.
Yeah, he is. That's the right move. If he's going to squeeze, it's to jam it all in, and I love this. I think this is exactly what he should have done. And he's going to get it through. Show the four.
Show the four. Come on, Vittorio.
Show the four.
You know the rules.
Oh, there you go. He's got to dig for it. And there it is.
There we go. Shows the 4 of diamonds. We love it. Vittorio was one of the guys on our first original when we started this stream. Okay, it's like, this is a nice little stream, a little 5-5 game, and then it's making all these crazy moves in a cash game. One of our first highlight videos that we ever had against Nasty Nate, who's relocated out of the area. So, he made quite an impression on us early on, as been a semi-regular in some of these games, and it was like a good choice to include in the mix here in the lineup here tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember back in the early days of TCH Live back in February, that time frame, and Vittorio, always one of the best players to watch in terms of driving the action, making some big bluffs, some big moves, and that was vintage Vittorio right there. I love the play, and he got it through.
All right, fold it around here to the button again with the $20 straddle. Now Brad here in the big blind, going to complete with King 5. Bones here with Queen 4. We'll slow down here a little bit. It'll have a relatively small pot here for the action. Bones going to outflop him with bottom pair. Going to make a bet. Going to get just a couple of Bradley dollars. Just not very many, but we'll get a couple of those. It'll show the 4.
Hey, that's our first player to actually show a pair, so all right. Bones mixing it up there. He says, look at my bottom pair, boy.
Look at that. Got the big-time vlogger again, as popular as anybody. And, going through a lot of Brad's content for the last couple of days just to get reacclimated. And, well, what's the hullabaloo? But he's such a likable dude that I think the disconnect that some poker audience has with some of the high-stakes pros is that some of those guys operate on such a frequency and a level that I don't think is relatable to normal poker players. You have some real beasts that can put a pretty heavy thought process in, and all of his content very easy to digest, easy to root for. The vlog that he had today was fantastic, and that was for online poker. And here with a chance to make some content this weekend, as he's going to raise out of the small blind up here to 85. Kevin here in the straddle with 8-4 offsuit.
And he's going to get that one through for a small pot. Shows the ace.
It's back here on 510. Mike Youngblood here with Aaron McAvoy. Over 837 live viewers here. 34 minutes into the program. Going to be going up until at least 11 p.m. tonight, Central Standard Time. So we're going to try to pace ourselves. We've had a few refreshments brought back here, but, I don't want to get to, 10 o'clock and not be able to see the screen. Aaron, you might have to tap me a little bit. Say, Mike, don't, we'll try to keep it reasonable, but hopefully on your Thirsty Thursday.
I got some sniffing salts in my backpack in case you pass out. I'll revive you.
All right, so we have golfer Bo limping here under the gun. Jay Stack woke up this morning feeling dangerous. Is going to raise it on up. What's going on, Ed Barrage? Again, if you want to get a shout out here on the chat, super sticker or super chat, the way to go. Going to have a lot of you fine, awesome people here tonight. I apologize if I don't get to all of you. This golfer Bo going to limp call here with J Stack opening and just the nuts.
Just flopping gin. Check it over. And this is a spot where, J Stack's going to continue betting with a lot of his range. Even when he makes a hand with some showdown value like Jack 9 here, he's going to continue. And Bo's going to come out with a min-click check raise. All right. Let's see what J Stack does with that. I mean, he's probably just going to call, see what happens. And, he doesn't even have a club, so there's no way out of this unless he picks up another pair or trips there on the turn.
There we go. J Stack.
Some confusion about the bet size here. Oh, he put out enough
men
chip.
Click back. I see. That was. I figured we'd already be off and running here to the turn. Oh, he couldn't. Before he even got his chips across the line there.
And I'm pretty sure that Bo was just min-clicking him again. That's the first time I've seen a min-click 4-bet in a long time. But, of course, it's the perfect time to do it when the guy accidentally 3-bets you. Like, why not? Oh, my goodness.
Folks suggesting that I make sure to mix in a lot of water. Make sure you stay hydrated here tonight. Again, Mike Yemlet here with Aaron McAvoy. We call him Aaron. J Stack up the biggest here really early on, but the chips are flying here right now.
Yeah, this is going to be an exciting night. I expect there just to be a ton of action, so let's see what we get going on in this hand here. Got a couple of raggy hands. They're going to let it go. J Stack, he looks down at that Jack 9 again. He's going to say to himself, oh, boy, here we go again. Let's give it a shot. And he's going to min-click it up to $20. Vittorio King 10. Oh, I'm surprised he didn't fire in a 3-bet there. I would have thought that would have been a good spot for him to do that, but he's going to let it go. Bones, he's going to click the 3-bet button here with $80 going in on 5-3 of diamonds. And that's going to bring J Stack in out of position with the Jack 9 off.
Bones feeling a little extra spicy here as... All right, 5-3 suited. Top pair here for J Stack. Bottom pair for Bones.
So, this flop doesn't really benefit the 3-better very much, but Bones is going to sort of see where he's at here. He's got a pair and some backdoor diamonds, and I think he's pretty much just going to find out if J Stack has a hand that he can continue with, because if he does, then Bones is probably way behind. So this is probably going to give Bones the information that he needs to not really continue unless he picks up something. He does get some equity here, but he's probably going to be very happy to just realize that by checking behind. I suppose he could. I mean, this isn't a bad card for him, so he could turn his 5 into a bluff right away. But he would have to be making that sort of determination right now that, the 5 is no good. It's time to represent this ace, try to get this man off of his pair.
And J Stack a little bit on the stickier side, so he has to size up here to represent. Oh my goodness, he flipped in a chip, I think accidentally.
Yeah, he was fiddling around and kind of dropped it, and it rolled in there. So, there's always a little bit of leeway given for accidental sort of things like that. So, nobody's going to try to say, oh, that man called, he put a chip out there. I know sometimes you go to a casino or something like that, and people really try to get after you for any small misstep. But here at Texas Card House, we like to be as
I mean, we want to be a
accommodating
stickler for the rules. Like, it's a lot of WSOP rules, but it's also like we want to be as reasonable as humanly possible, especially in spots like this where it's clear what the intention is versus trying to deter angle shooters. And J-Stack is certainly not that. So, going to have the $20 straddle. Nick from Yuma asking what's the record for viewers in one night. I think about over 1,000, 800, 900, up to close to 2,000 on some of our Monday 5-5 before the coronavirus shutdown. So that's why we got all the folks here in the mass. But that was during that incredible Sulphur Y weekend.
Yeah, that was an amazing set of streams right there. I'll tell you what.
Yeah, we've gotten up to over 1,800, 1,900 or so. So it's opportunity for you to check out our amazing and fantastic streams of Texas poker. Here is golfer Bo. This has been a really unusual spot. As calls out of the small blind. Big Daddy Chaz raises here with a queen jack and connects here with second pair.
Yeah, that's never the flop you want to see with jacks. Yeah, and Chaz, he's just going to do continuation bet here. Let's see what his sizing is. Yeah, he goes about half pot, so Bo's just going to let it go. Yeah, he says, I don't care about this spade. It's no good. Let's it go.
Jedi Master Ted, last time Mike drank on the stream. I don't generally have very, like, I try to keep it very clean and sober here for the most part. But this is a celebration. It's a great weekend here for us at TCH. We're going to have Brad Owen for meetup games tomorrow here in Austin. Make sure you come early. The games are going to start at 3. Make sure you get your seat. And we've got a great lineup here. This is a fantastic lineup for what we want here on TCH. We've got the 20, we've got the $40 double straddle. Make sure to hit that like button and click subscribe. We're at 91 likes here right now and about 42 minutes in, Ron.
All right,
Let's get to 100 here, right, meow?
Oh, absolutely. I think we can find 9 people in the chat who have not hit that like button yet, who can grab that mouse, slide it on over, and smash that like button for us. Get us up over 100, and then we'll start cruising on up to 2.
We will not cover any damages to your mouse by smashing the like button, so don't even try it. All right, so we've got the Poker Traveler raising up here to 165. With a double straddle on, J-Stack here with pocket 3s. And it looks like we're about to go heads up here as Poker Traveler will be first to act once we go post-flop. But and J-Stack plays a lot of hands. Love the action. As top pair here for Traveler with a king.
And he's taking notes over here. Not quite sure what he's writing down there, but I like that he's doing something on that pad of paper with the pen. He's going to fire out a bet here, continuation of 225. And J-Stack is going to look him up. Let's see. No set on the turn.
No, you can't. Lightning can't strike twice, but J-Stack tried for it. No way, Jose, as Poker Traveler going to fire again. Again, J-Stack had turned a set of 6s against Kevin, with Kevin having top pair of aces. No such luck this time, but the Poker Traveler going to show the king. Well, that was quite a response here, Ron. 151 likes here.
Wow.
That was like a wave of the folks in the audience. Very, very convinced.
Wow, that was great.
Very inspired, I should say. So we'll continue here on TCH Live. Want to tip the stream, the super sticker, and the super chat. This is the way to do it. Give yourself a special shout out here on the air, like ATX Poker, 99-cent super chat.
How's the pup doing these days?
He's doing very well. Did a lot of fetching today, a lot of time in the park. They mowed all the grass, so he was just amazed by all the things he could sniff and chase. So It was a good day here leading up into the stream.
All right.
So we will bring here to Kevin here with ace-5 offsuit and the hijack.
Bo gets back to his seat just in time to see queen 6. He throws that into the muck.
Oh, okay.
All right.
So we're getting an indication here that they're doing red or black, and Cedric is the one writing it down there. So he's not passing out love notes here. It is literally like trying to keep track of all the red or blacks. Looks like Big Daddy Chaz here for the action. Going to pick up the pot after Kevin opened. Chaz 3-bets. As we see our VPIPs there. Brad here in the bottom at 13%, but no, we're like 45 minutes into this.
Yeah, I haven't seen him make any sort of like tight folds or anything like that. I think for the most part, he's just really not getting much to play with. And I can attest to that. I was just playing before the stream here, and yeah, sometimes it goes like that. You know, you just look down and every time you got 8-4 offsuit, just some raggy rags, and you got to pitch him in. So we'll see if he can get something going here a little bit later on in the stream. Maybe this hand. Oh, 10 deuce, man. That's the nuts.
Well, over 10,800 subscribers. If you've not hit subscribe yet, do us a fantastic favor. Click subscribe. Again, we stream 3 times a week. 2 cash, 1 tournament. And well, Kevin opens here with 10-9 of spades. Bo is just going to cold call with the 7 deuce. And Big Daddy Chaz here with some Cowboys.
Oh, man. All right. I wonder what Bo's plan is in this one. I mean, you know, sometimes players like to do this when they get the 7 deuce. They kind of come in.
And this is such a huge opportunity here for Chaz, knowing that his 3-betting range is so wide that he's got kings on the button. Now E has 4-bet ace-king.
Oh, my God.
As he should, given the circumstances. Bo, it's like, okay, it looks like I'm out of moves here.
Yeah.
It's like, this did not go as I planned.
If that had somehow gotten back to him as just the 3-bet, it would have been interesting to see if he had gone for some sort of crazy move. Let's see here. So now Chaz is in position, and these are 2 of the deepest stacked players at the table. So Chaz may elect to go for a call here. I don't know. Yeah, he's just going to put in the call. So I actually like this because when you're super deep stacked and you put in a 5-bet, it really starts to, like, you know, raise some alarm bells for your opponent. And when you're that deep stacked, you know, it's like you should really only be continuing with really strong hands.
Top set for Big Daddy Chaz. Top pair for E, though, with backdoor clubs.
E is losing.
Get your popcorn ready.
Yeah, E is losing some money on this hand for sure. So there's already 1.1K in the pot here.
Does have some backdoors again here into a straight draw, club draw. We shall see here as he leads right into it. A bet of 385. Early candidate for Yeti Cooler of the night.
Yeah, the lead with like an interesting sort of 1/3 pot size, like block bet almost. And Big Daddy is going to. Is that a call?
Just going to call here.
Well, we're still waiting to see if that was a call or a raise. If he did raise, I wouldn't expect it to be very much. And honestly, with as much board control as he has, I guess the main things that he would be thinking about is that E could be sort of putting out this 1/3 pot size, like little block bet to see if he can get a cheap enough turn with something like, you know, clubs or maybe Queen 10 or something. Oh my God, we got a 10 here of clubs. This has turned a ton of equity for E. He was so far behind, and now he's really looking like he's got a decent shot at this.
As you see in the top right-hand corner, he has all of those outs there, 11 outs. We've seen that the 7, 4, and 3 of clubs are dead currently.
And he bets out for full pot size bet here. Well, not quite, but in that ballpark. So Chaz can safely just call here. I mean, against most of E's range, he's still feeling really good.
Call of 1.4K. Here we go off here to the river, pot size of 4,006 as we count it out. He's still got a little bit of life here, and
Jeez. Okay,
Oh,
so
my.
and now E has got the stone cold nuts. I mean, like
No,
because he's got the ace of clubs though, right? I mean, I don't mean like the nuts actually, but
Sure,
like
sure.
he can't be really that worried about clubs at this point.
And I mean, we've seen Big Daddy Chaz be on the sunny side of things in some of these spots, and now he's seen the other end of it. Here with top set, just flatted pre, just called on the flop, just called on the turn because of the board texture, and has gotten a nice. Oh,
He checked.
tried to lay it out there, but he's going to show that he had the top set, and a tough one there for Big Daddy Chaz.
Wow,
He goes runner, never funner for all the money for $4,600 there in the pot. TCH Live, let's go. That is what we're talking about right there. Brutal beats, incredible runouts, a lot of money here on the table tonight.
Yeah, so interesting decision though there on the river to not bet. I mean, I don't really know what he's planning for. I mean, I guess because what turns their hand into a bluff there, right? Like, pretty much all of Big Daddy Chaz's hands are going to be made hands, and yeah, I don't know. I'm a little bit surprised that he would go ahead and check after he leads the flop, continues with the lead on the turn, and then slows down on the river when he actually really gets there. So I don't know, sort of an interesting play, but Chaz definitely could have lost a little bit more there. I think he's paying off a medium-sized to smallish value bet there for sure.
And, I mean, you just see this is an imperfect game sometimes, that even in these spots, you can get a lot of value on all these streets, and then you catch up there completely and you make a mistake, even with the winning hand. So, J-Stack's woken up here with queens, as E has raced up here 75.
All right, J-Stack in a 3-bet. He's got a nice hand here. So a couple of red queens in the small blind. Going to bump it up to 180. Again, a pretty small 3-bet here. I mean, this is not much more than a min click. So E has no problem coming along in position. Off-suited 10-8. And he is going to flop bottom pair here. So J-Stack's still with the best of it. But of course, that's never the flop that you're really looking for when you got 2 red queens. But E's not gonna continue, so J-Stack will show the queen, and we will move on to the next hand.
Boy, the chat is just giving a beating to poor E here, as Bart Hansen of Crushed Live Poker chiming in. So kind of surprised that he checked with the ace of clubs there, but maybe we could talk to E, just ask what the heck he was thinking there. But
yeah, I mean, I think it's also, even the best poker players will sometimes find themselves in a situation where they have like such a strong made hand that they're like, God, my opponent just can't have anything here. Like, maybe I should check and see if they'll bluff. But just because you have like the ace of clubs, which is like the nut key card, right, doesn't mean that your opponent can't have enough to pay you off, especially, in a situation like that where your opponent has just shown a lot of strength by calling behind. So, yeah, I definitely would have liked to see a river bet there. But, he still made, I think, over 2K on that pot. So, yeah, can't complain.
Golfer Bo had opened here with ace 3 suited. Now Vittorio here with the 3-bet.
And this is a much more appropriate size out of position. So he's going to go about 4x the initial open. And Golfer Bo's not going anywhere, but I do like that sizing. So Vittorio's got about 1.1 behind, SPR of about 3 here, or sorry, 2. So let's see. Yeah, he's either going to have to give up real quick or sort of decide that he's going for it. He has flop middle pair and Bo top pair. So Vittorio could continue here for a small bet, maybe something like 1/3 pot. but he seems to be going a little bit bigger. Not much, but maybe 40% here. What is that, 185? Okay. Yeah, so once Bo calls here, he's pretty well got all the information that he's going to need to figure out what he does here on this turn.
Turn is going to give Vittorio some potential for some equity here as turns a pair, straight draw. Excuse me, turns a straight draw here with his pair.
Okay, Bo's going to put a small little feeler bet out there. Yeah, that's like a quarter pot. I mean, that could indicate to Vittorio that there's some fold value on a jam, but I don't know. I mean, I think this just looks really strong. Like I would expect that Vittorio is going to see through this and recognize that he's behind. It is 225 into a pot that's at 1.1, and he does have that gutter ball, so he's got to imagine that his two pairs are probably good. Yeah, okay, so he is going to rip
jam.
it.
And Bo beats him right in the pot.
Yeah, that's kind of a tough spot to do the check jam because of all of the draws. You know, you've got the front door hearts, you got the back door clubs that come in. I don't know. It's kind of tough, and Bo, yeah, he doesn't really think much about it, obviously, with the top pair. So let's see. Are they doing business? Are they running it more than once? 2 times, it looks like.
A whiff here on the first one. And a whiff here on the second. That is going to stack here Vittorio. We'll see if he elects to rebuy, but golfer Bo going to perk up here a little bit as he scoops that one. Again, my name is Mike Yemblett, joined here by Aaron McAvoy, 2-time WSOP ring winner. It's been on our stream many times here, 5-5, 1-3. It's been on the tournament final table. It's been in here for commentary. Again, make sure to hit the like, click, subscribe. And we appreciate you all joining here for Brad Owen, who has been really super card dead here in this spot. Is not being nitty. I think he's seen, King 6 and 3 deuce and 10 deuce. And
yeah, he had that 10 deuce offsuit that he let go and like under the gun +1. I don't know. I mean, yeah. Yeah, he hasn't been seeing any cards. We'll get him in there here soon enough, I'm sure. But we sure haven't had a shortage of big, exciting hands, that's for sure. They just haven't involved Brad Owen.
I mean, we will patiently wait for that. Again, one of the first few cash sessions he's been able to play in weeks, especially live. All right, so we got to raise up here by the Poker Traveler. Brad with a junky hand. Bones here with a real one, though, with ace-queen. Just going to call as he's got the straddle to his left. Kevin, the 10-4 of clubs, says nope.
Yeah, so Poker Traveler had opened this, I think it was one off of the straddle, or maybe one off of the straddle here. So that's definitely an opening position where Bones doesn't necessarily want to get out of line here with the ace-queen, so he can just take a flop out of position without bumping it up. We're going to go check here on the flop, which takes 4 spades on the turn here. And Poker Traveler's going to go for this, so yeah, I guess Bones is just done with it, but it is sort of interesting to think, like, wouldn't Poker Traveler sort of continue most times with a spade or a pair that beats him? But yeah, I mean, the ace-queen, just the naked ace-queen is kind of tough.
All right, we had a question here in the chat. Why are there no mics to hear the table talk? Well, this is a topic that comes up, and I want to make sure that we preface to our audience here. When we've tried to mic up the table a little bit more, it has not been nearly effective enough to do it in a way that we can understand it. So generally what we've elected to do is, instead of having dead silence and muffled kind of table talk, we've just generally elected to do the commentary over the top of it. So, I mean, again, that it is something that would require $1,000 mics, special sound producers. So,
yeah, and I mean,
it's a different dynamic than I think what some players are used to, or what some poker fans are generally used to, as far as how you see games like this.
Yeah, and I can attest. I mean, I've been at this table many times. Obviously, not with this lineup. It seems like, on occasion we've had some laughter, and these guys have been having a good time. But every once in a while, I mean, you will get a table where it's just kind of, a little subdued, and if you sort of dominate the conversation, if you will, the audio with the table, and people aren't really talking or having a good time, then it can really just kind of lead to some dull moments. I mean, in addition to that, of course, you just have like the different topics of conversation. You'll have people saying some things that might be a little bit off color, anything along those lines. And so, yeah, I really like the commentary being the dominant sort of, audio, whatever stimulation for the viewers. And I hope you guys all do too. If you do, give us a like. Let's see what we got here. We got 183 likes. Anybody in the chat who hasn't hit the like button yet, why don't you do us a favor? Drag that mouse button over there, smash it on down on the like button for us. Let's see if we can get up to 200 here. And let's take another hand here. What are we working with?
Got Brooklahoma in the chat. Kenny's got the this is a man who did $500 red or blacks here when he was visiting on the commentary stream. He's played on this table many and many a times, gracing us here in the chat.
Is he calling in the red or blacks? I mean, the guy's got
a
notepad there.
He's doing it off stream or not. Could have a separate side stream of just the red or blacks. We appreciate you guys being here.
Yeah, like Wednesday night red or blacks. It's like we
can add it here to the channel.
Yeah.
Like, just a bunch of D-Gens betting on red or black. We're not even going to have any actual poker. It's just put a flop out there, mic up all the players, bleep out all the curse words. But we'll continue here as appreciate all the nice words here in the chat. If you want a special shout out, the super sticker or super chat is the way to go. Again, this is Texas Card House in North Austin. We stream Mondays, Thursdays, and Sundays. Cash games here on Mondays and Thursdays, so make sure to click subscribe, turn on notifications.
Yeah, so Brad was coming in the single digits on aggression frequency. That's just how card dead he's been so far.
Fold. Torio trying to find his groove here. Brad not feeling spicy enough for the 4 Dewey.
Bones here. Yeah, sorry. Bones here in the cutoff, though. He is feeling a little spicy. He's got the Jack-8 suited. He's going to come in. But Kevin's found a real premium hand, and he's going to raise him up here on the button.
All the way back here to Chaz, who's woken up with some queens in the straddle. As we say, it's the Duke versus North Carolina poker hands.
What would you call the Jack-8? Maybe
the Jack-8 is Creighton.
Okay.
Let's see. I don't know what classification you would put. Jack-8 suited is like a Pac-12 team, so it's not going to be good enough here for Bones to continue.
Yeah, probably not even going to make the tournament. That's the Jack-8's going to get relegated to the NIT and just hit the muck there.
The bubble has burst for Jack-8 suited as the Big Daddy Chaz up here to 725. Kevin going to call him here in position.
All right, so the effective stack here is Kevin with 2.4K. So that's, I mean, that's not even, yeah, I mean, 1.5, whatever that is, as PR. So Big Daddy Chaz going to act first here, and he flops still top pair with an open-ender. Kevin's not going to feel too good about this.
No, yeah, it's the Chaz over the overpair, the straight draw.
So this isn't the best flop for Chaz either. I mean, it's not bad, right? And even if he did get out-flopped somehow, he's always got equity. But yeah, this is tough for both players, honestly. I mean, I sort of expect Chaz to continue with maybe 1/3 to 1/2 pot size bet, but no, he's just gonna jam it.
What? Kevin, I guess, with 2,400 in the pot size being what it is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Chaz basically, he's making the decision now that he's not folding. And so then, you know, any sort of maneuvering with SPR of 1.5 is just kind of like you know, is he trying to get the guy to put, you know, chips in, and or does he want to just deny his equity right now? And he's decided he's going to try to just push Kevin off of this and get his equity out of the pot. All right, so Kevin with a decision here. So he's got a gutter to the nuts and 2 overcards that could very well be live if Chaz has pretty much exactly this hand. I mean, what else could Chaz be doing this with is sort of what's going through Kevin's mind here, right?
He thinks maybe in the most wildest of circumstances it could be ace-queen, but I just don't. I mean, maybe he could perceive Chaz being on tilt after getting his top set cracked, but I mean, even in the most optimistic of scenarios, you're just never going to see a player like Kevin, a legend in his own right. I think one of the best players on the stream, especially in regards to when it comes to no limit there, as Big Daddy Chaz can show the queen. Going to pick it on up as, all right, a lot of chips flying around here. We still got another, 4 hours to go here on the live stream. Again, try to be relatively nice and respectful here in the chat, folks. Guys, amongst the best in the land are TCH live chat pros. We've solved all kind of world problems here just by the experts that chime in night after night. We appreciate your comments and feedback. Make sure to smash that like button.
All right, we've got ourselves a straddle to 20, a double straddle to 40 from J-Stack. And yeah, so let's see. Vittorio had reloaded to 2K, so he's got a sizable stack here again. Bones looking down at Ace King, raised to 140. Now Kevin next to act, Ace Queen suited. He's gonna put in the 3-bet to 425. So we got a couple of premium hands going at it here. And again, this was a $40 straddle, so. Yeah, J-Stack, he's not gonna mess around with that. So now the decision back to Bones, and you know, this is always sort of one of those spots where, again, like the stack to pot ratio is sort of the big issue here, right? And that's why Bones is sort of sizing up his stack. He's wondering, you know, what does a 4-bet sizing look like that isn't all in, or is it just all in?
Now I do see Kevin has added some $500 pinks there, so he's got more than 2K here, as it looks like 3,000. Yeah, so it's he's sitting with about 4,000 at this point. Bones sitting here with 5,000. So does Bones elect to go here for the 4-bet? You know, Kevin had just gone in the tank with a big hand with a Big Daddy. So just wondering, is he trying to make a move here? Does he have a legit hand? And it looks like he's going to go here for the 4th bet.
Yeah, and this is one of those spots that you just never like to be in. I mean, Ace-Queen, it's such a good hand. You just always want to see a flop with it. But once you get 4-bet like this, I mean, it just doesn't feel great. I mean, what are the hands that you really want to be up against that is going to continue with a 4-bet, right? It's like jacks and I've got overcards, or, you know, I mean, you're rarely up against a hand that you're just crushing. I mean, every once in a while people will mix in, you know, ace-5 or suited wheel ace, something like that you're way ahead of, but you still need to connect on the flop in order to have any sort of tangible way to continue. So Kevin's really sort of trying to figure out now if this is, you know, a fork in the road that he's willing to go down, and it looks to me like he's probably going to fold, but I don't know, we'll see.
Kevin has done some incredible things on this stream that a call is not out of the realm of possibility. So we're going to go heads up between these two. These guys have played a ton of memorable hands on the stream, and here we go. 9-high flop, Bones the 4-better, Kevin the flat caller. Bones could perceive to have some pairs in his range here that makes this decision right now as tricky as it gets with Ace-King. We'll see what he does here, Aaron.
Yeah, with the SPR of 1, I mean, he just, you know, he either has to make a smallish bet that looks like it's going for value, a hand like aces or kings, and then, you know, if he gets jammed on, he's just going to let it go. Or he's just got to do what Chaz did and just say, you know what, like, I'm just going to punch it in here and see what happens. But he's going to take the middle road option, it looks like, which is bet somewhere around half pot.
And 1,200 bet here.
It's an interesting bet size. I mean, I suppose it's not that much more over 1/3 pot, but I don't know what he does if he gets jammed on there. I feel like he's almost committed himself just with 2 overcards. So he's going to pick it up, though.
All right. Shout out to JTN 1968 in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Says, got an idea. Have Brad come to the booth and have either Mike or Aaron playing his stack in the meantime. Brad's a nice guy. He's a phenomenally nice individual. I don't think he's going to accept that proposal from somebody he just met like an hour and a half ago. If he is, I mean, that would be really, truly tremendous. But so far, Brad's just trying to find a hand here tonight on TCH Live. We appreciate the super chat. If you want to make a contribution to tip the stream, viewer-supported programming like this, make sure to click the super sticker in the super chat, hit that like button.
Oh, my goodness. We've got something happening. Brad has raised.
Brad has raised.
Brad has raised.
Alert the presses.
He has a hand. It is a pair.
It is.
And we've folded back around to the big blind and the straddle. Let's see what happens. J stack 9 triz. No.
J stack doesn't like pain, so he's not gonna continue here with the 9 triz.
Brad gonna be like, look, guys, I had a pair.
I had a real hand here, guys. At least one that I can come in for a raise. But about 1,335 live viewers right now. Make sure to hit that like button. I feel like we get in a really dangerous territory if we start talking about shots per likes here. This could be a very fantastic stream. I've got a stash IPA here. I don't generally drink here for the booth, but for the occasion, we got to just take it nice and easy here tonight, Aaron.
Absolutely. Somebody trying to get us riled up in here doing shots, huh? Yeah, that sounds like a recipe for some, I don't know, real
it's
color
recipe
commentary.
for disaster. That choose our words wisely.
Slur our words wisely, perhaps.
You know, then all of a sudden, all our integrity and good reputation goes right out the window. But, all right, so Kevin opened here with Jack-8 offsuit. E here in the small blind with King-10 off is generally a 3-betting spot. And that's exactly what he's going to elect to do. See if Kevin decides to go post here.
Yeah, Kevin, I've noticed he does not like to fold, so, you know, he's going to take some flops and play with some pretty marginal holdings and see if he can outplay his opponent post-flop. He's gotten a pretty favorable flop here, making top pair. Now, E with a gutter and a backdoor flush draw, he's going to continue telling his story of having a nice big hand. Pretty smallish bet, so 1/3 pot continuation bet thereabouts. Kevin's going to call. Oh, drills it.
Oh, big card there for E.
Wow, it doesn't get much better than that, man. You continue with just king high, and, man, you just smash it right there on the turn. So let's see what E elects to do now. So, you know, traditionally you start to size up here if you have a made hand on the turn. He's gonna bet almost full pot. And Kevin's in a weird spot here. So now he's got what was top pair and a gutter, I guess, right? I mean, he's still drawing to a 10 in his mind, of course, not in reality. And he is going to call. So this pot has really ballooned up here. Over $1,000. E with the nuts and a walk on this hand.
See if Kevin elects to call here as
he threw in a pink chip,
okay.
So I think we're just waiting to sort of have everything get caught up.
Or really close up, so sometimes when we see some of the bets, they're just nudged off slightly off the screen. So again, we saw E bet the turn. Kevin had tossed in a pink chip. As here we go.
Yeah, the brick of all bricks there on the river. So the deuce of clubs doesn't complete any draws. So Kevin's got to say to himself, if I was good on the turn, I've got to be good now. But that is a chunky bet. Oh, my God. He goes, what is that, 1.3x over bet? Yeah, and he went a little bit too big, I guess. Shows the king of diamonds. And that is a nasty card to show because the king of diamonds could very well have been part of some sort of flush drawy hand. Although the best card that would have gone with the king of diamonds for a 3-betting hand pre-flop would have been the 10 of diamonds, which would have been the straight anyways. So I don't know. That may not rub Kevin the wrong way too much, but looks like we're going to get a bomb pot now.
All right, so with the dealer change, that means we will do a bomb pot. And make sure to click like and subscribe. As I thank Dustin here in the box. I think we'll get Tyler in here to toss out to everybody. Again, we've got a whole battle of Texas versus California feuding here in the chat. Trying to claim moral and status superiority. It is one of many battles we're currently having here in our country, but welcome everybody from abroad. And if you are seeing this here for the first time, again, we stream Mondays and Thursdays with cash games. Generally tends to be 5-5 or 5-10. Thursdays, 1-3 match a stack, which again, Texas just a little bit bigger. It's a little bit bigger here in Texas. And then our Sunday, $150 6K guarantee prize pool. Sunday here at the Texas Card House. So make sure to click like and subscribe. As all right, we've got a 9-handed table. Top pair here looks like for golfer Bo. Let's see if anybody's really connected here on this board, as Brad has queen 4, has whiffed.
Yeah, golfer Bo really had the best of it there on the flop, but elected to check it through. Now Bones is going to pick up two pair. So middle 2.
Victoria has bottom 2 here at this point. 6 and 3 is Bones with a better 2 pair. Nobody with really any draws here as we go to the river.
Yeah, so both of these players with medium strength made hands. Oh my goodness, Bones is going to just crush that river, but that is going to counterfeit Vittorio, so he's probably not going to put too many more chips in this pot, if any at all. Nope, I was kidding.
Oh.
He's putting out $300.
Love the heart, kid, but this was not the best time here to go for it. As
I got to hand it to him. Vittorio definitely recognizes when his hand is just like toast, and his first instinct is like, oh, my hand sucks now. I should bet and try to win. I mean, I understand it, and, you know, he just seems to be running into it because both times he's made this move, his opponent has had effectively the nuts. And, yeah, he's going to have to let that one go. Another big sigh.
Bones has been surprisingly one of the more active players here on the table. Like, generally when you see his VPIPs, opening raises, like, it's generally a fairly average amount. But he's really good at picking some of these spots to enter some of these pots. And here with a bomb pot, a $25 pre-flop ante. Happened to get a little lucky. The chosen one there in that particular spot is Vittorio. They're going to be chipped down here to 1,500 after his 2 pair gets counterfeit. Try to turn it into a bluff, and just try to bluff into a really strong hand. All right, we've got Brad here with the double straddle. Comes K-Dog. TCH Live legend, raise up here to 75.
Golfer Bo lets his pair of 7s go. Sort of interesting. I think a lot of players will definitely do a flat call right there, but it is a difficult spot to be in because there's so many players to act behind you. So often you're going to flat call and then someone's going to squeeze and then you're just going to get pushed out anyways. So I definitely understand letting the 7s go, but I think he could have definitely seen a flop there as well.
A shout out here to Texas Royal Touch Erica stepping in here saying hi, Mike and Aaron. And
hey.
Significant other of Bones. We love her to death. We love Erica and the folks there at Texas Royal Touch. If you want to get a massage, While you're here at Texas Card House and amongst many other places here within the state of Texas, $1.50 a minute for relaxation right at the fingertips of the seasoned professionals, licensed massage therapists. That sounds really. I mean, this is a 5-hour stream here tonight. I might have to enlist in some of those services here if my back starts getting creaky, Aaron.
Oh, no,
I'm not going
right
to pay
there with
you
you.
to do it, though. That'd be kind of weird.
Well, yeah, I'm going to charge more than $1.50 a minute for you, but
Yeah,
but you know.
Well, that's drive a hard bargain, but all right, Brad here in the big blind.
No, the staff with Texas Royal Touch are fantastic, and you know I get regular tune-ups from their staff because sitting at a poker table for long periods of time, sitting in a booth here long periods of time, it'll take its toll on your spine, your neck, and everything. So definitely recommend them. Can't recommend them enough.
All right, Brad raises here to 175. We've got a call here by Kevin. I think one of our first flops here for Brad, and he's going to flop bottom set. Poor Kevin just keeps running top pair into sets.
He sure does. I mean, maybe the saving grace here will be the fact that he's got kind of a garbage kicker. If Brad continues his story with a lot of vigor, then Kevin could get away, but he's certainly not folding to this bet. Yeah, 140, Kevin's going to call. Sort of evaluate on the turn. He doesn't have any hearts, so he's got no hope for backdoor flush. Oh, no.
Two pair here for K-Dog.
K-Dog getting coolered by the turn. So Brad can just get all the value in the world here. And again, you know, like we were saying before, like you kind of put out that smallish bet on the flop and then size it up on the turn. Let's see if Brad goes with that strategy. The great thing about having bottom set here is that you unblock all of the big cards. So your opponent is actually, you know, more likely to have a big hand than if you were sort of continuing with something like ace-queen, right? I mean, you have ace-queen in your hand and your opponent is just much less likely to have those big cards. So he can definitely keep going here. He bets 410. So
that 410 Bradley dollars is, I don't know if Kevin likes pain or not, but he is about to be in for it. Here with top and middle pair aces and eights is.
Yeah, and honestly, Kevin is probably thinking at this point, like, what's the best way to get all the chips in the pot? Is it call here and then sort of wait and see if he, you know, jams over Brad or Brad checks and then he rips it in, something like that? I mean, he could definitely be thinking about putting in the raise now, but yeah, he thinks his hand is made and he's ready to get it in.
A lot of action here as we've got to raise up here to 1,100. Brad Owen here and put 3,200 back.
And now with such a small stack left for Kevin, I think Brad just really has, you know, he's not going to be worried about pushing his opponent out of the pot by raising because Kevin has effectively committed himself. I mean, Kevin, of course, thinks that he has the best hand, and Brad doesn't know that. But even if Kevin was getting out of line with a flush draw and a pair or something, I think he's committed. So, yeah, Brad's just going to rip it in. Kevin's going to snap him.
And a king here on the end is. Kevin's going to show that he turned to pair. And yeah, Brad had a tough year, I think, in 2019. Mentioned that he just felt like it kept running set over set. And, you know, I think 2020, I think we all kind of sat there thinking, like, this is going to be our year. And then, you know, a couple months in, I think that was a huge detour for everybody. So, yeah, Brad Owen finding about as ideal of a spot as it gets there, flopping a set of fives. Opponent turns two pair and gets to go on a magical place that we call Value Town.
Yes, full Value Town. Yep, that was pretty gross. Kevin going to be feeling that one here for a few minutes, but he's going to reload, jump right back in the mix.
Yeah, Kevin is one of the better cash game players here in this area. So I mean, he is used to the swings that these kind of games present. You know, accomplished tournament player on the circuit. Always dangerous here on the felt, but A lot of chips in play, still a lot of hours of gameplay here at Texas Card House. And if you want your chance to go toe-to-toe with Brad Owen here on Texas Card House, join us tomorrow starting at 3 p.m. Meetup games here at Texas Card House's Golfer Bo going to limp with a couple of Cowboys.
Yeah, he's setting up the back raise trap here. Let's see if somebody steps in it. Oh, that's going to be Vittorio. J-Stack, he came along for a flat call in the cutoff with 2 mystery cards, but Vittorio is definitely not flat calling this. So he's bumping it up. Looks like he's adding on $100 there on the button with the ace, king of spades. Brad's going to get out of the way with his wheel ace. Back to Kevin here, and he's got 7s, so he is going to put in a call. And now comes the trap that Golfer Bo has set. Here comes the back raise. And he's going to bump it up 520. All right, we still don't know what J-Stack has. He let it go, so whatever it wasn't that great.
Probably some napkins.
I mean, if you're Vittorio, this looks really, like, gross. I mean, that you hate to see that back raise, especially when you've just, gone for what looked like a squeeze and you have a hand this strong. I mean, just what do you do, right?
And I think against a more psycho player or a crazier player, like, you can perceive this to be a weaker hand in the spot, but it's just. But Vittorio's not going to be able to help himself here. He's going to go for the jam here with ace king. Yeah, kid gets the adrenaline in him. A UT law student. Golfer Bo had set the trap.
So they're talking about how many times they want to run it here, and they're doing 1 flop with 2 turns and 2 rivers. Okay.
Okay, so this is kind of more of the Houston style. Like Golfer Bo is from Houston. It has caused some controversy on our streams when we talk about run it twice. So heads up to our staff and these players here for ironing out these details so we don't have any misunderstandings. So we are going to have 1 flop and then 2 turns and rivers. It is the Houston way of doing things. No help here to Vittorio. But
that's also sort of an interesting thing when you think about the dynamics between pocket kings and ace king, right? Like, your opponent needs to find an ace to beat you, and if they find it on that first flop, then now you're looking for, like, 1 of 2 kings, whatever, on these 2 turns and 2 rivers. So it almost gives the edge to that sort of underdog by getting, like, if they get there right away. I guess, I don't know, that's an interesting sort of game theory thing to play through.
It's either way it is. Golfer Bo picking up the chips here. We'll see if that's it here for Vittorio, if we will get a new player. Boy, again, shout out here to some of the folks here in the chat. And I was here because of Brad. Now I'm here because of the commentators. Appreciate all the love. ATX Poker. You can follow him on Instagram at ATX Poker. Both you and I have done content with atxpoker.club, and we have got a £5 super chat here, or euro. Is that a euro? That is a symbol I've not seen.
That's a pound.
That is a pound.
Pound
Josh Norris throwing us some money here for a pint. Sending some big hands. Brad and Cedric's way. Love from the UK. Loving the comment. Terry. Nick, can't wait to get out of TCH lives. TCH once we can travel again. You must think you're like Nick Schulman or something. I can see how you might get that one confused. But again, my name is Mike Youngblood here with Aaron McAvoy.
I'm flattered to be considered,
somewhere in there. Like it is, we have a tag team out here in the broadcast booth. Just doing kind of these things solo for a while. So we sent out the bat signal. Aaron responded to it, has been bringing the heat. We appreciate all your guys' support. Make sure to leave a comment here that you enjoyed the broadcast after the fact. So we've got a pair of 4s here for Kevin. Bones here with the King Jack high. Heads up.
And Kevin finally getting a board that isn't just like awful for him. So, he can just continue with the 4s and pick up a pot. So good for him.
So we will keep it going. Appreciate the £5 super chat, super sticker. A lot of fine folks tuning in. We got Big Daddy Coins, the $9.99 super chat, the Legend Coins. It's played on these streams many a times. You may have seen our highlight reels. You may have been seeing this for the first time. It's just checking out some of the highlight reels of some of our past games. Easy to digest. As always, make sure to hit that like button. So do we have a new player in here? Looks like we'll send out Vittorio. Is this on? And this was, okay, now here, let's take you flashback to the first ever game that we had on TCH Live with Chris Moneymaker. We had on in here with Ace King against Moneymaker's Kings. He jammed like 2K over the top. He got in a three-way all-in with our friend Bryson and Chris Moneymaker, and that was really the day the stream was born. So he is back here, and we'll see what kind of action he brings here tonight on TCH Live.
All right, he's sporting this very cool one-hand driving glove like situation. So got a real fashion statement going on here.
Yeah, I try to dress up here a little bit for this. I just put on a shirt. Normally, I just kind of come in here in shorts and
we do
keep
appreciate
it really
you putting
super
on the
casual.
shirt.
But it's like, hey, we got Brad Owen here. I gotta you gotta come in here looking special. So we've got on as Poker Traveler raising up. You can follow him on Instagram, I believe, poker_traveler. J-Stack calling here with the ace-5 offsuit.
On just doing a flat call here with the ace-queen of spades. Interesting that he didn't raise that up there. That is going to bring in Kevin from the small blind with king-9 of diamonds, and we're going 4 ways to a flop. I think this is the first time we've gone 4 ways to a flop tonight. I could be wrong about that.
Yeah, this is, I think, one of the first four-handed ones is J-Stack here with a gutter ball, backdoor diamonds. Kevin here with a king-high diamond flush draw on with ace-queen high, and maybe he's been on that wait list long enough that he's just ready to splash on in.
Yeah, I think maybe he's got red spades on the mind, something along those lines, because this is a flop that ace-queen is just not connecting with. But let's find out what he does here on this 8 of hearts turn. That's not going to change anybody's hand. So J-Stack still with the gutter, Kevin with the diamonds. We're going to check through.
Boom.
And there's the diamond. So, yeah, checks through. Kevin's got first action. He's definitely going to lead at this. He's got 2 players to act behind. It's going to be pretty tough to get paid by much. I mean, I guess there's maybe a straight that, no, that's a weird straight to have filled in on the 10. So, I don't know, maybe a funky 2 pair or something is the only thing that could possibly pay him off, but he's not going to get that. Shows the 9 of diamonds. After on shows the ace-queen.
Got a really great comment here by a user named Dick Zapper. Said, didn't know TCH had a channel till Brad posted today. Glad to see somewhere is broadcasting games. Absolutely. We have got streams here, and we've been doing this since January of this year. Still trying to get the word out, because I know there's a ton of poker folks out there. I mean, Brad Owen himself has got over 255,000 subscribers. So, yeah, if you've got a poker friend in your life, follower of the vlog, make sure to click like and subscribe. As we've got TCH Dallas opening soon. I've seen a lot of funny comments here, guys. I know we're getting closer. We're getting closer. We appreciate y'all being patient. We're almost there. I promise you, we have a real card room there, and it's going to be open very, very soon. We will have a TCH Live Dallas edition as well with an RFID table. We'll see if we'll have a player like on here who might be trying to 3-bet kind of crazy here with Queen-9 offsuit.
Well, the answer to that question that you sort of just posed is absolutely he is going to do that. So $280 coming in. That's raise of 200 with 2 players. I guess J-Stack, yeah, J-Stack had raised and he was next to act. So J-Stack is going to make the call. We've got two pretty questionable hands going at it for $600 in the pot.
It's a delicate way of putting it there. That's I commend you for towing that very nicely, as our boy J-Stack. He promised us tacos, by the way. We'll see if we...
Tacos?
Yeah, just,
I love tacos.
Who doesn't? Apparently very mean people.
Oh, yeah, I don't want to know those people. Getting back to the hand here, so J-Stack has check called, and yeah, he's going to slow it down. He started off saying, I got the goods here, and decided it was not the right thing to try. J-Stack, though, now he's going to bluff at this, so it checked back on the turn. He's gonna
jams! Oh, you are a legend!
What just happened?
A fucking legend. Who does this? But what in the world is happening right now?
And this all happened so quick, too. Like, I understand J-Stack stabbing at this. He's got jack high. He's never winning this hand. But the speed with which ripped it in there was just sort of baffling. And he just made showdown value on that river. Like, I don't know.
I knew we were missing something because we've had so many episodes. I believe this is the 91st or 92nd episode. It has been a long time, I think, since An has been on it, but he is here for the action.
And he's going to show. He's going to show.
He's going to show the 9 here. So
just the 9.
Interesting.
He should have showed the queen for sure. I thought he was going to show both cards. I was like pretty sure he was just going to show it to be like, I'm a total maniac.
Yeah.
But when he shows 1, it's got to be the queen every time.
It has to be. Shout out to James Combs, one of our floor managers here. This is Mike and Aaron, loving the commentary tonight. A happy birthday to our friend James. I believe we celebrated that a day or two ago.
Happy birthday, brother.
We got our Austin locals, Ari Israel, Ryan Bonner, our boy Sage, Broklahoma, ATX Poker. There's so many of you fine, awesome people. I would love to give you all a shout out, but many. Oh my God! I can't even keep. Oh, what
he had 2K out there. It looked like it was a straddle, double straddle, and then a triple straddle for 2K. That would have been the best.
On would be in the TCH Live Hall of Fame instantly.
Yeah, he'd need a plaque for that one. The 2K triple straddle. All right, we got some rags here on. Well, I guess he's calling. He's going to flat call that $40 straddle. Bo gets back just in time for Queen 6 again. This is like Back to the Future or something. Poker Traveler got some rags. Same with Chaz. He's going to come along, and J-Stack checks his option with the 5 high.
Here we go. We got a flop here as 7s and kings here for E. Everybody else has just whiffed on this completely. 5 ball here on the turn. J-Stack has made bottom pair. And it's going to be E. That's okay. E is the one with the hand. I thought I had it backwards.
Yeah, E's got a hand. He's going to bet, and J-Stack has to call. Yeah, On has nothing, so he's going to get out of the way. But, yeah, I mean, any reasonable size bet here on the river should get called by J-Stack. There's just not very many good hands. And the hearts miss, so, yeah, he just snap calls. And he's going to find out the bad news. Ship over, what was it, $10?
That was $10, $10 river. The min bet here on the end. Hey, my friend Mosquito Josh Lean says, where's the shout-out, fellow Vikings fan? The few, the proud, the very disappointed Minnesota Viking fans out there. Hey, shout-out to our friend Andrew Vadine, Poker Vlogs, regular here in the chat. Clay Martin, V, our boy Nick from Yuma. Boy, there's my heart is warm with all the folks that we have here in the chat paying attention to this, probably one of the most special games that we've run here. And we hope for the opportunity to have even more and more special games here on TCH Live, as looks like Golfer Bo had mistakenly thought Cedric Trevino's card there on the button was his, so he wound up grabbing both. We had a card that was flipped up because it hit one of the stacks, so we are going to have a reshuffle and deal. No harm, no foul here. That was, I guarantee you, it would have been a hand that would have been folded to the blinds. J-Stack would have gotten a walk. It would have been uneventful, so we'll try it again here.
Yeah, that or like Brad's 6 of hearts was really going to be like, the card for the straight flush, and he would have, we needed to redo this hand. It was just the poker gods willed it. So, and here we go. So,
In the gods we trust. This
all
Thirsty
right.
Thursday. Hopefully you're pouring yourself a beverage, celebrating responsibly.
Speaking of which, I think it's time to reload.
Yes, that is. Aaron is going to go get himself a fine out. I'm good right now. I'm kind of just pacing myself here steadily. All right, so we have got Kevin raising up here to 6-5 in the hijack. E calling now J Stack here with a 3-bet out of the straddle here to 325. Kevin not going to be feeling it here with the ace-8 suited, as J Stack will pick it up. So now you see here at the bottom this little scroller here. If you want to get on the list for future TCH live games, those are your ways to do it. You can either text 512-939-5364 or email tchlivelist. I know there's a lot of you from all around the country that want to travel here to Austin and travel safely to play Texas poker, and specifically on the stream. So, for us to accommodate you, we really just want to make sure that we get a hold of you ahead of time. Let us know the dates that you may be interested in. We're really trying to curate the list so that we can get some of the best players on that we can, that have great followings, that are well respected and liked and entertained on the stream. So that we can have games like this on a consistent basis and keep it fair for everybody, so that we have a good mixture of players. So again, that's the information there. TCH live list at texascardhouse.com. So, all right, on here with the 4-3 of clubs. Kevin here with the C-bet. Even on is crazy. Well, he is. He's just like, you know what? I'm here for it. You only live once.
I got a backdoor straight and, maybe some pair outs.
Kevin here with significantly better straight draw. On is essentially drawing here to a 3 or 4. 10 of hearts is not going to be it, but this might be a card he does try to bluff at, even though Kevin has the straight here with the 8 in his hand. Yeah. Bad news on.
Yeah, but this is fantastic for Kevin because he's never folding. I don't expect him to raise, which wouldn't get any action from on anyways, but that is a chunky bet that he's just been gifted by on there. So on fires out, full pot size bet, and Kevin snaps him off with the straight. So maybe a little bit of run good here for Kevin in the works.
Yeah, very swingy game. So, Kevin, I think, is as mentally tough as anybody. And everybody's got a factor that's going to drive you to steam or get on tilt here a little bit. And we've seen that sometimes. But he's a creative player, and he's going to find spots like this here within the game tonight. Kind of a quiet game here for Big Daddy Chaz, I think, in the early on. We sometimes see some of those signature hands where he's just going to pound you 3 or 4 bet in position and kind of bobbing and weaving here, as I feel like he's been quiet for a stretch. But this is an active boy. There's just so much money on this table right now. It's a fantastic stream. We've got over 272 likes. Let's get it up to over 300.
300.
300.
Yeah, let's go. All right. That's like, the 200 was like a 6-pack for you before. The three's got to be like.
3 is like a vacation to Cabo here at this point.
It's
500 likes, TCH. Will send me out of the country. You've earned it, Mikey. Way to go. Go get yourself a coconut with some alcohol in it and a straw. That sounds wonderful. But
I'll drink to that.
Cheers. Is E going to 3-bet here on the button with ace-queen. The Big Daddy Chaz here with the 9-8 offsuit. Yeah, my name is Mike Youngblood here with Aaron McAvoy. Nick from Yuma saying, if it was Nick Schulman, he'd be interrupting and talking over the other commentator. That's why they call him the Takeover, my friend. A legend.
All right, I had a
Big
feeling.
Daddy Chaz here. Let's go.
I had a feeling he was going to do this. When J-Stack flats out of the small blind there, it's really just a perfect spot for the squeeze. Big Daddy was the first opener, and he just really gets to put the pressure on these other players. So E now stuck in the middle here. He is on the button, but Ace Queen off. I mean, this is just such a tough spot to be in. Do you really want to take a flop here against what is really a strong range from Chaz? Going into, I mean, that would be a 2K pot, really deep again. And he's going to just get out of the way. Now, J-Stack, we have seen that J-Stack does not back down in these situations. And sure enough, with only 2.3K in his stack, he's going to commit another several $100s, another 400 or 600.
I thought I saw him rocking some Tom Petty before this thing started, so maybe he's in that spirit. Or is he about to be a heartbreaker here as we get our flop? Looks like we're going to get a big bet here by Chaz. Let's see. Come on, let's get our first three. Yeah, that's an open-ender here for the Big Daddy.
There's nothing better when you 4-bet light and flop something as beautiful as an open-ender. I mean, there's just nothing better than that because it just gives you all the confidence in the world to go for it. And yeah, I mean, your opponent just has to run for the hills there with King High. So great spot there for Big Daddy Chaz. He's going to pick up a nice pot.
Our good friend Clay Martin says, Mike, if you hit 400 likes and I bring you a bottle of Double Oaks Barrel Bourbon. Folks, I could really use it just for my private stash at home. Clay Martin, fantastic human being. He has been on our final table of our Mega Stack Freeze Out and also our 1-3 Match the Stack game. We got to get Aaron back here because we've been kind of having to do too much commentary. We got to go back and show the people here that not only a good talker, you're also a good player.
Yeah, well,
Just want to make sure people understand that. Like, I'm more the talking guy. You're more the player guy.
Well, I've definitely had my fair share of times here on the stream, and I would like to get back in the mix as well. I know that going to the new sign-up procedure will change sort of the lineup from week to week. But yeah, the other way is that I just have to win my way onto the final table streams on Sundays by not running so bad in the tournaments.
That's really the secret. People don't understand this. Is that you got to win flips, or you got to be in a situation here like Jay Stack. 3-betting 175 here with aces. Kevin's going to call. I mean, he's just got nothing on this.
Yeah, Kevin's going to check. J-Stack's going to fire out a big chunky bet. And yeah, Kevin's just going to let it go. So J-Stack would have liked to have gotten a little bit more action there, but take down a small pot.
Hey, Tyler Mawani says, great commentary, Mike and Aaron. Wish I was up working Cage tonight. A former Cage worker there is one of our employees at TCH Dallas. If you want to get text updates, you text TCH Dallas to 21000. Again, for more information, check out our website, texascardhouse.com. Do people go to actual websites online anymore? It's not just Twitters and Instagrams and stuff
I think on occasion, yeah, people people still do that. Yeah, I mean, it always helps if we got a link they can click. So, maybe fire that up in the chat if you want to.
Well, we're over 300 likes, 100 more till I get a double barrel of bourbon. Should be like a dream come true.
Nice.
Nice.
You a bourbon, Scotch, whiskey?
Hey, is it free? Let's go for it.
Here's the bartender wringing out the rag at the end of the night. You're like, give it to me.
Give it to me. I will have it. Boy, a bar. What kind of world do you think we live in? That's really old school.
Yeah, you're right.
A throwback, if you will, the comfortable life where you can. All right, we'll bounce back to that point as Kevin. Here out of the shroud, we'll call with a king 8 and flop top pair. We've got second pair for on. Which probably is going to be good enough here for a bet as prime opportunity here for last act to fire here into the pot.
Man, and he does not size down with these bets. That's a $250 bet. I mean, Kevin is out of position here, but he's got top pair and backdoor diamonds, so he can't go anywhere. Of course, Chaz and J-Stack are going to get out of the way, but let's see if On just continues blasting with his medium strength hand like he did on that last one. Oh, he's already looking at the chips. Yeah, you can tell he's just instantly ready to fire.
Just ready to fire here.
$450. And Kevin, I mean, he's got to sort of wonder here, right? Like, these are just such big bets, but at the same time, I mean, there's definitely a draw-heavy flop out there. I mean, that texture is one that could be a lot of sort of drawing hands that just want to get him to fold. And that's a safe run out. So his kicker's not playing, which he's actually probably happy about, because if he was against a hand like King Jack or a King 10 or something, he just caught up to a chop. But no, he's just going to take the whole thing down.
There you go. Kevin back on the upswing. Kind of stuck a little bit in the early goings, but the poker gods extending the olive branch there as we'll stack back up. Again, my name is Mike Youngblood here with Aaron McAvoy, super producer Carolyn here in the house. Shout out to Asa, who I kind of consider one of the executive producers. I don't know if we want to give him a title, but he's one of our assistant GMs here that helping organize this game here tonight on TCH Live. This is generally a 1-3 game. I was actually scheduled to play tonight, and they're like, sorry, Mike, we got to have Brad Owen play. And I was like, who's ever heard of Brad Owen? And then I was like, oh, yeah, of course. But all kidding aside, we're excited to have Brad Owen here this weekend. Again, here tonight for the 5-10 streaming game. We'll go here till 11 o'clock tonight. Then meetup games starting at 3 p.m. tomorrow. So come early. You want to get yourself a seat in that. We look forward to seeing your smiling faces here at Texas Card House in Austin.
Yeah, it's great to have Brad here, of course. Really happy to have him here in town. I was looking forward to, critiquing your play. I really wanted to see.
Yeah, you really wanted to try to shred me, just to be like, oh my God, this guy.
Well, I was fully expecting you to go in and shred everyone else, and be there for the show. But we'll have to come back to that at a later date.
Yeah, that has been bumped for the. I do not have the bankroll here for the 5-10. So we have a sleeper straddle here?
Yes, we do. So I've seen J-Stack do this before. So if the action does not change before it gets to J-Stack, then he is doing a blind raise to 50. And I've seen him do this before. It's sort of bizarre because it's sort of baffling to the other players. And in fact, Poker Traveler's like, well, I'm going to raise to 50, and then J-Stack gets to pull his money back because the action has changed.
We generally used to see it here in our 5-5 games that were private, and I just rarely have ever seen it here on the live stream. So with an uncapped game, we have a little more flexibility to make this game what these players want.
Yeah, it presents sort of an interesting opportunity from a game theory standpoint for a player with a very strong hand to just limp. Because if they limp, they know that it's going to get raised up to 50 for sure, at least by that player, and then they can back raise behind it. So, I mean, to put that sleeper straddle out there sort of incentivizes people to sort of, do that limp.
We love anything that helps kind of juice up the game here a little bit too. So, I mean, we've seen some $20 and $40 double straddles. Okay, so this is, again, a sleeper straddle then with, or is this count as an automatic raise? Either way, on is going to 3-bet it here to 75 with the 8-5 offsuit. Again, 316 likes. If we get to 400, Clay Martin is bringing me some bourbon.
And you don't get to just run off with that thing and stash it, dude. I want to.
No, I mean, if there is like literally being brought in here,
Yeah, we gonna get rowdy.
Caring is sharing, Aaron. And I kind of care. All right, so
He kind of cares, so he'll kind of share.
Yeah, kind of.
I'll get a sniff
exactly.
of the bottle and maybe one.
Give me that. It's all mine. It's all mine, Aaron. What are you doing? Like a child. You know, okay. All right, so we got a bet at 135. Check, check. Here we go to the river. 5 of spades. Trip 5s. Here for on. Big Daddy on.
Yeah, J-Stack here with just bottom pair. Oh, he snaps him off, though.
Oh, with ace high? Or no, with 3s and 5. Okay, yeah.
But still, that's pretty ambitious.
Oh, I see. Okay. That's, we see on's hand is wrong there as he tried to bluff there with, once it got flipped up, we see that it's a queen and an 8 offsuit. So that 5 was either misread or that was a card that was put into the burn.
So now J-Stack's call is amazing.
J-Stack is the best.
He's snapped
by
him
the
off
graphics.
with bottom pair, too.
You're the legend, J-Stack. So E sitting here with like 1,300 Poker Traveler, 1,100. Big Daddy Chaz, I think, has added some. Took a devastating loss there with top set to runner straight against E. Probably one of our biggest pots of the night. Yep, we had a river check. And it could have been even more massive at this point, but
it really could have. Yeah, I mean, and we were talking about that being the Yeti cooler of the night in favor of Chaz, and it ended up flip-flopping, going the other way, and he was the one getting coolered. What a run-out.
Then we had Brad Owen, one of the few hands he's played with pocket 5s, flopping a set. Kevin Rand had turned 2 pair. They just wound up getting the money in, and Brad saying, all right, I'm tired of sitting here in the weeds. It's time to put a 3-bet here with the ace-5 of hearts. And fold. J-Stack here with the 9-8 suited. But we still have an E to act here as he's going to fold. All right, here we go. Heads up.
J-Stack makes that call. Wow. Okay, this is some spicy poker right here. Oh, boy, and he's connected with that on the diamonds with a gutter. Gutter to the straight flush. J-Stack is going nowhere if Brad even tries to push him off of it, which he's going to.
Brad does have some backdoor straight and flush draws here with the 4 of hearts on board that he's just opening that he can represent a much stronger hand because he's been so snug throughout all of this that, you know, if you get a 3-bet 500 here, that generally represents the top of his range. But J-Stack, so let's get on in there. Not like that. He didn't sound like that, though. But then we'll get an insta-fold.
That's what he sounded like on the inside. I think that was a very fair rendition.
A fair, rendition of J-Stack.
Oh, right. Absolutely.
Yeah. J-Stack wanted to give out a shout-out to his brother's company, the Texas Streetcars. It's avid into that, some fantastic vehicles. We've had him on the stream many times. He's had one of the biggest wins in 1-3 I think we've ever seen. Like, he won like 6K.
J-Stack. Nice.
Yeah, J-Stack did during one of the 1-3 stream nights. So,
baller.
Yeah, I mean, it was aided by a very big punt by one of our chatters here. I will not name names, but he was running really hot. Hey, Jordan Rappaport says, great call tonight, gentlemen. Enjoying the action. We appreciate you being here. The legend, Jordan.
Oh, here we go. We got Onset in the trap. He's going to limp the kings. And Kevin looking down at a suited connector in the cutoff. He's probably going to bump this up. So it's a $20 straddle. He's probably going to make this, like 80, 85. Call for Bo. He's been put in this position before, but now he's on the button. He may elect to flat here. Nope, he's going to let the 4s go. That's a spot where I usually think that a flat call is not out of line. You do oftentimes get squeezed, which this is a hand where you're getting squeezed, but still, if you can get to a flop with that pair on the button, it can be a profitable play, but wait a minute.
Sneaky on.
And on, he's just going to smooth call again, and he's going to go 3 ways against the kind of cards that he doesn't want to be up against. And an ace
Kevin
comes.
Again, saw that the 5 of spades was turned into the burn card. He is going to turn a straight draw pair here for E. On here had limp called with kings. confusing us all and probably confusing himself here in the spot too, as maybe another free card here for Kevin. But could elect to try to barrel this.
Yeah, so he's in like check call mode now. Kevin bets the 200, and wait a minute, is he gonna fold? No. Okay, he kind of had his cards in a position where it almost looked like he was gonna pitch him or something, but he's gonna make the call. 4 here on the river, not gonna do it for Kevin, so check over to him, and Kevin has to bet at this or he is not gonna win at Showdown. And he pretty quickly puts out a 2/3 pot size bet here, 425 on ain't taking it. He says, nope, I got the Cowboys. Nobody saw these coming, so I'm going to show them, and I'm going to win. Nice big pot going over to On there. That's 1.5K. On going to reach into his pocket, pull out some bills to tip the dealer.
So we keep it rocking and rolling here on TCH Live. Again, hit the like button. We're about 329. Make sure to click subscribe. Stream Mondays, Thursdays, and Sundays. As we had Vittorio in the game, busted. And then we've just thrown On into the mix, which is, boy, this is, I don't know how to properly compare it to.
He has brought the game.
He has poured some gasoline on this fire of a game right now.
No, he has been great for the action so far. Yeah, I mean, very unorthodox plays. A few of them have worked out well for him. Others have not. But, yeah, definitely some action here. All right, Kevin is putting in a raise to 35 with Jack-7 off in the hijack. Poker Traveler coming along from the button. Oh, no, he's putting in the 3-bet, so I like this. These the suited 2-gappers like this, you know, it's a hand that can flop well and can play well post-flop, especially in position. And against a late position opener like Kevin, it's definitely a nice spot to put in a 3-bet. So he's going to flop bottom pair. Kevin with middle pair. So Poker Traveler going to continue for 125, just sort of a feeler bet, kind of see if Kevin has anything to continue with, which he does. So yeah, that's going to get us to check here on the turn. And it looks like we're going check on the river as well. Kevin going to take this down with his pair of jacks.
Yeah, the Poker Traveler writing down the red and black bets that have been happening here on the table. Just keeping a running tally of it versus players paying each other with chips on the table where it gets really confusing.
So how do you think they're doing that? Do you think, I mean, I guess it depends on how many players are taking action, but
yeah, it's just
two. So it's just like, I got one, you got one. Okay. That makes sense.
We got our friend Brooke
Yeah, I was
here.
like, hey, what's this guy doing?
Yeah, for friend Brooke Oklahoma here in the chat, he's got a big weight loss bet. What's going on, Chase? He's on our stream here on Monday.
Nice
What's
run,
up, guys?
Monday.
Wish I was at
good.
the table. That's a lot of action being shared here. Boy, that's it's an all-time night for us here, Aaron.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, really well done on Monday there, Chase. Coming out with a nice profit on the night. Really well played. Got some good cards and showed him how it's done.
It's Bones opening. Got a 3-bet here by the Poker Traveler. The Big Daddy Chaz here with some trays.
Taking a look here at the football game, looks like Chicago doing a whole lot of nothing here in the first quarter.
That's what we like to hear. It looks like 10-0 here by the Bucks. Touchdown Tom with 1 TD, 7 of 11 and 89 yards. As Nick Foles with 5 of 7 and 60 yards and 1 INT is going to have a C-bet here by the Poker Traveler, and we'll pick up the pot as he shows the J-ball. So Thursday night football. We've got football on here on all our TVs here at Texas Card House. If you come here on Sundays, you want to watch all the games, play our $150 Mega Stack Freeze Out with a $6K guaranteed prize pool. We have a new tournament on Saturday, a $100 no-limit second chance tournament. Buy in for $100, either get one re-entry or add on 20-minute levels, 20K stacks. That starts at 2 p.m. on Saturday. It's a brand spanking new tournament here at Texas Card House. So you either get one rebuy or one re-entry or one add-on. You can't do both.
And do you have to do the add-on at the break or at the end of registration, or can you do like buy-in for a double stack? Do you know?
Optional 30K add-on at the first break. So
Okay.
you got to do it at the break.
Gotcha.
So
Gotcha.
$10 dealer appreciation. Make sure to appreciate your dealers, as we appreciate you.
And the dealers here at TCH Live are always appreciable. So, you know, this place, this card room has got the best dealers in all of Austin. Come on down, check out the very fine staff, the very fine room, and get yourself on the list for our 5-5 meetup game tomorrow with Brad Owen. Go ahead and give a call in. We'll get you on the list. All right, we got a couple of big hands here. We got On with Ace-King, a pair for Golfer Bo, and Poker Traveler had put in the 3-bet with the Ace-Queen. So On just electing to flat call again. Another interesting decision, which is going to bring Bo into the pot with his small pocket pair. Now Poker Traveler going to connect with this in the best way, making top pair. So Bo has seen a flop that he's pretty much done with the hand. And yeah, Poker Traveler going to check to him. He's going to go ahead and put out a bet of 300. And is On going to stick around for a turn here?
I think that's probably a resounding yes, given his track record here. That I am very shocked to see him fold, because it's just well within his range to get kind of squirrely here.
And he is getting squirrely. He's reached for a big bet here. He's going for a check raise. Check raise to 715. Now Poker Traveler here with top pair and backdoor nut flush draw. He's definitely not folding, but this has got to feel a little bit weird. Now On had just called pre-flop, so Poker Traveler's trying to figure out what's in his range. He doesn't block the king or the 10. So, you know, the nuts is out there. That's definitely a possibility. There comes the ace making 2-pair.
You're very bad for On. He does turn top pair on the board with a straight draw, but behind the Poker Traveler with top 2.
Yeah, and more conventional thinking here would be that you've picked up a hand that actually has showdown. If you decided to bluff that flop, you might really want to kind of slow down here. Given just that texture, there's a lot of really strong made hands or powerful draws that you're up against here. So every chip that you put in the pot here is sort of dangerous, but he is going to come out and make a very big bet. This is over 1,500. Nearly a pot-sized bet. And Poker Traveler's gonna jam. Wow, he says, you know what? If you got it, you got it. I'm going with my hand. And he's well ahead. And On's gonna pile it in.
On is like, you know what? Fuck it. Let's just throw it in.
For almost
all
big.
of those big blinds. On, you crazy?
And he's drawing to a 10 or a king.
They're going to run it once or twice. So we're going to at least get it twice. Jack here on the second board. And it's a great day to be the Poker Traveler, as he is going to net $6K out of an $11,800 pot. Are you kidding me?
That is incredible. Woo! Poker Traveler, welcome to
goodness.
Austin.
Are you serious right now? Oh, boy, that On woke up this morning feeling dangerous, but unfortunately is going to take the bad end of things here, as all of those chips going there to SETI, a.k.a. the Poker Traveler on Instagram, San Antonio area player, along with Big Daddy Chaz. Got the representation from all parts of the state here on this table right now, but...
And I've got to tell you, I can only imagine what was sort of the emotions that Poker Traveler was having right there, right? He shoves all in with a hand that he likes, but is actually a little bit afraid if his opponent calls. And On did not take very long. He snaps his chips in there. That's like, oh God, I'm up against the straight or the set or something, and I'm toast, right? I mean, he had to been feeling like, oh God, I just got called for 5K. I mean, how can I possibly be ahead? And he was crushing. That's amazing.
JTN 1968 says, "This is the Steamdola punt of the night." I think this is the Steamdola punt of the year.
I don't
know. This is crazy.
I mean, I guess so technically TCH Live started at the beginning of the year, right? So like every TCH Live has had its own punts.
It
so
is like,
does that compare with some of the earlier punts?
We can call it the Steamies, the Steamdola Awards from our good friend Matt Clefettis, aka Steamdola. At the end of the year, we should have we got to come up with an award show for. We'll round back here to this. Is golfer Bo going to limp with pairs? Brad going to call? If you have Brooklahoma Meat Jamming King Jack for 20K was punt of the year. Yeah, he's got a really great case for that. Brooklahoma is definitely in the he's in the Heisman Trophy ceremony for sure of the final 5 of punts of the year. I think we need to have like a banquet and everything.
Yeah, absolutely. At least at a like on air, award presentation. Maybe the top 3, something like that from each category. We got the Steamies, and then we got the coolers, right? The Yeti coolers.
The Yeti coolers. The Mikey's People's Choice Awards. We can do that. We've got Kevin raising here to 315.
And then I think we'd have to throw in just like the 3 of the just best plays, like in this spot, like this person just like gutted it out and made a sick hero call or raised
a sick bluff, bluff of the year or anything like that. That is, there is no shortage of hands that will go into the highlight reel. So when you see that one drop, make sure to smash that like button. If you want to continue to see great content like this, make sure to click subscribe. We have 344 of you awesome people that have clicked the like button here. We're trying to get to 400 here within the next 20 minutes. Can you do it? Can you answer the call? Smash that like button like no other. Here at Texas Card House in North Austin, my name is Mike Youngblood here with Aaron McAvoy, a.k.a. Aaron. Hey, Aaron, you did not mess up, son.
Did not
mess up here.
Golfer Bo is doing
super limpy.
Yeah.
For a guy that's from Houston, I was sitting here thinking like this guy's probably gonna be nuts. But so far it has been kind of passive trappy here with this table, and I think the dynamics of just with the kind of aggression being shown, he's really tried to pick some of these spots, and he got Vittorio to jam in there with ace king with kings, and as he's going to whiff on this one, bottom pair for the Poker Traveler. Not much else going on here for everybody else.
Checks through. Nobody has a spade. Yeah, whoever had black on this hand has
a lot of money going this way, especially you got multipliers.
Yeah. Yeah, so this is spicy for the red-black game. But let's see, we got Golfer Bo who's deciding to bet with the best hand here, and he's going to get it through. And we've got a new player coming in place of On. Let's see who we got.
It's one of the biggest legends on this stream. We're super happy to have him. He's got a big a side bet all by himself. Welcome back, Westlake Matt. One of my favorite players here on the streams. One of the best no-limit cash players, I think, pound for pound in this city. Been spending some time out in Houston. It looks like he's been running about every day, because I think that's what he's got in store for him. Maybe we can talk to him about what's going on with that. But Westlake Matt, welcome back here to the program. We have missed you, as this game just got super, super spicy. Let's go.
Yeah, it's been spicy, and it will continue to be spicy. Westlake Matt, he definitely brings an aggressive style to the game, so expect him to be putting in some big 3 and 4 bets, and definitely not afraid to mix it up. So We got E going to be first to open here with ace jack. 35. J-Stack coming along with his suited 2-gapper.
And here, welcome back. Westlake Matt here with the 3-bet here to 150. Because I'm the voice of the Cavaliers of Lake Travis, you would think Westlake Matt would be my biggest adversary. No way. Way too class for that. Way too respectful. Here to the great former champ. Still a young dude here, and Brad Owen here with ace-queen as he sees the 3-bet in front of him. So let's do this 4 times. The 4-bet here to 425.
And this is a smallish 4-bet, so I'm not sure. This is going to fold back to Westlake Matt, and let's see if he's going to come along. No, he's not.
Says no way, man. Not against Brad Owen.
Yeah, it's not recommended to take a flop out of position there with the offsuit king jack, but you know, like had it been Kevin, right? Like we've seen Kevin take some spots like that where the, you know, sort of the 3 or 4 bet is not that big, and he's willing to take those spots out of position. But Westlake Matt, he's just going to let it go, live to fight another day, and Brad's going to pick up, yeah, a nice pot there. So without even going to a flop. So now we're going to put in our 25s and take a bomb pot.
Generally do these with double boards, but with the RFID table, we're just going to have the single board here. So we've got the super sticker or super chat if you would like to tip the stream, make a contribution here to us. We appreciate all those that have done it. Josh Norris giving us a super chat, ATX Poker, Big Daddy Coins, the Legend Coins. We've had, I think Nick from Yuma also chipped in $1.99. Toss in your $1.05. Freedom isn't free. Deuce, Jack, Kevin here with trip deuces.
Bones also with trip deuces, so we're definitely going to get some action here. Matt's got a pair, and golfer Bo also with a pair, so, or with 2 pair, I should say. So, yeah, we definitely got several players that have connected here. Kevin and Bones in the most significant way, but we could definitely see some action. Well, it's going to be tough for them to continue now that Bones has led and Kevin has flat called. Yeah, actually the jacks are just going to get out of the way, and we're going to be tangled up here between 2 players with trips. Wow, the turn is just going to fill Kevin up right away, and he's going to check it over to Bones. And Bones is still... No, he's going to slow down. I mean, he should feel pretty good about that, but he says no.
If Kevin plays it kind of tricky, let's get sticky.
So now Bones here thinking, right, like his 5 kicker is not playing, but the cards that are out there means that even if his opponent had a 2, he's going to chop so frequently. Yeah, he snap calls there on the end with Kevin, though, just filling up on the turn. He's going to get paid nicely for 280.
So Bones, who had coolered Vittorio in the bomb pot by making 9s full of 6s, gets the other end of it here. Is Kevin's stuck a little bit, but he is back on the upswing here as we see our aggression frequency. I hear a lot of things here in the chat. Brad is this and Brad is that, and it's like, well, he's really... I mean, when you've looked at every single one of the hands, like, I don't think there's any decision that he's made that you or I in that spot wouldn't have also made. Like, it's a lot of not great hands. You have a lot of players opening in front of you and behind you.
I mean, we haven't seen Big Daddy Chaz play a hand in probably like 2.5, 3 orbits. I mean, yeah, it's nothing about the player or the decisions that they're making. Sometimes you just go on a drought, man. Like, you get cards you can't play. And it's not like, oh, well, I'm supposed to play 25% of my hands from this position, so let me just mix in my 9-deuce offsuit because I haven't played much recently. Like, you just don't think of it that way, or you shouldn't. And so, yeah, you go on one of those long streaks, you just fold, and look like a nit.
So we've got a 3-bet here by J-Stack. Call here by Kevin. Here we go, heads up. As King, Queen. J-Stack had gotten on the board early with a hidden turn set of sixes. And going to do the show one. He'll show the king.
You got to see the good one.
Good sportsmanship there by the J-Stack. And it is the show one option. Players have to show at least one card if they're scooping the pot. Again, my name is Mike Youngblood. You can follow me on Instagram at HoopsMike. Again, remember to subscribe here to the channel. I feel like we can get over the 11,000 subscriber mark here with all the fine, awesome people. If you're checking us out here for the first time, we've been in business here since the start of 2020. We've made it through the strangest couple of months. We had some Sulfur Y streams before the shutdown. Took a couple months off. We've been back since May, and we have been rocking 3 to 4 times a week, nonstop, excellent poker content. Uniquely good poker content here on TCH Live. Is Brad going to raise to 100 with ace queen suited?
Ooh, Poker Traveler, he's waking up with a big hand here in the big blind.
Steady.
And he says, let's go to 3. This is a small 3-bet out of position here. So Brad is definitely in a position to call. He's also raised from the hijack, so you get a lot more pushback from the blinds when you raise from late position. And has he, yeah, he's flat called, and he's connected quite well here. So he's flopped a nut flush draw. Poker Traveler with the initiative and the better hand at the moment. Does have backdoor hearts as well, so he's going to continue for what I would presume is a small sizing. 275 here. And yeah, no reason for Brad to raise here. He can safely smooth call. A lot of opportunities to pick up the pot on later streets, even if he doesn't hit his flush.
Bet and a call, and there you go. Just the nuts there on the turn from Mr. Brad Owen. Says, how much do you want your ticket to Value Town to be there, sir? I'm your ticket taker, Mr. Brad Owen.
Yeah, the problem for Brad is that he controls so much of the board with this flush, right? He's got the queen of diamonds, too, so it's just like his opponent is pretty unlikely to have anything to continue with. He's going to go polar. He's going to bet large. You know, I almost... There's something to be said sometimes for just checking this back when you have such control. But honestly, he's going to bet and he's going to get raised.
What?
He's going to get raised. This has worked out amazingly well for him. So I take it all back. He's done the correct thing. Oh, my gosh. So now.
Brad's like, you know what? I'm really glad I made this trip here today to Austin, Texas.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah. I mean, there's no hand that check raises you here that you aren't beating by like a mile, right? Like a set doesn't do this, so you're not even worried about like something filling in on the river. So you just kind of hem and haw and make it look like you're like, shit, I got 2 pair here, but I'm really scared of the flush, but I guess I have to call. And so then you put out the call, and then you just hope that your opponent goes nutso on this river.
Bonner says whale on whale action. Love you, Ryan. You're the man. Wait. Free Willy.
All right, so Brad,
I love both these guys. So that's good dialogue happening here in the chat. Many different directions. Make sure to hit that like button. Shout out to Clay Martin that just gave us a super chat sticker for $2.99 as we go heads up here to the river with the Poker Traveler drawing dead.
And so Brad, we've got him listed here as having 2.2K. I think that looks just about right. Oh, it's another diamond here on the end. And I don't know. I mean, Brad's just got a little over 2,000 remaining. So Poker Traveler's got to say to himself, like, that's just so strong to call. And I mean, yeah, he seems to be done with this.
JTN 1968, great line here. Says Poker Traveler contributed to the Brad Owen charity for lanky white guys. That's another one of Brad's famous line. He's, like him or hate him. I mean, like, he's not a polarizing dude that you have any reason to dislike him. Like, there's really nothing that He seems like a genuinely nice dude with one of the largest followings on YouTube. So, yeah, I think you can argue about skills of all these players. Like, I don't think Brad has ever sat there and said, "I'm the best player out of all this." This is a guy just trying to grind out a living and have fun doing it. And he's gonna bet 700 here on the end.
Oh, and not even 700 is going to get a call from Poker Traveler. He goes for the thinnest little bet, and Poker Traveler says, "Nah, you got the goods, buddy. You can take it down." 7K pot for 700
Well,
bucks.
I mean, Poker Traveler also got like a free $6,000 from On. That it's kind of like there's just some punting chips right here that if you want to try to bluff.
Yeah.
The great Brad Owen try to win some Bradley dollars. They were talking a little smack on the Instagram stories. Again, the reason why the Poker Traveler has that sheet of paper there, they're doing red or black, so rather than having cash out and doing all that kind of stuff, it's easier to track. So that is the reason why we do it. But we got Westlake Matt here on the table. We got a $20 and a $40 double straddle. Brad has won 2 very significant pots here tonight here on the live stream.
Yeah, it looks to me like one side of that sheet of paper has got significantly more little marks on it. So somebody's winning on that red or black pretty heavily, as far as I can tell.
All right, so we got Brad raising up here 150. He's on a heater right now.
Yeah, Brad up to 8.5K. I think he bought in for, I mean, it was down at like 4
I think it was
5.
like bought in for like 4K, maybe 3K or somewhere. I feel like it was 4K, I believe, is what he bought in for.
Running good. And he didn't hardly play a hand. It's like he just like fold. Oh, just win a few grand.
Crazy shit happening nonstop, and it's like, all right, let's just wait for some hands here. He can't even scan his cards right now. He had raised 150, checked back, so would probably guess like 10s or 9s or something here in the spot. That it just was just such a quick. Okay, oh, never mind, ace 9. I was like, he just checked so quickly that I was like, okay, maybe. And 2 pair here for the end for Mr. Brad Owen.
Yeah, that's the old, you just won the last pot and you have so many chips that you're trying to manage that you like want to play your hand because it's good, but you're still trying to do 2 things at once. And yeah, I mean, he's just got the goods here too. So he's like, hold on, let me just sort of finish my situation and then I'll bet you, $400 or something.
Aaron, do you need another drink here, Aaron? I'm going to take like a quick 3 to 4 minute breather.
You do
you
right
when
back,
you come back. I will leave our audience here to the soothing sounds of Aaron here tonight on TCH Live as Aaron's going to go up here for the bet on the river as J-Stack bets 250. J-Stack not having it. Does not love pan.
All right, you can grab me another one of these on your way back in.
Yes.
Enjoy your time out there, my friend. All right, moving along here, TCH Live. Oh, thank you very much. No, this is perfect. All right, moving on to our next hand here, TCH Live. Again, we are doing a 5-5 meetup game here with Brad Owen again tomorrow. Starts at 3 p.m., so come on in, get here bright and early. Doors open at 11. You can get in on some of those games. Brad will be bouncing around from table to table to make sure everybody gets a chance to play with him. There's also just always good action here at TCH North Austin. So come on down, check us out if you haven't been here before. And if you have, come on back down and see us again. All right, we got an open here from Bo. Jack 9 suited here in the cutoff. Poker Traveler going to flat call on the button with 4 deuce of hearts. And Chaz is finally waking up with a hand. He's got black queens here in the small blind. And yeah, his 3-bet is getting through unless Poker Traveler just feels super spicy. He says nope. Gets out of the way. Chaz wins his first hand here in about 3 orbits. I bet he's not too happy to get that through without any action. Forgets to show one, but no big deal. Brad winning over 5K. Bo up 3K. We got some big winners. We're moving chips around All right, looks like we got a $5 super chat here. Aaron, you and Mike Steamdola will be playing next Thursday. So I don't know exactly what's happening next Thursday, but the initial plan had been to try to get Mikey in there to play, and I would do the commentary. So we'll kind of have to talk through and figure out what the plan is. You know, we've got the new scheduling arrangement, and it's not clear to me exactly how all of that is going to shake out. But if things go well, we'll get Mikey in there. I'll do the commentating, and hopefully Mikey can come down with a big win. All right, pretty uneventful hand right there. Bone's going to take it down with his middling pocket pair. All right, as we get this next hand going here, looks like we don't have a straddle this hand. Looks like Chaz may have gotten up from the table. Oh, he's back. All right, no, we do have a $20 straddle. ATX Poker, thank you for the 99-cent super chat sticker there. Nice big googly-eyed smiley face. Shout out to my man John here running sorry, hold on, let me get caught up here. We got Matt gonna raise and take that one down. Man, there's Mikey does an amazing job. He is constantly watching the chat and paying attention to the stream. I'm finding it a struggle here just to try to do both. So bear with me, folks. If I miss your chat, don't pay attention to what y'all are saying. Then you know, bear with me here. But yeah, let's do a shout out to ATX Poker. You can check them out at atxpoker.club. All kinds of great information about the card rooms in the area, as well as some really fine merchandise. If you want to go on to the website, check that out. You can get 10% off all of your merchandise purchases. Enter TCH as your discount code. Go ahead and check that out. You can also check them out on Instagram at ATX Poker. All right, let's see what we got going on here. We got Brad with the Queen 4 of diamonds. He's going to call out of the big blind after a raise from E. 9-8 of diamonds. So we got a battle of the diamonds here. And not a diamond in sight on that flop. Neither is there a pair for either player. So we've got Queen High as the best hand here. But Brad's going to check it here. And E decides not to continue. So Brad looks like he's going to take a stab with his turned third pair. And E's really got nothing with which to continue here, so he's going to let it go. All right. Big man Hoops Mike coming back into the crib here. Got himself a fresh new bevy. A whole lot of
just a little breather there. That's why we're glad to make this a tag team.
Indeed.
But 381 likes. So supposedly we're supposed to get some bourbon back here. So we're entering dangerous territory.
Wait, is that supposed to come in tonight? If we get to 400?
That's what Clay said here at the super chat. So again, we had the ATX Poker 99-cent JTN. He would ask that question. I kind of was listening, and I think that'll be the plan for next Thursday.
That you'll get
me on that stream. We'll see what happens.
Perfect.
I was happy to not have to play here tonight and have Brad Owen instead. That is icing on the cake for a perfect TCH Live episode. Make sure to like and subscribe. Let's get over 11,000 subscribers here by the end of the night.
All right, Big Daddy Chaz flopping a monster here. He's got top set. He's going to make a small continuation bet here. And Kevin honestly could see this as a spot to continue. I mean, if you think about all of the big pair combinations that are going to be in Big Daddy Chaz's raising range. Oh, wait, he's not going for a flat call. He wants to know where he's at right now. He's going to raise this to 240 with the bottomest of pairs. And Chaz is licking his lips under that mask. He is pumped. He says, yes, please, thank you very much. I will happily call this bet.
Might have tears in his eyes. He's so happy that turn is pretty inconsequential here with 9 spades.
Yeah, Kevin's got to decide right now if he's going to try to sell this story all the way down. You know, 6s and 3s are definitely in his range. And so, you know, in terms of the nuttiness here, Big Daddy Chaz really only has that top set. So that's why Kevin is sort of trying to take away the initiative here. But, man, he's just running into it because obviously Chaz he's got the goods. And I don't think there's a card in the deck that could get Chaz to even think about folding this hand. Even if a 7 or an 8 comes off on the river here, it would be pretty difficult to think of a hand that could beat him. And is Chaz putting in a raise? He is. Okay, so he's bumping it up, and that just lets Kevin right off the hook.
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of stuff. Jason D, man, with a great comment. Nice to see poker that's not 5 years old. Great stream, all. Wink. Appreciate that. The subtle jab. We do respect our competitors to the west, but it is nice to be here in Texas here as we continue our 5-10 game here tonight on TCH Live. We get into, and this is, and pardon my language here, we get into kind of this dick waving match of like who's the better player, who's more profitable, and all this kind of stuff. And here's the thing: if you're a meetup game pro, I mean, part of it is your value of bringing people into the door. And then the fact that you're going table to table to table to table to table to table in all these games, I mean, is a variable that you have to consider when we look at, you know, Brad's, to his own chagrin, had basically said, man, that was a really tough year for me. So, I mean, if you want to get caught up in the results, fine. But, you know, Brad Owen, a class act, good player, good of a human being as it gets. So, yeah, I think at this stage, people are very far less concerned if they're standing and more of just, hey, I got to make money every day. So that's the stuff that counts. So don't delude yourself into worrying about things that aren't necessarily important. Yes, we want to be the best at things and all that kind of stuff. But here on the felt, with all the variance and all the skill level and, you know, what's at stake, like measuring success, I think is you're really susceptible through looking at it through an incorrect lens. So I just want to say that to our audience, is that it's just don't get too worked up about stuff that might be irrelevant. Have fun here, guys. We're 4 likes away from Clay Martin delivering a full bottle of bourbon on the next live cast, he says. So,
all right.
That's
You're not waking up in a gutter tonight or tomorrow morning, I mean.
I could still do that here. The night is still young after 11. That could certainly be a possibility. You guys connect with me on Instagram at HoopsMike. Check to make sure that I'm not in the gutter, but
or the hospital. We'll see. I guess we'll see.
Oh, we're not too crazy. Well, golfer Bo has an 8 high flush draw. Jay Stack here with top pair.
Jay Stack gonna stab at this for $50. Golfer Bo coming along and he hits it. Gin card right there on the turn. Let's see if he can get any value out of Jay Stack. If he keeps it small enough, yep, he's getting a call. And Jay Stack says, dang. No bueno.
No bueno. Here is. Well, we're at 420 likes. Bourbon for me and Aaron.
Nice.
That's what we're talking about there.
You guys rock, man. All right. I mean, let's keep it going. We got 1,500 viewers watching now. We got 422 likes. You guys are amazing. Keep it going. Every like that you give us improves the chances that TCH Live shows up on someone's recommended feed on YouTube. That helps us get more exposure, helps us get out there to the poker people of the world that do not know that real, live Texas Hold'em is happening and that we are commentating on is going on 3 days a week. So help us get that news out there. Hit that like button. Tell your friends.
Want to be the best here in the game. And we've been so fortunate here to be in Austin, Texas, where the player pool is so dynamic and so full of different personalities and players and skills and relatable to everybody across the spectrum of like, this is some guy or some gal that I can relate to as a player and cheer and root for. So golfer Bo sneaking in there here with a pair of queens.
Wait a minute,
Poker
though.
Traveler going to complete the action.
Look
Call here with the nines. This
have-
is a little crazy. I mean, we've seen Bo play as sneaky passive as can possibly be.
Well, we had like a three-way flop earlier that was sort of strange to have gotten there given the hands that were out there. But now, yeah, Bo has done this to himself again. I mean, he's still safe at the moment with the best hand still with the queens. But that was so risky to just limp from the small blind there. And he's going to get action from nines that fills up on the river. This is going to be a painful lesson in how to play big pocket pairs. Maybe nines weren't going anywhere this whole time depending on how he played it, but this is going to be not great because a raise out of Poker Traveler here is probably going to get paid off. It's a min click though, a little bit more than a min click. And Bo, I mean, he's played this hand so sneakily. How could he ever fold the queens, right?
How could you, Bo? How could you? And this is, I mean, he's had a lot of premium hands tonight. Like, a lot of premium hands tonight that he's been playing kind of the trap game with. You think about the hands where he had kings or he limp raised Vittorio. I think there was either like a jacks or tens hand that has been kind of played this way. So,
yeah, and he's going to pay it off. He's going to find out the two outer on the river that he effectively let get there. Wow. Yeah, that's going to sting. So plus 1.1K there for the Poker Traveler, going to chip him up to almost 14,000.
E has been fairly steady. Chaz has been steady. Brad is a 5K profit at least. We've got Westlake Matt, one of the legends of Austin. I love this table right now. We have such a great mixture of our Austin guys that we're also proud of here in this area that I've always really looked up to in the 3 years that I've been here. It's like, okay, that guy's really effing good. And we have the right mix here of action players, strong players, creative players.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you had sat me down with a list of players and asked me to sort of piece together a lineup, I think I might have gotten like 6 of these players on there and not known what to do maybe with the rest of the slots. But the way that this has really shaken out is fantastic. I mean, I don't think you could do better.
Yeah, since we, as you see there on the bottom of your screen, if you would like to get on the list for these games, email TCH live list at texascardhouse.com or text 512-939-5364. I mean, we're curating this list so that we can, A, make sure that we find the right balance. We make sure that we get all the players that I think that, A, should be on the stream because they're really fun to watch or they have a history here at Texas Card House. And, you know, it's going to be a lot more fun for me, I think, drafting some of these lineups because – you know, I pretty much chose a good majority of these here with Asa as far as like, okay, if you want to build a lineup, this is how we effing do it, boys and girls. Give the people what they want.
Yeah, great lineup here. Great action so far. Here we've got Bo sort of mixing in his big card limps with his sort of raggy card limps. He's got 10-4 clubs, and now Poker Traveler bumps it up. I like that. The 2-gapper on the button. And J-Stack just going to flat call there. So we're going to go 3 ways to this flop. Ooh, had to take a look at my fantasy team here. And David Montgomery getting into the end zone.
Yeah, the former Cyclone.
12 yards rushing in the first half. I tell you what.
That is ISU pride right there. I'm a Hawkeye fan, so we do love to make fun of Iowa State. But all right, so we have got a bet here by the Poker Traveler here with the gutter ball. J-Stack here with the ace-high diamonds.
Oh, drills
Oh,
it.
smashes. Smashy dashy here by the
Man.
Poker Traveler.
Yeah, he has been running good tonight. I mean, he's had a few missteps here and there with that ace king of hearts, for example. But man, oh no, he gets wrecked on the river. J stack hits the ace high flush draw, fires out a bet of 900, and Poker Traveler snaps him off and shows it. He shows him. Oh my gosh! Now, that's just a cooler right there. I mean. And that hand played out very quickly. There was no tanking. Nobody's thinking about anything. It just back and forth. Slugfest.
Oh, fantastic game here tonight. There's a lot of chatter here in the chat. As always, our chat pros firing it out, duking it out here in the chat. We hope you keep it civil and decent. It's our only request, but I didn't realize poker could be so heated amongst folks. You guys really duking it out here, but while you do that, while you unleash your rage, make sure to hit that like button and click subscribe.
Yeah, roundhouse kick the like button instead of each other, you know?
Yes, that is really a good way to take the frustration out of modern day living. We hope you're having a fantastic night wherever you are. John asking how long is the list for this? I actually really don't know. That is, it is a process we're still perfecting as far as like, okay, how do we set up also the alternates for it? And
yeah, and I mean, I think also just working through the kinks as you guys get this going here at the sort of the early stages of exercising the new procedure is, like getting a good rotation in, right? Like, this is a fantastic lineup for tonight, but if this game ran from here on out, the 5-10, whatever, what would the player pool look like, and how would you get new people in? So you guys will have to work that all through, and hopefully I can still get in the mix here every once in a while. We'll get you in the mix, and we'll keep some new fresh faces in the bunch as well.
Kevin turning an ace high flush draw here with his weaker ace. With a stronger kicker, going to lead 375 here into the turn.
And Kevin's definitely not going anywhere, so he's got to try to figure out where his hand stands. He's just going to call, and he does have position, so yeah, this is definitely a move I like. And he gets there right on the river, so that's a 4-liner to a flush. Guess you don't call that a 4-liner as much as 4 hearts, but E now, his hand is much less powerful than before. He could go for value before, but yeah, he's really going to have to slow it down, and Kevin is going to quickly put out a big 2/3 pot-sized bet. It's going to be a tough call for E to make. Even the hands that he was beating, sometimes that little kicker, the little heart kicker or something could somehow come in, but no, Kevin's going to show him the 3 of diamonds and ship the pot.
It's Mike Emblet here with A.A. Ron, Aaron McAvoy. Here in the commentary booth, we got Victoria here as producer. So we've got, looks like the 20 straddle here. Sage, our legend Sage, he was one of my first picks to try to get in this game. He was not able to make it tonight, but we will have him back soon. Be counting down the days until the October 26th stream, which will be, I believe, officially our 100th episode, live episode here of TCH Live. We hope to make that a very, very special one and have a lineup just like this here for that game. Maybe juice up the stakes a little bit, let these guys battle it out, and gals battle it out, if we will, here on the felt.
Nice. Looking forward to seeing that one.
Boy, I love the potential that we're getting our stream back on track here to give the people what they want. As Kevin going to call his 7-4 of hearts, the Poker Traveler, here with a 3-bet to 225.
Yeah, here's another spot where Kevin is just not going anywhere. He says, your 3 bets will not stand.
Yeah, this aggression will not stand, man.
And Poker Traveler, yeah, flopping top set, quickly checks it back, and that's going to give Kevin the opportunity, but he's not going to take it to bluff at this. Now Poker Traveler can put out a little feeler. Yeah, half pot. Kevin says no. And Poker Traveler shrivels up inside and says there's another set down. But he
Bob,
still won the pot, so that's good for him.
Bob says you need to see if Wes can play that one. I actually reached out to Wes to see, you know, it's like, hey, you want to do some commentary here, just because as people have been asking for. I mean, like, Aaron, don't get me wrong, you're a fantastic one of my points, but or a favorite people to have on the spot. But it was also like, we can ask Wes to see if he wants to get in the mix on this and emerge from the shadows. But he's been safe at home out in Houston. I think was a little bit concerned that, you know, we would have a huge turnout for this, so selected to keep it safe. But I think we may have Wes at some point, maybe doing some commentary, socially distanced. I'll put on an effing mask if that's what. Get Wes here in the commentary booth. Get Aaron back onto the felt.
Sounds good to me.
You're pulling a lot of double duty here, man. We want to get you back out there, rocking it.
Hey, you know what? I love poker, so whether I'm in here commenting with you or out there on the felt battling away, you know what? This is where I want to be. So happy to be here in either capacity. Let's see. We got a 3-bet here from Matt. Matt's been pretty quiet recently, but he's going to spice it up here with a 3-bet out of the small blind. And once again, we're going to see J-Stack come along for a call. So we've got two sort of middling hands battling here. But Matt out of position with the best hand, and he's going to flop the best as well. So he's got top pair, middling kicker, and yeah, he's going to continuation bet with a lot of his hands, and he is going to size down here. So I like this play, but yeah, J-Stack, he's just got no piece, so he's going to let it go. And Matt's actually going to show the king instead of the 10, so gives him a little respect show there, says, hey, I had you, buddy.
Ethan here with a $2 super chat. E.T. Han, he says here in the chat. Bonner says, can I come commentate for Thursday's game? I'm just going to take it one day at a time. Let's make sure, A, we get on the list, figure out what's going on here with that game for the following Thursday. That's like a week away. I still got, like, sportscasts to do. We still got a Sunday tournament. We still got a Monday.
He still has to wake up in the gutter tomorrow.
I got to wake up in the gutter. I got to deal Saturday, come back on the stream Monday, do probably another sports broadcast next Tuesday. We are putting in a lot of time on and off the felt here at Texas Card House. It is about to be the busy time for me here. So,
yeah, you're going to go through like a case of rain this week, I would imagine.
I had a great sportscast, one of the best I've ever done on this this Tuesday for Lake Travis Athletics, and big things in store. Fox Sports is sniffing around for some sports commentary. So it's, you know, I just try to be grateful for every day. So we've got ace queen here for for Matt, or Kevin here with a 9 Dewey. And Matt is going to turn top pair.
And Kevin snaps it into the muck, as he should, with 9 high.
So kind of a quiet night for Matt, but
yeah, he came in, he sat down, and he 3-bet his first hand, and then we haven't seen a whole lot more from him so far. Yeah, still relatively quiet for a couple of our players here too. I think Big Daddy Chaz, he's gotten a couple of good hands in the last couple of orbits, but prior to that, pretty quiet. And here just recently, not seeing a whole lot of action out of those players as well. Bo going to go ahead and limp, as he's wont to do, with the suited 2-gapper here. E with a suited 1-gapper, he says, no, this is a good hand. I'm going to raise it. Bone's going to let go of his king jack, and Kevin, he's done with his king high as well. So we've got a battle of the suited 6s here.
There we go. 6 high versus 6 high. And this generally lends itself to players in position. And Bo does have a straight draw backdoor horsey with second pair.
So if Bo had shown more aggression throughout the evening, I would be more inclined to expect a 3-bet from him. But he is still going to put it out. Or I mean, sorry, not a 3-bet, a check raise here. So he is going to put it out there, but it's a very small one. So he does check to E, who had the pre-flop initiative. E continued. Bo check raises him to 75, which, yeah, very small. And now let's see, does Bo continue this story? He does for 150, so a little over half pot size bet, and that's going to get the best hand to fold. All right, good job, Bo.
Bo, as you see Kevin still stuck here, but kind of surprised. I thought he would have dug himself out of it here at this point, but Brad's up, the Poker Traveler's up, well for Bo. See if we can get a little recovery here for our Austin locals to get back here on the positive side of things, but still a lot of poker to be played till at least 11 o'clock here tonight. Central Daylight Time. Is it standard time yet? We fall backwards. I don't know, but
yeah, that's coming up at what later this month, or
it's
is
got
that
to be.
not till
I'm
November?
gonna have to use the old Google thing.
Google it.
When is the next brutally time change that's happening?
Okay, there we go.
The clock's okay, so clock's backwards here on Sunday, November 1st.
All right. A day of infamy when the clocks change. Yeah, falling back, right? That one. Well, wait, which one's worse? Now I'm trying to remember. You spring forward, move that clock forward.
It depends if you're working that night. I've been on the other side where it's like, oh, I got to stay at work for another hour here on the overnight.
Yeah.
Dismal rounds. Brad is hiding chips. No, those are tip chips. Okay, he's got all of this chips up here at the front. So again, the $500 pinks. We got the $100 blacks, the $25 greens, and the $5 reds, and the tip chips that are inclusive here to Texas because of timed rate games. Players have to keep all their chips in play and can't just simply flip a 1 chip or a 5 chip to the dealer. We want to compensate them, as many of our fine, awesome members do each and every day. You do it with the $1 or the $2 tip chips.
All right, we got another trap in the works here. So J-Stack had limped from early position with the black rockets, and he is going to call. So he got one player in the hand, so he didn't feel like he needed to back raise, and yeah, he is just way out in front of this. I wish he would maybe slow down and take a little more time to think before he snaps the call in there, because Kevin now has got to be wondering, what on earth does this guy have?
So we got to run out here the 8 check, and it looks like we've got a bet. Went really, really quickly here, and
yeah, J-Stack has played every one of those streets so quickly. It's almost as if, yeah, he's just made up his mind before the hand was even begun what he was doing. So anyways, Kevin going to get away from that after just taking a single stab at it there on the flop. Nice little pickup there for J-Stack.
My name is Mike Youngblood here with Aaron. Make sure to click subscribe. We're trying to get to 11,000 subscribers here by the end of the night. Came into this with about 10,700-ish. We're about 10,800-ish. We're rocking and rolling here tonight. It's going to be going till at least 11 p.m. Central. Sage asking a question, are there any live poker cash game streams in the poker capital of the world? I think that's a big, fat no. I don't know if there's, maybe there's some represented stuff. But, like, there is becoming more rooms now that are doing kind of their version of what we've done, which was a derivative of what, you know, other streams have done. So it's, I have no idea if we've inspired an idea that a lot of rooms can sit there and think like, we can do this too. But you start to see more and more, and often duplicated, or often, what was it? I don't know. There's another room here that does an asinine fucking slogan on their promos. So, either way, all love to everybody out here in the poker community. We appreciate y'all being here. Queens and nines here for the J-Stack.
Yeah, so J-Stack here, not getting tricky before this flop. So he 3-bet it big to 425. Matt made the call. And he's going to continue at this for 400. And Matt here with the backdoor straight draw. And really nothing else to go with it. I don't know. I mean, this board doesn't typically connect well with the 3-better, but at the same time, yeah, he just had not a lot to go with it. So, yep, going to let it go. Gets to turn over a queen there.
Well, this is a good time of the night here that we want you to check on in with us here in the chat. Let us know where you are watching from or how you found the stream. I know some are saying, like, I found it in my recommends. I was referred here by Brad Owen's vlog. I just happened to love poker, search poker, and I found it. But just a time of the part, and especially if you're from international or from overseas, here from the U.S., we love to hear where our audience is tuning in from. Drop us a line here in the chat. Leave it here in the comment if you're watching here on the archive. And don't forget to smash that like button.
Yeah, I think we're over halfway to number 500 after we got to 400. So let's keep this party rolling.
Augustine from Tampa, Florida. Numbnuts from Detroit. We've got Belgium. Ferdy van der Broek.
It was well pronounced.
I hope that, I don't know how my Belgian's doing these days, but I imagine that's how it sounds like.
Another Stash IPA, and I think you'll be speaking several languages at once.
It's unknown fact that people don't know about Stash IPA. It turns you to a master of linguistics. As you can tell right there.
Yeah, English, you're killing it. You got English nailed.
Just got it down pat. All right, so we've got Westlake Matt, the legend, here with the call of the 185. Big Daddy Chaz here with a 3-bet to 245.
All right, we're flipping coins on equity here pre-flop. Let's see who gets the best of it. That's going to be Chaz.
That's going to be old Chaz.
All right, but not the best board. I guess, no, he's the 3-better, so he's definitely got the range advantage here. And he is out of position, though, so let's see how big he makes this continuation bet. And it doesn't really matter. Matt is done with it. 310, yeah, good size there. Gotta take it down. And let's see what he shows. He's got to show the 9, so he's got to find it. There it is.
All right, so we got Fat Sidekick here in Indiana. We got Alec Torelli's Hidden Chips. I'm watching from right behind you. Ah!
Whoa!
Oh, whoa! It's right there.
Jeez,
Conrad. No, it says Brad. Southeastern PA. Brought here by Brad Owen, Crush Life Poker. R. Kelly Pullen. Wow. Spokane, Washington. Go Zax. The home of the Gonzaga. Oh, all right. Let's see who else we have here. Eric Comp in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. Mike Williams in Tampa Bay, Florida. Governor watching from Uganda. Would love to verify that. Brought here from Logan Parsfog. Jedi Master at the Virgo Supercluster.
Nice.
Mike A. chilling at lunchtime in Australia in the recommends. Fighting some ruse. Sergio from Kansas. Josh Norris in London. All right, we have a hand developing as the Poker Traveler has raised the 85. The Big Daddy Chaz here with Queen Jack suited.
So here on the button, Queen Jack suited. You know, sometimes you'll definitely play this as a call. You have position. You've got a pretty strong hand. Definitely wants to see a flop. But yeah, Big Daddy Chaz, he's definitely shown a propensity to raise with these hands. You know, calling sort of diminishes his range, and he just doesn't like to do that to himself. So he's going to put in that bet. And now this is fantastic. What Westlake Matt says, you know what? I feel like I know what's going on here. And I'm going to squeeze it up with a 4-bet to 825. That's going to get our middle player out. And now it's on to Chaz, who does have position. Let's see, 535 to call. So he's getting a little better than 2-1 here. I think no, he's not going to continue.
Nah, he's going to show the deuce.
Oh, fantastic.
Love this guy. Just fucking love this guy. The usual suspect out in the Woodlands. Texas. Peepin' Tom says 5-1-2 IPA for the win. Yeah, I actually, if I could have any others besides Stash, I would go with the 5-12 IPA. I think it's the absolute nuts. All right, back to the shout-outs here in the chat. Thomas in San Fran. Brian Clements in New York. Let's see, who else? We got Carlo, local here. Kenneth D. in Detroit, Michigan. Detroit, Rock City. We love our Ted Nugent. Lake Conroe and Ethan. Luis in Oklahoma. Boo! Let's see, who else? Western Canada, Magus Creed. Nicholas Morin in Michigan. East 13th Street, Peep and Tom. Ryan Bonner says he is with a beautiful lady named Chelsea. God damn it, Bonner. I'm jealous.
Hey, good for you, man.
Good for you, Bonner. You're the man. Got to find myself a nice old lady friend. All right, ace 8, 9, 6, jack 10. Top pair and a flush draw for golf for Bo.
Yeah, and he had, I think it was a limp call there from Bo with the 6-9 suited and really connects super well. Now he's got a flush with a redraw to the straight flush. Nobody has anything to go with there, for them to go with, I should say. Kind of stuttering over my words here, but yeah, Bo's got this locked up, and nobody's got a piece to do anything with. So, I mean, what, J-Stack is kind of posturing.
Yeah, even J-Stack's not nuts enough for that. All right, let's see. Boy, we have a lot of shots out. Eric at the Hard Rock in Hollywood, California. Nick from Yuma in Connecticut.
Wait,
Milwaukee
Nick from Yuma
Ken.
in Connecticut? How does that work? Yuma,
that is, there's probably a story with that. I think he shared it before. Milwaukee Ken, and guess what? Milwaukee. Bark twice if you're in Milwaukee. Andrew in Chicago. Gary in Boston. Just twice in Arkansas. Yes, sir. All right, Stephen Coe, San Antonio, of course. Kevin Kendrick, Jacksonville, Florida. Trevor Holt in Dallas, Texas. Mark Bruin. I'm not even going to try. Mark in Long Island. Gary Evans in Virginia Beach. Edwin in Connecticut. And, yeah, that's...
I know we don't want Mike's BAC to get too high.
No. I'm fine, but, like, Hey, man, I've worked really hard on this show. I deserve to have at least a couple of brews.
No. Carolyn was wondering where the whiskey was, or the bourbon.
Yeah.
So I told her that
you're going to get some colorful commentary out of me with a couple of whiskeys. Be as angry as humanly possible. Like, it just brings the rage out for some reason.
Really? Whiskey in particular, or just a certain level of BAC?
I'm not sure. We're gonna have to do a test on this. Test.
Yeah. Double blind.
Yep. All right. Jacks and sevens here on this board. J Stack here floating with the King Queen as we called the 85 bet from E.
Wow, J Stack, he's looking for calling chips, and then he lets it go.
Just
Yeah,
like,
a little
nah,
posture.
no thanks.
Yeah.
Duked him out there. Or let's see. Here in the chat. Jack in South Carolina. Ron Spittles watching from Australia, 1:05 p.m. here. Boy, that is... it's always tomorrow in Australia, isn't it? And I think that is like everybody I've had to try to catch up with here in the chat. Boy, we have had a great chat here. Windsor, right across the water from Detroit, says Rock Pile. Again, if you want to shoot us a super chat or super sticker, go ahead and do so. That is the way you tip the stream. Give a little love here, folks. Share a little love.
So the graphics just showed E folding jacks, which can't be true. So whatever happened there.
Fake news.
Yeah, that was some fake news for sure.
Fake news, bullshit.
But we do have real kings. So the kings are real, and Kevin is sitting there in the straddle with ace-9 of clubs. He's definitely coming along to see a flop. Let's see if the old ace magnets will find one. They do, but with the king, Kevin is set up again, although...
Poor Kevin has just been victimized here tonight.
All right, no 9 on the turn. Just don't give the man a 9 on the turn. It's like,
just don't do it. Like I feel bad enough.
So yeah, so this is gonna be yeah, standard continuation bet. Even a little bit on the small side with the connectedness of those hearts out there. So Kevin's not gonna pick up any equity there. So his kicker is really starting to diminish in value. Not that it had a whole lot to begin with. So let's see. Checks over to Matt, and Matt. Let's see what sizing he goes with here. I would expect a size up now. Somewhere close to 300. No, he's going to stick with a little bit on the smaller side, so 225. I guess he feels like he's got a little too much of this board locked up by taking away 2 of the kings. But that's still going to get Kevin to come along, who's now playing aces with the king, queen, 9. Backing it up. Let's see what we get here on the river. It's a heart, so this could slow down the action. I expect Matt to still go for thin value here, but Kevin probably not going to call. There's just not a lot that he can call. All of the bluffs would get there, except for, yeah, I mean, it's very unlikely that that any hand would continue here that didn't improve on that river or that wasn't already better than ace-9. So I expect Kevin to let this go, but we'll see. Westlake Matt is also a very aggressive player, so, you know, he could.
I mean, he's probably has played as much with Westlake as anybody, but, you know, can Kevin find the full button here is another story, even with the familiarity that he has about his particular style. So it's, I mean, like bet at 350 here on the end. It just, it's reason. I just see Kevin calling here more often than he folds, but whether or not that's the right decision, you know.
Yeah, I mean, the only bluff here is like 9-10 of spades, right? That like could still continue on that turn and try to represent something, or just complete air. I mean, maybe Kevin has enough experience with Matt that he realizes that Matt could just be blasting with air so often that it doesn't matter that the heart got there, right? I mean, and that must be what's going through his mind, because just all of the bluffs got there except for just so few, or you know, maybe there is just a ton of air in there. But yeah, sure enough, he pays it off, and really nice pot there for Westlake Matt.
Well, we've got props from Portugal, says Tiago Valle. I don't know how good her Portuguese is. Matthew Kennedy in Wilmington, North Carolina. Let's see who else. Zach in Alaska. Ferdy van der Broek in Belgium says it's 4 in the morning. Hashtag I need to sleep. Hashtag love poker.
Hey, we still got several hours of this left, yeah.
But appreciate everyone who has chimed here in the chat. Let us know where they have found the stream. Make sure you also click that button that says subscribe on it. Do you see red subscribe? That means you still need to click it yet to be an official subscriber of this fantastic frickin' channel. We run streams 3 times a week. Mondays are 5-5 or 5-10. Thursdays are 1-3 match stack. Sundays are $150 buy-in, $6K guaranteed prize pool, mega stack freeze off final table. All right, so what? We got like limped hands here. What? This is.
Yeah, very, very out of the ordinary indeed. Especially, I mean, we've seen Bo limping a lot of hands, so that's not unreasonable. We've also got Kevin in the big blind, so of course he's going to be in there whether he wants to be or not. But yeah, sort of an interesting play there. Pretty uneventful, all things considered.
See, we got a shout out here from Australia, from somebody who just chimed in and said Melbourne, Australia.
All right, Australia,
yeah,
let's go. Blowing up over there.
In Australia, man. They love themselves. Ron Spittles, can you guys try and say good day, mate, with an Aussie accent? You can't really over-accentuate it. But I'm going to draw like half our audience to hit the X button here on this YouTube if I try to still talk Australian.
Yeah. Or try to speak Belgium in your Australian accent or something.
Yeah, that is a cross-match of pain. So
I do think, though, that you should fight an ostrich. Maybe after you drink some of the
fight an
bourbon.
Ostrich? Or
yeah.
There's, okay. At least I was glad the suggestion was fight an ostrich, because apparently that would be pretty negative EV from my expectation. Like, I could barely fight a human being. You know, try to take on something even that much bigger than me. Oh, boy. Mr. Skyline says hello from the UK. Love from India, says Albram Othapudi. That's well, we will keep it rolling here on TCH Live. Do you need anything? What did you lose?
Roll back.
Oh, okay. I was like, what are you looking for?
I got it.
Oh, okay.
I thought it was
Oh,
a
that
different
was a
creature.
bug, okay.
It was a different creature than I thought it was, but I'm glad. It's a better creature.
Yeah, Aaron just smashed a bug here like you should be smashing this like button. Rest in peace, bug. You lived a long and short and a pointless life. Not so pointless as the lives of our live chatters and commentators. So if you are watching this on the archive, feel free to leave us a comment in English, preferably words that we can understand. That was the funniest thing I read about Brad Owens. He was talking about, he was, hold on, 7-6 of clubs. His poker traveler going to flop the nuts. Big Daddy Chaz going to flop the nut flush draw. Quick bet and call.
Yeah.
I want to come back to that point because it was really funny, something Brad had said on a podcast, I think with Joey Ingram, that I was listening to kind of get prepared for this last night.
So this is interesting. So Chaz, yeah, he's got the nut blocker here. What was the nut blocker before the board paired there on the turn? So he could think about going for a big river bluff, but he instantly gets out of there. He was going to see if he could pick up a club or a 4. Didn't get there, and he lets it go.
No, Brad was talking about like how a lot of the comments are really polarized. It's like you can't take it seriously if like somebody misspells a bunch of words. It's like you, the letter U suck, and all this kind of stuff. That it's like there are some comments that like hit you when you know like it's true. Like if there's a criticism that's true, like you can actually like really kind of feel pain by it.
And we're just talking about like criticism
just
as
by
a
things that
celebrity,
like
right?
you would get it, and like YouTube is such a festering hellhole of really innocuous comments led by anonymous snipers. I'm not saying you guys are the best. Our audience is the effing nuts. So like, don't say I'm talking about you, but we get some random like, is that guy fucking trying to troll me here right now? But I mean, we have got the best chat gang in all the land. Make sure to hit that like button.
Yeah, and I think that sentiment runs pretty deep. I mean, for so many of us, right? It's like we don't get criticism outside of like the number of people that we have just in our daily lives. And how many people is that for most of us, right? It's the people that are closest to us, and that criticism can really kind of sting when you get it. But yeah, when you become sort of a much more well-known person where your circle extends so much further than the people that you know. Yeah, it's got to be you got to practice with just like dealing with it and seeing all of these people coming out of the woodworks and being like, oh, you're terrible.
It was very overwhelming at first, and then like once I was able to contextualize it, we're gonna have 3 kings here for Kevin, still a flush draw here for Jay Stack. I knew which to kind of take seriously and which to be like, that guy's just kind of nuts, and like you can just sort of leave it at that. And
All right, now the 10 of diamonds here would be the worst card in the deck. Oh, it's a 10, but it's not the diamond. So J Stack, he's got 7 high here, and he's checking it over to Kevin, who can safely go for value here. If he was ever in question about the strength of his hand, he is now quite certain that he's winning. Puts out a pretty, chunky bet. I didn't see all the chips there on the screen. So yeah, he puts out a very polarizing bet. And J-Stack's going to pretend like he had anything worth considering, and then he's going to let it go.
all right, we will continue. John, Mike is the nut best dealer, no lie. I appreciate that. That was kind of a thing that was basically my livelihood up until this stream came about. I was just like, hey, we're just kind of grinding there on the felt, giving out the 2 cards, and gave me the opportunity to have this role. So appreciate the kind words of John. Josh Norris, you guys are absolutely smashing this commentary. My first time watching TCH Live. Definitely coming back for more. Make sure to click subscribe. Glad we can leave a great impression on you. We try hard. We definitely do. Super producer Carolyn making a super contribution as always. But we're like 16 more likes to 5 hundo. A 5 hundo like night would be a pretty good one here for us.
Yes, that would be fantastic. I know you guys can do it. Anyone who has not already hit like, who's listening to this right now, do us a favor. Drag that mouse button over there, or that mouse, whatever it is.
Go to your TV,
hover the button,
just
click
the
it.
button somehow, and you'll find the like button. I promise. Some folks just looking at their Roku TV remote right now, just going, "What in the world is going on here?"
As I'm just like fumbling over my words, like do the liking,
do
and
the
thing,
like
and the
thing.
buttons, and the mouse.
Do the thing that makes us good.
Yeah.
All right. So we've got a $25 bomb pot as we continue. Let's see. So with 25 ante, we'll have a single board. We had some juicy bomb pots here tonight.
Yeah, Bones got lit up a little bit on that one where he had flopped trips deuces, and Kevin had flopped better and then turned the boat. So yeah, that was our spiciest one of the evening, I think. And what do we have going on here? We've got monotone flop. Kevin's got a diamond, E's got a diamond, but nobody has a big one as far as we can tell. We still don't know what J-Stack has though. Now let's see. Gosh, all of these cards are jacking lower. My goodness. Diamond there on the end.
There's a lot of diamonds out there.
Yeah, so unless J-Stack actually has an 8 of diamonds or better, Kevin's going to win this at Showdown. Sure enough, that's going to be it. 7 of diamonds for the nuts. Going to take down a pot that checked all the way through 7 ways. 7 ways.
Hey, appreciate the shout out here from John Zimmer, Mike, announcer man, Youngblood. Always provided top-notch commentary, also with Aaron. Jay says, here because of Phil Ivey. Wow, Phil Ivey giving a shout-out out there somewhere. Very quietly, I assume. I know that's a joke, but again, if you're checking out the archive, make sure to leave us a comment. Well, Leomir Jimenez says from West Ham. I assume that is the UK. We've got some trolling here in the chat, obviously some political. Oh
yeah,
boy.
I mean, it wouldn't be complete if there wasn't political
trying our best.
trolling. All right, well, with the poll, the trolling and the political comments there in the chat, I'm going to go ahead and take a step out here, use the restroom, get some fresh air.
Yeah, that's a good time to step away. You just back away slowly. All right, so we have Kevin raising here with 5-4 suited. We got the Big Daddy Chaz. And an optimal 3-betting spot has been kind of quiet as of late, and this is generally what he tends to do. Sees a late position raise. So we got a call, actually an overcall here by the straddle J-Stack. So dueling 5-4s against the queen offsuit here for the Big Daddy. Let's see what we got in the old flopperooski. We've got a 5-high flush draw here for Kevin. Top pair, decent kicker here for the Big Daddy. And he will check the 2 very aggro players. Kevin saying, okay, maybe Big Daddy Chaz. He's got 10s, jacks, queens. Something here that you can splash the pot with to get him to fold out. We see Chaz, though, does have the best hand at this moment. I don't expect it. Yeah, J-Stack. What? Backdoor diamonds? I mean, I guess it's a cheap price relative to the size of the bet, but... Well, now the 8 is going to pair the board. Kings up here for the Big Daddy, but a flush here for K-Dog, a.k.a. Kevin. Here we go. Kevin plays a bet top. Looks like we will say goodbye to Golfer Bo. Golfer Bo is off the table. And we're actually going to get a fold out here as he shows the 5 of hearts. Kevin working his way back. Here tonight on TCH Live. Again, Saturdays, we've got a brand new tournament. It's a $100 no limit hold'em second chance tournament. $2K guaranteed at least to first place. So we're at least guaranteeing like the winner is going to take down $2,000. It's a $100 entry. You either get one re-entry or one add-on. You will not get both. A one-time $20 tournament access fee, $20K starting stack, $10 dealer appreciation for another $5K in chips, and 20-minute levels. So for our Austin locals looking for another tournament to play here on Saturday afternoons, we invite you out here to Texas Card House in North Austin. Now as we continue here with our 5-10 no limit cash game, SETI Poker Traveler with a raise up here to 75. And Westlake Matt here with a 3. Don't give it up as he helicopters it right in. As we keep it rocking, rolling. Again, you can follow me on Instagram at HoopsMike and Twitter with the same handle. Got some sports broadcast clips here from this past week that we got fired up for. Again, we run streams Mondays, Thursdays, and Sundays, or cash streams Mondays and Thursdays. You know, Aaron has got a following. Aaron has kind of like perfected the art of staying relatively anonymous online. But as you see there on the bottom of their list, if you want to sign up for future live streams to get on the stream, either a Thursday 1-3 match to stack or a 5-5 or 5-10 Monday, that is how you do it. You can't wish your way to be on the stream. You got to contact. You got to get in touch with us, and we can find a way to try to get you on. Appreciate y'all being here. Make sure to hit that like button. We're at 514. I feel like, boy, can we get up to like 800 likes here by the time we get done with the end of the night? I feel like it's possible. Brad getting himself, looks like some Texas Roadhouse delivered here. One in Rome, and I think he took a little breather from the table, maybe get a little booze in him. And we'll raise up here to 100 after the $20 straddle. J Stack completed out of the lines, and he is going to flop a 5-high flush draw. 8. Closer here for Brad as bet of 100 now here by the J Stack. And a 7 here on the end. So ace high technically best here by Brad. And he's going to turn his hand into a bluff and bet 150. And we're going to get a fold. So I know we've been talking a lot about Dallas here. Like I think we're closer than we have been. We've mentioned it here in the past where tables, chairs, all that good stuff being set. I think some of the permitting stuff. Yeah, you have to keep in mind COVID-19 happening has not made things smoother for things that have to be more officially done. So I know we've been saying it. I am just like y'all. I want it to be there. I want us to get our feet down there in Dallas. We expect an announcement very, very soon. So that's why we say just keep tuned to TCH Live. You can join the text list TCH. Text TCH Dallas 21000. Jay says, have the stripper poles been installed? I don't think we have those. I mean, if they did, then I might have to consider a move to Dallas, but I don't think that's the case. All right, we have J Stack with a raise up here to 125. All kidding, of course. Kevin here with pocket jacks. Here in the straddle. We'll see if he likes to go here for the 3-bet in the spot. Three bet here to 400 here to Kevin. J-Stack here with a call is just going to smooth it over. Calls the 3-bet here by Kevin, and top set. A lot of top sets here on the stream here tonight. So Ryan Crow here with an update here in the chat. Dallas close to opening. All of our tables and chairs were shipped to the wrong location. Actually went to Houston, so instead of arriving today, they're arriving in about an hour. So they are they're going to get all that good stuff here soon. So Kevin leads out with a bet at 400. J-Stack just licking his chops right here. Just licking his chops right here with top set. Just going to call here is a pot of 1,006. Turn comes a 6. Kevin going to slow down here in this spot. There's a lot of hands that J-Stack can play here have at least either caught up or way ahead of him here in this spot. There's maybe just hoping to go to showdown cheap. But I don't think that is going to happen here, as after the check here on the turn, Kevin first act is going to check over here to Mr. J-Stack, as got a big bet going.
Yeah, and a nice hand that I just came back in here too. J-Stack with the goods, putting a chunky bet out there. Doing our due diligence here, brought us some nice cups of water to get some hydration
Yeah,
on
nice
here.
job, Aaron. Like, I made the mistake of not eating before the stream, so I didn't want to be like burping nonstop here, but yeah, that's on me.
Yeah, that you know, mixing no eating with a number of beverages, that'll get you tuned up and ready for the gutter for sure.
100%.
But a little hydration, that'll help go a long ways. So Kevin here in the tank, he's trying to piece this together. We did go check on the turn, so he's wondering if his jacks are good. So J-Stack had just called this pre-flop. I'm running back through the action here. So J-Stack open, Kevin 3-bet, and J-Stack call.
Yeah.
Kevin continuation, J-Stack call. Go check on the turn. Yeah, and Kevin is not going to give him credit for that big of a hand.
It's like, oh, you just smooth called my 3-bet with kings. Well, your gamble paid off there. It's been kind of a struggle here for Kevin here tonight. He's been put in these really difficult spots where he's had to pay off hands where I think sometimes we'll get away from. But
well, this is the second time tonight that someone has, slow played kings against him and made the best hand, and he's had to pay it off. So, yeah, I think he's feeling a little frustrated there, running into some really tough spots. And honestly, yeah, it's like, I mean, a couple of his spots were just coolers, right? Like turning 2-pair there against the set. And, yeah, I mean, I don't fault him there for thinking that jacks could be good there and making the hero call. But, yeah, tough to run into kings in that spot.
all right, so Jonathan Villarreal came to Austin for action here at TCH. Glad to be repping TCH RGV. Excited for some 5-5 at tomorrow's meetup game. I've got a sportscast, so I don't even know if I'm going to be here tomorrow. I might try to sit back up here later, so if any people do want to meet the Aaron and do talking, try to at least make some kind of appearance here.
I will be in the mix playing the 5-5 tomorrow. So, yeah, if anybody wants to come mix it up, you know, Brad Owen.
Hello to Aaron.
Yeah, he's somebody to come and play with. But, you know, you got the Aaron in the field, too.
Yes.
So
Yes.
come and get some, right?
Come get some, as we got 2-pair for Kevin. Bottom pair and a straight draw here for J-Stack.
So J-Stack definitely going to take a turn here. And that's a nice safe card for Kevin. That'll just fill him right up. Finally doesn't have to worry about too much unless his opponent's got kings again.
No, that would be Kevin might retire from poker if that was what would happen. That would be one thing where you'd look at and go, you know what, maybe this game isn't for me anymore. Poker gods.
All right, safe card there for J-Stack to get away from this without losing. Oh, wait. Oh, thought he did a pump fake. Thought he was reaching for chips there, but let's see here. Let's see what size Kevin goes for. Doesn't really matter. I think J-Stack can't really call any bet, but he's going to go. Nice, big, healthy bet here. He's going to overbet the pot.
Alex Murray is saying errand dollars are super tough to collect.
I try to make them that way. I do like to try to keep my errand dollars in my possession, but, you know, come on down tomorrow. We'll be spicing it up. I expect we'll have a couple of 5-5 tables going.
I would think so. Alan Piscatello, my good friends. What's up, TCH Hatters? What's up, Alan? Played on that PLO stream with me. Bill Hosden from Nowcrest, Florida says, subscribe to Brad Owens when he had way less than 100K subscribers. Love TCH. This is the best broadcast so far. We have Jobel here in Houston. What's up, bro? I always rated that particular way because it always capitalizes Jobel, exclamation point.
Nice.
But he's a little more subdued tonight, just one uppercase letter.
Okay, well, you know.
I try to make that funny as possible, Aaron. I think I kind of whiffed.
Well, I thought you gave it a good effort.
I just tried, you know.
And
Try my best out here.
And I'm still trying to get caught up here. So it looks like Bo has
Bell,
left
I
the
guess.
table. So did Bo get stacked? Did he just pick up? What happened there? You got some info?
What? But say that again?
Bo is no longer in his seat.
Yeah, Bo has apparently left the building, and just like Elvis. So
okay, but he didn't get coolered out of his seat or anything.
I
He just
don't
picked up.
believe so. He might have just been walking back to Houston.
Okay, yeah, it's good to get a head start. It's going to take him a little
long
while.
trip
so.
there.
Yeah.
I assume he got a ride, maybe from his mom or. No, I kid. That's.
I mean, you know, it's free
No.
gas.
I'm
Free
sure
gas.
he drove here, but that's. All right. Brad's VPIP is deceiving. He's been mostly card dead. Brad was also sitting out, I think, for a stretch there, too, where he was getting some food to eat. So that can kind of inflate your VPIP numbers if you're not at the table.
Yeah, well,
That's what I've heard.
I mean, he's also up a pretty extraordinary amount. He's over doubled his starting stack. So, you know, you want to take a few hands away from the table, let your blinds get posted without you. No big deal, right?
Bill Hewer from out there at TCH Houston. I logged in to watch Bo play, and he's gone. Well, that's on you, my friend. Should have been here earlier. No, I kid. We love Bill Hewer. So, Bill Hostin halfway across the state between Tampa and Vero Beach. Hey, we got Moose Duty here in the chat. Long overdue.
Moose duty.
Moose Duty. Legend. All right, E here with a raise up here to 75.
J-Stack getting frisky with a King 10 offsuit, not electing to 3-bet that. He's going to come along for a flat. Big Daddy Chaz. Oh, here
Big
comes
Daddy.
Here comes a nice 3-bet. Let's see what his size is. Yeah, Kevin had come along. We just got his card scanned, so he had come along with the Queen Jack suited out of the small blind. Chaz going to make a big old bet to 555. Yeah, E squeezed here as the initial raiser. And with only ace-jack, I don't see how he continues, and that's going to get a cascade of folds all the way through, I would imagine. I mean, Kevin has been shown to sort of defend his calls pretty widely, but I don't know, this would be a pretty tough spot to do it in because of all the players. He's the one who's out of position, but sure enough, here he comes. Kevin is not backing down. So we've got a dominated queen out of position here. Let's see what kind of flop texture we get.
All right. 6 high.
Yeah, that doesn't connect with either player's range, but Big Daddy Chaz, as the 3-better, is just going to have all of the big pairs, so he can safely continuation bet this for a pretty moderate size, and that's probably going to send Kevin packing unless he's feeling frisky.
Chaz bets at 375. Kevin has done some ridiculously awesome, crazy good bluffs, but he's got that look in his eyes. They're Aaron.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, right? Like, these super small continuation bets in position just put the out-of-position player in such a tough spot because it's like, oh my gosh, it's 375 into a pot that's now 1.6K. Like, how do I not realize the equity that bet is allowing me to? And it also does, yeah, it sort of puts you in a spot to want to, you know, potentially put in this 3-bet and see if you can get away with the pot. But let's see his sizing. He goes to 1.5K. This is actually kind of going to be tough for Big Daddy Chaz, even though he's getting 3-1 here.
See the hat tilted up there. Usually that thing is right flat down. You can't see anything. See a glimpse of the Big Daddy forehead. All right. So shuffling his chips here on the rail as he tends to do. As he's probably realized he's left himself exposed with that bet. But do you have the courage? Do you have it to put in another bet? Big Daddy Chaz. Woo! Credit to Kevin, who put in the big bluff, and then Chaz recognizing the situation and actually raced with the best hand, turning his hand into a bluff, as we talk about often here on this live stream. You will not push Big Daddy around. So if you like that, make sure to hit that like button.
Yeah, and very astute read there by Big Daddy Chaz. I mean, this is a situation that comes up, you know, fairly regularly when you play with really aggressive players, is that with that 6-high board, when there's just so little connection between either player's range, and then you've got the player who is out of position, check raises. It's like, what would they do that with if you had flopped a set, right? Like, let's say you've got 4s somehow, you come along and you flop middle set. Why raise? Like, what is it? What value are you getting there, right? Like, I guess you're gonna get a call from aces and kings and queens and like all of the big pairs, but like, it just seems like the dominant part of Chaz's range there is these sort of overcards that are just going to be bluffing. And so you would always just smooth call there. So I think that's a very astute read from Chaz to recognize that the check raise is actually weak and to pounce on it. So good job for Chaz there.
All right. Boy, a lot of love here for the Big Daddy Chaz. Folks from the San Antonio area, I've seen him for a long time as he is going to put in the 3-bet to 915. Some dead money out there. It says, let's size up here to 915. ATX Poker. Hey, Mikey, can ATX Poker be the sponsor when dealer changes happen for the bomb pots? The bomb pot brought to you by ATX Poker. What do we need to do? Get out your checkbook. That is probably, I'm not sure. I've thought about sponsorships for this. It's just another revenue stream. It's not a perfect world, I think, when you come into this format. But I'm open to ideas. So perhaps someday a sponsorship in line. Adam says, I fell asleep. How is that possible? Did you get your alcohol for 400 likes? Oh, of course. We are going to get that, I believe, on the next live stream on Sunday. The $150 Mega Stack Freeze-Off final table. All right. But yes, that is.
Well, if that's the case, if you get the bourbon before the Sunday stream, then I hope that I can make the final table and like hopefully run it over and win, but like, you know, take some little breaks, come out and hit that bottle with you.
I could just pull a Bonner, go up on the Thursday stream and just get completely hammered. Like you did that a couple of times. Those are some of the most legendary streams we've ever had. But all right, 10-10-5.
Interesting here that our pre-flop aggressor did not fire off a continuation bet here, so we're just checking this all the way through, which is going to get us a chop between Chaz and Kevin. Anybody who'd wanted to take a little feeler bet at that might have gotten one through, but they're just going to chop up the money.
No.
And E is going to fall up short with his Jack-8 suited.
Josh Norris, how does the tipping work in Texas? I see people tipping with cash, not chips, because it's time rink game. But through the laws here in Texas, all chips must stay on the table. So anything that would be taken off the table would be perceived as illegal. So loophole around that was to just develop the $1 and $2 tip chips so that players can buy those separately, keep all the action on the table. So, I mean, it's a common question, but I also know there's folks tuning in at all sorts of different times. Make sure to click subscribe. I know we say it very often. #1 way to help the channel. We'll continue.
So we haven't filled that seat. So I guess the alternate list has been exhausted here for the stream game here tonight.
Jamin Burton here in the chat says, is there a list for this game? I could be there in about 3 hours. Well, I don't think we can hold on for 3 more, but would love to have Jamin Burton in a game soon enough. Raise up here by Kevin with Queen 10. Middle pair here by E, the Poker Traveler. A couple of red 9s.
So, yeah, Kevin with the initiative, he can definitely continue on this board. And with no spades in anyone's hand or any significant draws, he's just going to get it through. Yeah. Going to show the Queen of Hearts there. So, nice little pickup from Kevin.
537 likes. Come on, let's get to 575 here in like a couple of minutes.
All right, blasting this thing.
Blast off here, friends. So 4K, the lowest stack here on the table at this point. A lot of money here. It's been kind of I don't know if Bones has stepped off the table. I feel like we haven't heard from him in a while as far as a hand. Like we've gone through periods where it's a lot of players tangled up and a couple others where it's kind of some lulls, like Brad Owen back here in the mix. Some folks probably out having some cool beverages, some snacks.
Taking a peek here at the Chicago-Tampa Bay game. Looks like
that
game's pretty close, actually. We've got just a few minutes here into the fourth quarter. Chicago down by 2, but in the red zone. So let's see if the Bears can take the lead. As Matt's going to make a small win here, $30.
Yeah, that is. They were a team nobody had a lot of high expectations on. The fact that I think they have done this well has really kind of surprised me. But there was also something in the back of my head that says, boy, they've been slept on too much that those are always the kind of the teams that sneak up on you. Tampa, though, still good enough. I know there was a lot of narrative around like they should have gotten Cam Newton, but I think Foles was kind of the right choice for them in that sense that they could depend on his health, the familiarity with the system. And I think a lot of teams were stupid on passing on Cam Newton. I'm not necessarily going to fault the Bears specifically for doing so.
Yeah, I mean, they knew they had to move on from Trubisky at some point probably. That was sort of a failed experiment, and he really sort of showed that early on in the season.
He played fine early on, but it was like expecting that any success he was going to have was to be sustainable was very, like, wishful thinking. So, like, we could probably go a long time with this, but this is more of a poker show than a sports show, unfortunately. So
ooh,
it is.
Big Daddy
we got a
Chaz.
set 4, so 4 is full for the Big Daddy, but everybody else has complete lead. I mean, they're not even within 80 yards of this. They're not even within a Mitch Trubisky throw of one of his receivers within this.
Yeah.
It went right over their heads.
Now, if On was still in there with Brad's hand,
Yep.
then he probably would have continued. But
Probably would have check raised. Or
you might not be wrong. Shows the 4 is full. So, yeah, Big Daddy Chaz hitting a heater streak here. He is now the chip leader at the table. Over 12K in front of that man. All right. Here on the live stream, TCH Live, for another hour and 10 minutes.
Yes.
At least.
At least. We'll see, if the action continues. I don't know what. See how you're feeling, Carolyn. Okay, I got you.
But Victoria's here, and we can keep going. We can make it work.
All right, we'll just run Mike on empty here. No food in his stomach for hours on end. Let's see.
Checking the security camera to check on my dog, see how he's doing. He's resting peaceful. Maybe you guys put in a super chat so I can get my dog for a walk so he's not all lonely. That's really the only reason why I solicit them for the most part. It's just to pay for a dog walker every now and again. No, I kid. Bone's going to pick up the pawn here with a queen jack suited. Made sure to give him extra love and attention today so that if the stream went a little long, it's going to be just fine. So, V says, thanks, Carolyn and Victoria. Carolyn always gets love here from the chat, rightfully so. Try to make sure, extend the olive branch of appreciation. Make sure to hit the super chat and super sticker. Give us a little love in our pockets, some pants food, aka money, dollar bills.
Pants food.
Now, that is always something that makes me a little bit chippier, a little bit happier. It's like, hey, you want some money? I'd be like, yes.
The answer to that question is always yes. I mean, I guess unless there's
really bad strings attached, like you have to take.
Well, then it's not really free money, I guess, right?
I mean, that's. Well, I could make a joke about the. Well, okay, Numbnuts, Mike, what kind of dog do you have? I have the space. Okay, we'll go back here as we've got a hand developing Brad here. We'll raise here on the button. Poker Traveler looking for some Bradley dollars. 3 bets here to 225.
Not getting tricky with the kings here. Brad in position, Jack 10 offsuit. He's getting a pretty decent price to call here and see if he can connect with the board. He's not having any of the calling in mind.
He's going to 4-bet here.
4-bet. It's an ambitious play. Jack 10 doesn't play that well as a 4-bet. You don't block the biggest cards that your opponent is going to have in their calling range. So don't really like the Jack 10 as a 4-bet. However, with position, against certain players, you can make that hand work for you. But this is going to be dangerous. He's going to flop top pair. Neither player with a club. So we're going to go check to a turn, which is an ace. This is actually a card that could get Poker Traveler off of the hand if Brad were to stab at this and continue the story on the river.
Brad's going to try it, though. He's going to try a super down bet here. It's like, what, a 1/4 pot bet?
Yeah, and I actually like this because let's say that he had a hand with an ace in it that didn't have a club, right? So, like, he would have continued on the flop with a club, but then he picks up the ace, and he's just going to go ahead and put out this small little bet. And I like that a lot. And sure enough, he's going to show him. He's just going to show him, yeah, a pair of jacks.
There you go.
A pair of jacks. What do you want?
So far tonight, Brad Owen has gotten the better of the Poker Traveler. Cedric had tried to put out a big bluff when Brad had the nut flush and, punted off some. But, Cedric had gotten some free money from On that he could kind of use to either leverage his opponents. I don't know if that's necessarily like, hey, that's a sound strategy. Just won some free money off a player who punted off some chips. Like,
yeah, there were no strings attached. That was actual free money. Yeah,
it was a tough decision, I think, with top two. It was kind of a scary board for him in that sense. But so now we've okay. So it's become a 5-10-25 game now. This is what the people want.
And J-Stack wants to limp with his Jack 10 offsuit. Kevin not going to have anything to do with it out of the small blind, but Poker Traveler, the old man hand, 9-6, and Big Daddy Chaz with 6-5. So we're going 3 ways to a flop here, and that looks like the same texture as before. 3 clubs. J-Stack with the best of it here. He's got a hammerlock on this hand, actually. Can't lose unless he folds. He's going to put out a small bet and take it down.
And we added Westlake Matt. We lost golfer Bo. But I mean, otherwise we've kept a pretty steady lineup here between Brad, J-Stack, E, Big Daddy Chaz, the Poker Traveler, K-Dog, Kevin, Bones. We got a seat open here apparently though, but Brad's up, Kev's stuck, Chaz up a bit, E up a bit, Bones and Matt with a slight profit, but still plenty of time here, and see how long we go here.
All right, J-Stack here under the gun. He's going to let his mystery hand go. Westlake Matt not going to go anywhere spicy town with the King-9 offsuit. Kevin, though, he's going to open it up here on the button. Jack-7 suited. And Poker Traveler going to make a flat call here with a pair of 7s out of the small blind. E says, why not? I got 4 high and a dream. 3 ways to a flop here. Bottom pair for E. Kevin's got a gutter ball to a 9 as well as a backdoor flush draw. Poker Traveler with effectively 3rd pair. A check over to Kevin, the pre-flop aggressor. He's going to put out a continuation bet, and it looks like he's going to get a call from Poker Traveler here in the small blind, 135. We're going to go heads up to a turn, which is the King of Diamonds. So Poker Traveler going to check it over here. I would imagine no. Is he leading? He's going to lead at this. So this is a card that typically is going to favor the pre-flop aggressor's range, but he's going to turn his 7s into a bluff. This is a very ambitious play, but it's going to work. And Kevin's going to get out of there. Yeah. I think that, yeah, Poker Traveler is pretty fortunate to have run into the hand that that Kevin had there to not get any resistance on that lead. So nice play there. Poker Traveler going to pick up the pot, move up to almost 12K in chips. And we'll keep it going here on TCH Live. Let me check on the chat here. Got some conversation about different parts of the world. Nice to see so many of you guys here watching this fine production from every corner of the earth. A lot of people from Australia that we heard about from earlier. Belgium in there. Uganda, I think someone said. I mean, fantastic. Watching poker, U.S. poker in Uganda. How fantastic is that? All right. We got Kevin here with a raise up to $80. Ace-9 offsuit in the cutoff. Big Daddy Chaz not going to spice it up with his 9-7, but E's reaching for some raising chips here with Jack-10 off. And if we've seen anything from Kevin, it is defense. And sure enough, he's going to come right along. So we've got heads up to a flop here, $500 in the middle, Ace-9 against Jack-10. We're going to flop Jack-6-6, so E flops the best of it here after taking the 3-bet lead pre. Let's see if he continues here. Going to put out a small bet, and Kevin's just going to let it go. So E's going to pick it up. Shows the jack as well. All right. Just a reminder, tomorrow we got more Brad Owen here in town. 5-5 meetup game starting at 3 p.m. Anybody wants to come and mix it up with the PogChamp, you can do so. Either call ahead, get on the list, or show your fine face right through the door and sign up. Games start at 3 o'clock. We'll be running all evening. We've also got a variety of other games that you can play as well. 1-2 runs daily. Usually several tables of that running. We got 1-3 match the stack running. And again, tomorrow 5-5 with Brad Owen. So come on down, check us out. Let's get back into the action here. We got Kevin folding. Poker Traveler looks like he's going to put in a small raise here. with queen 8 of hearts in the cutoff. E looking down at queen jack offsuit in the small blind. See if he decides to put in a 3-bet. No. Is he just gonna smooth call there? Okay. And J-Stack, that's gonna bring J-Stack in as well. So he's got the jack 7 of diamonds. He's gonna come along. And now Matt, he's in a prime squeeze position and he's got good cards to do it with. And his opponents have bad ones. So this is gonna be a great spot to get the squeeze through. He's gonna bump it up here, 425. And unless somebody really thinks that he's getting out of line here and sort of puts him on exactly a squeeze, probably going to get through. All right. No, J-Stack says, you know, oh, wait. Okay. I thought I just saw the action tracker say that he called, but he's still thinking about it. And he's going to pitch it. There we go. Nice squeeze from Westlake Matt. He's going to pick up that pot uncontested after putting in the 3-bet squeeze out of the straddle.
So 5, 10, 25. That's actually, it's going to be Brad Owen's straddle. I can't fathom, you know, when we started this year that we would get to this point and we could host somebody like this here for this room. We had a lot of momentum before the coronavirus shutdown that affected a lot of people. Yada, yada, yada. We all know the drill, but, you know, to have this moment here tonight, here for the poker world, that it's something really, really special. So I want to thank everybody for being here for it, for tuning in, for liking, subscribing, helping get the word out about our channel that we've worked so very hard on to try to make special, to help grow the game for Austin Poker here. So, and we've got the Poker Traveler opening here to 105 with the 7 Dewey.
Brad going to defend out of the straddle here with the King Jack offsuit. So we got the nut rag up against a King Jack offsuit, but that flop is not going to connect with Brad. So Poker Traveler is probably going to get this through. And I expect he's going to turn that hand over triumphantly and let everybody know that I just did it with the 7 deuce, baby.
You won with the 7 deuce. You're the man.
Gets a golf clap out of Westlake
Just
Matt
a little
there.
bit like, yeah, very well done. As we see our VPIPs here, J-Stack at 45%. Brad here at the bottom at 18%.
Hey, but he's out of the single digits, so you know what? Good for him.
Absolutely, and you got to take into account there's been the hands that he's been chowing down on some Texas Roadhouse, so I think he kind of stepped away from the table for a stretch. Maybe that's what happened during that hand with the Jack 10. He got one of those baked potatoes, got a couple of Sammys in him, and he's like, you know what? It's time to 4-bet here with Jack 10. The game continues here as just phenomenal content here tonight.
All right, Poker Traveler with a slightly better hand than 7 deuce this time around. He's going to raise it up with King Queen of Hearts. Big Daddy Chaz going to flat call out of the hijack with 2 cards. And we got mostly rags coming through, so yeah, the blinds and the straddle are going to get out of the way. We'll have Chaz rescan his cards here momentarily, I imagine. But Poker Traveler flopping pretty well. He's got top pair with backdoor straight and flush draws. And Chaz actually has a king as well, and he's out-kicked. So this could be a pretty spicy hand, depending on what this run-out looks like. Because he's gonna Poker Traveler's gonna put in a pretty chunky continuation bet here, almost like I'd say 80% pot, and get a call out of Chaz. That diamond on the turn isn't going to make anyone too excited, as it brings in the front door flush draw. But we're going to get a fairly favorable run out after check on the turn for Poker Traveler to go for more value, and he's going to go very small. I guess there's 300 there, so it's a half pot size bet. I thought that was 225, but he's going to go 325. And this, yeah, this looks very value-y. So Chaz has got to decide if he's going to put in the call or maybe even try to mix this up with a raise, but his demeanor isn't really indicative of a hand that has strength. So think he's thinking about just whether or not he's going to call this or not.
Thinking here. Two San Antonio area players battling it out.
Yeah, and he just thinks his hand is too strong to fold, so he's going to put in the call, and he's going to get shown the bad news. He was pipped on the kicker. 325 plus the rest of the pot getting shipped over to Poker Traveler. Nice little pickup right there.
ATX Poker. Mikey, question for Dr. Aaron Mack. What is the best advice you got early in your poker career? Did you get advice? Did anybody try to extend the olive branch there to say, hey there, young man, this is what it's all about?
You know, in terms of advice that I received, I would say I didn't really have like a poker mentor, like as far as, you know, someone that you could really get advice from and really look up to as I sort of, you know, found my way into poker. So, you know, I don't have the best answer for that, but I guess in terms of the best advice that I could give, I'm just going to pivot, you know, just change that that question around. The best advice I could give is really understand who you are as a poker player before you foray into the game as like a serious endeavor. Like if you know, got lucky and won a tournament or made it deep in some tournament one time and now you've got what you think is a bankroll and you're just going to, you know, sort of turn this into your future and run out there and take over the world, you know, that's the start of a beautiful dream and it could work and that could be a great thing for you. But also just recognize like where you are as a poker player and what your sort of skill set is. Because I think so many people kind of either think that they're better than they are or understand the game more than they do and just sort of rush into it because it's exciting and fun. So, I mean, you really should put in some time, you know, hop on one of the fantastic training sites that are out there and sign up and learn and sort of identify your own weaknesses. If you're not putting in that kind of analysis to who you are as a player, you can really kind of fall behind. And so, yeah, I guess just the best advice I'd have is to really do some self-analysis, some self-evaluation.
Get honest critiques. As we've got a 3-bet here by Matt. And sorry to cut you off. We got a 4-bet by Bones here with ace-king suited. Matt had called. We've got an ace flop. And a big pot brewing here between Barrel and Bones. Big Daddy Bones. Here with ace-king. Top pair, top kicker. It's going to lead out into it and could be a dangerous spot here for Matt.
Yeah, so Bones with the initiative here as the pre-flop 4-better is going to put out about a 1/3 pot size bet, which is going to be fairly standard. And so Matt with ace-queen here is pretty much never thinking anything other than just call and like feel pretty good about your hand. I mean, Bones could definitely continue this story with, oh my God, look at that
poor
turn
Bones.
card.
You've got to be kidding me. Queen turns as Matt has made top 2 pair.
So, yeah, so I was going to say that the ace-queen is actually feeling pretty good because there's actually quite a few times when you hold that ace that your opponent is just going to check on this turn, and then you're just going to feel, you know, very emboldened to value bet. But, you know, considering the way that this is played out, I mean, Bones is going to be sick to his stomach when he finds out what has happened to him here. But, yeah, right now he's got to be wondering, of all the hands that could call me here, you know, what did that queen do to their range? So, but he's going to continue. It's another smallish bet given the size of the pot. So he's going to put 1,200 out there. And again, Matt can just call this. And now I think when Bones continues on this turn, right, like this basically telegraphs to Matt, like Bones has a hand, but you've got top 2, so I mean, you're loving this spot. I mean, yeah, you pretty much put Bones on exactly what he's got. He's got ace-king here, so definitely don't want to raise and get him out of there. But the other thing is that Matt does only have 3.1K in his stack, so if he calls, it's going to take him down to only 1,900, and That actually almost looks stronger than shoving, so maybe he's going through that analysis right now and says to himself, I can't just call because Bones just like checks every river, but if I jam, maybe he calls. Okay, he is going to put in the call, and again, he's got 1,900 behind. This pot is now up to 5.5K.
Really suspicious look there by Bones. Do you wonder, can he put Matt here on ace queen? Can he really sit there and think like it's a reasonable holding that he could have given the circumstances? That like, does he either have the same hand as him, or did he get lucky there on the turn, or potentially maybe call, well, say like an ace three, and oh, poor Bones.
Yeah.
He's just run right into it.
Yeah, and I don't really blame him there for jamming it in because he knows that he can't fold to any bet. So he says, you know what, I may as well take the initiative and just go ahead and get it in there. I don't know. Yeah, that's pretty tough. What a turn card. We've seen some sick, nasty turn cards tonight.
Some really, really disgusting run-outs there, and that's just a cooler.
So Matt is going to get a full double here. 4.7K going into his stack. This pot almost up to 10K. Wow, Westlake Matt crashing into Bones' stack and running out of there with a big piece of it. Bones left with not quite crumbs, but he's down under 2K now. Might have to think about topping up, and it looks like he is.
Yeah, this is not a punt. Anybody classifying it as a punt, we're going to have problems here. But
yeah, no, you can take punt clearly out of the conversation here. This is a sick, nasty cooler, and Bones was the recipient. Yeah, there's no two ways about that. You flop that strong, ace-2-3, and you've got ace-king. I mean, no, you're just getting stacked when your opponent turns the miracle.
Welcome back here to the stream. Westlake Matt has me and Bones playing an instant classic. Matt just getting the better end of it.
Wow, we are up to 560 likes here in the chat, almost. Anybody who's still watching who has not hit that like button for us, go ahead and do us a favor. Go ahead and smash that like button. Give it a good solid roundhouse kick, and let's get that thing up to 600. Why not?
Headbutt that thing like you're Zidane in the, what was it, the World Cup? When he did the
right in the
headbutt?
chest.
Boom.
Bam.
That is a great reference. Let's see, I think we're going to get Matt. Hey, 8TX Poker with a great note. Mike, Texas Royal Touch Girl is Brittany, who is donating her tips tomorrow to addiction recovery. Again, if you see her out there on the felt, get any tips donated to overcoming addiction.
Fantastic.
Yeah, boy, that is a sidebar that we could go a long stretch on. I don't want to bum out our audience, but you know, this is there's people out there taking action.
Yeah, and supporting those folks in their recovery. I think that's fantastic because you know what, we all go through our ups and our downs, and the folks that have really had a rough go of it in life sometimes turn to some substances to cope with that, and it's really beholden on all of us to support them in their recovery. So good on her, and good on
$1.50 per minute. The fine licensed massage therapist of Texas Royal Touch. And the only really thing that you should be addicted to that's good for you is smashing that like button. That is an addiction I support. As Poker Traveler has flop top pair. Brad, who had raised pre-flop here to 85 and got the call. Check.
Right. Pretty innocuous turn card for, well, let's see here. So Brad had been the raiser, and then check. So Poker Traveler going to lead out here, actually. Yeah, so Brad just going to let it go. Yeah, interesting there. All right, so as we continue here in our 5-10 uncapped special stream
just
with
the master
Brad Owen.
This has been really fun to do with you, my friend. Like,
Cheers to
yeah,
that, brother.
sometimes, yeah, cheers. I have kept it in moderation. I only had half of the second box, so I've been kind of just pacing myself so I can still appear to be professional and still have a good time. We're at hand 110 here in our super duper 5, 10, now 25 cash game here tonight on TCH Live.
I see you've cracked what is that, a C4 over there as well?
Yeah, just a little extra energy boost, kind of balance yourself out, you know. Usually I have like one or two, and then I actually just went straight to the beer to start this one. So it was like, okay, hey, maybe get a little upper here. As
Yeah, balance it out, you know.
Victoria says, shout out to Asa and everyone in the building and this building this awesome lineup. Yeah, shout out to Asa. We had kind of some discussions this past week as to figure out, okay, how can we do this in the way that it needs to be done? So props to Asa, my dude Asa.
All right, Bones and Matt clashing again. Bones with the ace-king yet again. Let's see if he can come out on top this time around. All right, both catch a piece of this. So Westlake Matt with bottom pair, gutter to a straight, and a backdoor royal flush draw. Bones blocks that with the ace of clubs, and he's got, yeah, top pair, top kicker. But this is sort of a tough board to navigate. It's similar to that last one when the queen peeled off, right? It's like all of the hands that have an ace that are worse than yours have made two pair, but Bones just going to go ahead and continuation bet, and Matt's going to go ahead and let it go. So Bones wins this round. Shows the king. All right.
Shout out to Nathan Vasquez, a.k.a. Nate the Great. It's played on this stream handful of times. ATX Poker Mike is cheating on rain total body fuel. No. I was cheating on C4 with rain total body fuel. You know, like that's the thing. You can sometimes just
It's
find
a
good deals.
non-monogamous
A little
relationship.
jolt
You know,
of
this is-
caffeine that can power you through 2 sportscasts per week, 3 live streams, dealing. It's a lot on my plate here at this point, but we do it for the love of the fans, for all you fine people in this poker community that have cared this much about the show, that it's like, hey, I'm here for it. I might have to work 7 damn days a week just to be able to pay the bills, but we're going to find a effing way to do it.
Absolutely. So how would rain mix with the bourbon?
That actually sounds like a compelling combo. We may have to answer that question on our next TCH Live.
I mean, that could either like shut down your nervous system. With
That does
this,
not
like,
sound like a good idea, though, Aaron. I don't.
Yeah, I mean, or it could be the beginning of a great and wonderful evening.
A wonderful story here as TCH Unfiltered would be quite a story.
That should be a segment. TCH Unfiltered.
All right. All diamonds. 8s up here for Kevin. Kings and 8s. J-Stack going to call here the 125.
All right, let's see if J-Stack can catch up here on the river. And he does. Another terrible run out for Kevin. And J-Stack just flicks in a pink chip. And Kevin's just got to be like, what is happening here?
Like, what?
Show
in
me
the
a card.
world?
Show me a card. And he's
done-
going to give him the jack, isn't he?
Is J-Stack going to be a sweetheart here and show him the...
Yeah.
He's going to show the jack, but everybody's going to have the ability. Generally, we have like a TV off the screen that players can kind of see the hands as they happen. So, Josh Norris, can I get a shout out from my dad, John Norris? Just got back from work watching the stream with a Jack and Coke in his hand. We're just going to keep out for your Uncle Chuck. He might just come on in with 2 Jack and Cokes and a couple of broken tables. I don't know what all the things that Chuck Norris can do, but
Everything he can
everything.
do. Everything.
He could have He could have done production and commentary on the stream.
I know.
He
He's
could
going
have
to put us out of
5-bet
business
bluff.
here.
You know, Chuck Norris really. That was funny for a while. Then it kind of went away because it was overdone. But it was at its peak. Very great comedy.
I mean, also, did you ever watch a Chuck Norris film? Like, I'm just curious.
I used
like,
to
we're of
love
the age,
Walker
like,
Texas Ranger.
Oh,
Like as a
yeah.
kid, Walker Texas Ranger was like peak entertainment for a kid in Postville, Iowa, little town. You're like, wow, Walker Texas Ranger. And it's just Trying to think of the other great Chuck Norris films. As we've got Brad racing with Ace King, Bones calling with Ace 9 suited.
And yeah, Whiff City there for both players. Brad with the initiative and the best hand. He's going to go ahead and check it over to Bones, and Bones is going to check back with Ace High, take his sort of showdown value, see if he can get to showdown here. He will be no good if they do check it all the way down, which I suspect they will here on this run out. No, Brad is actually going to go for thin value. And Bones going to let it go.
Let's see here. Hey, shout out to my friend Mark Wolverine Payne. Check out his YouTube channel. Let's see. 360 Rush Iowa Hawkeyes is where it's at. All right. The way, our friend Ernesto from Portugal, chat legend. Let's see. Victoria, we're going to get some overtime. And I'm feeling at least like maybe we can do another half hour. I'm kind of okay with that. I mean, it's just. Otherwise, we've got 40 minutes to go here on the stream. I'm sure this game's still going to go after, so it's. But we'll figure it out. We'll see what we can do.
Yeah, we'll cross that bridge when we get
production,
to it.
we get.
All right, we've got Poker Traveler spicing it up with the suited two-gapper here.
If somebody can promise me a ride, I will definitely keep drinking. Otherwise, it's probably cutoff time for me.
I was about to
that's
say,
not
like,
the one thing
well,
I
I'll
was
just
ever
keep
expecting.
drinking
Can
and
you give me a
I'll
ride
give you
home? I won't have to spend money on an Uber. All right, so we've got Ace High Flush Draw here for Brad. Second pair here for the Poker Traveler. I'm fine, but he here with Ace 10 offsuit.
Oh, boy. All right, so, yeah, we got a couple of hands here that can definitely continue to a turn. Poker Traveler, again, had been the pre-flop aggressor, so, yeah, he's going to continue betting with his second pair. I think he's likely to slow down here. Yeah, check to a Heart River. That's going to give Brad the goods. And, again, Ace Queen suited, bringing in the nut flush.
Wow,
For Brad tonight, and he's going to go for value here, and he's going to go big, a little slight overbet. Poker Traveler is going to have none of it. All right, and he's just going to show him like a gentleman, shows him the goods. Brad up over 10K now.
All right.
Homie sat down with 4K, he's up over 10K, running good.
Ace saying, I got your Uber, enjoy the night. Okay, all right, might have a sports cast. I'll be a little hungover for tomorrow, but it's gonna be a three-setter that's done and very fast, so we can survive. So why don't we just tip it back and celebrate the success of TCH Live here?
Cheers to you, Mike, and cheers to everybody in the chat. Let's see, we crushed the
603.
600.
This is by far a landslide of the most likes I think we've ever gotten on the stream.
Well done, everybody.
Well done. You guys have done your patriotic duty to hit that like button. Daniel Williams said this should make a good vlog for Brad. Probably good advertising here for Texas Poker, too.
Absolutely. As we've got limp. Did we have a limp? We did. We had Brad limp. The ace-9 Bones checked his option with 7 triz. Whole lot of nothing there. So Brad with the best hand here. And Bones picks up a pair here on the river to take away the lead. Brad checks and Bones is going to bet here. Something smallish. Looks like 35. And Brad's not going to bite. Okay. Small pot there for Bones.
Yeah, in the winning direction. So it is still high hand at Tuesday and Thursday up until midnight. So they could have just double checked on that high hand jackpot. Appreciate it. TRTE Marie, way to go. Mike and Aaron, y'all are crushing it tonight. Appreciate all love and support. Moose Duty. Don't know why everybody hating any of the poker vloggers. They have given the game new outlet audiences and huge amounts of players. Much love to all the vloggers and TCH for helping the game. And that's really the whole point. Like we really still appreciate anybody that's helping the niche out to branch out into players, create interest in the game, to be able to energize people into playing, whether it be live or online. Like, I mean, that's really the goal. Like, if somebody's not infringing on your rights to have fun, like, why the hate? Why the hate?
Just took a quick look here at the football game. Chicago with the ball, $1.30 left in the game in the fourth quarter.
Oh boy, we might have
Down 17-19. Let's see if Chicago can squeak out a win
yeah,
against
it's
Tom Brady
up to
and
Mr.
these.
Nick Foles, the pride of Westlake, the second most popular Westlaker here on this the stream right now, behind Westlake Matt, and well, actually third, right behind Asa.
Right. Big Daddy Chad's going to pick that one up with a bet.
See if I can pull this up here. What is it on the NFL Network? We can laugh at the Bears or let's see here. But tough night here for Kevin. He's fighting it out. But, I mean, at this stake, I mean, this is what the swings are in a game like this. So just keep on fighting.
Yep, keep on trucking. That is definitely one of the things that comes with playing poker at this level is, being able to sort of manage your bankroll and recognize just how steep the swings are going to be. You know, some days you leave smashing it and crushing it and feeling on top of the world, and other times going home feeling like you're broke. But as long as you sort of really know what you can afford and what levels you can play at, everything should work out for you. So all of these players certainly aware of all that. Definitely some losses aren't going to hurt anybody in this game. But let's see what we're working with now. We got J-Stack making a call of 85 with 8-6 offsuit. So perhaps I missed a straddle or something here, but we've got three very raggy hands going to a flop, and everyone gets a piece. Wow, would you look at that? So Big Daddy Chaz with middle pair and a flush draw, Kevin with bottom pair, and J-Stack with middle pair. So everybody's got something here. And Chaz is going to take a lead at this for 150. So half pot size bet. Going to get a quick call from J-Stack. And Kevin now, he's feeling squeezed out here, so he's going to let it go.
All right.
8-ball there on the turn. That's going to give J-Stack 2 pair and a pretty significant equity lead here. But Big Daddy Chaz still has the flush draw to go with his pair. But J-Stack, he's sizing up. He's betting a small overbet, just barely over the size of the pot here. And Big Daddy Chaz, I mean, he doesn't know it, but he's not quite getting the price to call this. But certainly with a pair and a flush draw, you almost never feel like you should be folding. But yeah, he's going to scope the situation, find out what J-Stack's playing, find out if the implied odds are good enough for him to go ahead and peel off a turn here. Out of position. Problem is that if the front door flush draw comes in, it's going to be hard for him to get paid off unless J-Stack has a set. He is going to call. We're going to go to a river. Ace of diamonds.
It's always an ace.
Not going to help out Big Daddy Chaz here. So J-Stack with a lock on it. Chaz going to check. J-Stack going to check. Okay, so he doesn't go for any value there. But going to scoop a really nice pot. That's going to add 1K to his stack. Good job, J-Stack. All right. Any update on that game? What do we get here?
I was trying to find it. Apparently, trying to stream NFL Network is not doable here from my vantage point. But if you want to watch NFL Network here at Texas Card House, you could do so. You could see our Sunday games here on every TV. If you want to watch some college football, you want to sit up there in the top of the room and yell, War Eagle! Well, you can do so here with our $100 second chance tournament. Guaranteed 2K to first place. Either one entry or one add-on, 20-minute levels, 20K starting stacks. if you're a Longhorn fan, we've got the OU Texas, excuse me, the Texas OU. Sorry. Texas OU rivalry, the Red River Shootout happening here this Saturday. Excited here for that. Two teams trending in very weird directions. But wait a minute, Amazon Prime has it. I've got that.
Oh yeah, Thursday Night Football, right?
Yeah, sometimes I don't know. It's just weird with the streaming stuff as to who's covering what or how can you watch this and.
Yeah,
They're
because
like, I have 8,000 streaming apps. Like, how do I what? No, I don't have that much, but.
Yeah, we're down to the final minute here, so it looks like the Bears kicked a field goal to take a 1-point lead with a minute left.
That's
like
too much time for touchdown Tom. We'll see.
Tom Brady and those Tampa Bay Buccaneers trying to march down the field, see if they can get some points on the board.
Okay, we can watch it here on the prime time.
The primest of times coming in hot. Oh, that could have been nasty.
I think I just heard the sweet sounds of Joe Buck there.
The sweet sounds of Joe Buck.
Some people don't believe in that, but. All right.
I'm a believer. Ooh, Gronk couldn't pull it down. All right, we've got ourselves $25 straddle as the usual now.
All right, 4th and 5, it looks like. We're probably seeing it here on delay. So Tom Brady out of the gun, 2 to the right, 1 to the left, 4th and 5 from their own 41. Takes a snap, 3-step drop, looking over the middle, throws, fires, and deflected. Bears win. The goddamn Bears have won. God darn it.
Yeah, you never like to see that.
Well, retire, Tom. No, that's a good one here for the Bears here at home. Unless Tom is going to try to get a penalty out of this. I think that is probably the ball game. No, that was wow.
He had the running back wide open, it looked like, for the first down.
He was looking for Cameron Brate over the middle. The safety in the middle of the field had him totally sealed off, but.
Oh, Brady thought that it was 3rd down.
No, boy. All right, top pair here for E here with King Jack. Brad here with the Ace Queen of Spades.
All right, so yeah, E here with top pair. Pretty solid kicker. He's going to go ahead and bet. Brad with backdoor spades and 2 overcards. Yeah, this is a spot he can continue in position. King ball right there on the turn, so E's hand gets even better. It does bring Brad in with a gutter, but no spade means it's going to be tough for him to continue, although E's going to check now. And this could give Brad an opportunity to try to bluff at this, and honestly, I think he probably should. Against most of E's checking range, a bet here is going to be pretty effective. Although you have to wonder what kings call the flop, I suppose, right? So maybe the king isn't actually that strong of a card for Brad's range, but he's going to represent it, so he's going to put out $400 there.
He gives him a little look there, like, okay, what do I do now? I got a bet of 400 in front of me. Relatively safe board.
Yeah, the tricky part here now is if he's going to set this trap, is he going to call and then try to check and induce another bluff there on the river? Or does he try to get more money in the pot now? These guys are super deep stacked, so honestly, you should probably be thinking about a raise here, but looks like that's the route he's going to go. So we had a bet of 400 from Brad and a check raise up to 1.2, so a 3x raise here out of position. That's definitely going to be screaming some scary to Brad, and he's going to let it go. So, yeah, maybe if king was a spade, he'd continue, but definitely not with the naked gutter there. So, going to fold it on over to E, pick up a nice pot, and that moves E back up over 10K.
Well, 619 likes over 1,234 live viewers here at this point. Again, Brad Owen's meetup game here tomorrow at TCH. Plenty of 5-5 games. You want to get in on some of those games, I advise you get here early. Take part in the action. I'm sure you'll see Aaron
in the mix.
bask with love and appreciation, and don't try to 4-bet barrel bluff him. That's the one way to show respect. It's like, I'm not going to bluff this guy. But, all right, we got the Poker Traveler able to raise up here to 105. J-Stack here looking at Queen 10 suited.
Don't see a lot of 3-bets out of position here from J-Stack. A lot of calls, so he's going to take a flop here. Queen 10 suited. Can flop pretty well, so let's see what we got. Battle of the suited queens. King 7 deuce with a couple of spades, so the two red hands are not going to appreciate that too much, although Poker Traveler does have the backdoor flush draw.
Just going to win it here by virtue of position. Right now here at this hour, looks like I still got some 1-2 happening as day kind of winding down a bit. A 1-3, no limit with bomb pots also happening here with our 5-10 game. The 1-2, no limit here with bomb pots happening here on, was it Thursday? It's hard to keep track of the days of the week anymore. But, oh boy. Again, you can chime on in here to the chat. Make sure to hit the like.
Some good stuff in that chat over there, it sounds
Yeah,
like.
there's Gary C. made it funny. That's like a first.
Bones here, gonna smooth call the 10s
Hey,
after Brad had raised to 9-7.
ATX Poker saying, hey, Mikey, the trick to beating Aaron is to call pre-flop with any two cards and get lucky as fuck, a.k.a. donk, a.k.a. lodge style. Well, I think if I had to compare talent from room to room, oh, boy. All right, King 8-9.
Yeah, the calling with any two and getting really lucky, that that does work against me. So, yeah, it doesn't feel great
It
either.
is sound strategy against you.
Yeah, when it works 60% of the time, every time. Yeah,
Every time.
every
All right.
time.
Right here with middle pair, Bones with pocket 10s. J-Stack just floating along here with ace-queen.
Yeah, not even a heart in his hand, and he's
And
going to
just
drill that
banks it.
turn. Getting pretty connected on that board, but, you know, really just the Jack-10 is the only thing that got there. Bones with 2 of the 10s, so... And he played this very slowly and cautiously, too, just flatting the 10s. So Jack-10 is actually pretty solidly in his range. He's going to come out betting at this. I actually like this. He's going to put a lot of hands in a tough spot. J-Stack makes a quick call. Brad gets out of the way. We go to the river, and Bones gets there.
There you go. Bones, I think, he was due. He was a little bit owed. That's not after that ace-king versus ace-queen hand against Westlake Matt.
Yeah, runner for the straight with what was the best flop pre-flop and on the flop. Got sucked out on the turn, but he gets there back on the river, so he's going to put out a bet. This is a little under half pot. Definitely a value town bet, but J-Stack not going to pay it off. He lets his queen go. Bones going to show one of the 10s.
Well, Bones, I mean, no disrespect to you. Bones was one of the first people I think I ever had on as a commentator with me. As good a friend as I've made since the show has started. So I'm always rooting for him. But I mean, in the poker world, it's yeah, you can root for somebody and have the cards kind of go any different direction. So it's been a tough stretch here. But as funny of a guy and a class act and a great poker mind, Bones has been on the stream quite a bit, and especially as of late in some of these 5-5 games.
Yeah,
But
Bones
Aaron,
always in there
you've come
crushing.
on in and just elevated the game, and that's what we love about all the folks here. That a lot of people stepping on in.
Happy to be here.
As am I, man. This is the kind of game you get fired up for here.
Absolutely. All right, Big Daddy Chaz, he's about to mix it up here. He's got a raise to 85 with the 9-7. He's going to get it through. These players are really starting to open the ranges a little bit. I've noticed several rather questionable opens, but Now that we're playing just, you know, the 8-handed here, these guys are mixing it up.
I wonder if the alcohol's starting to kick in here at this point, that if this guy's been having a few cold ones. I think Kevin's actually going to make it a $50 straddle here. 5, 10, 50.
Let's
Go.
Yeah, could be. I mean, I haven't really noticed any of the players really pulling it down, but there may be some beverages off to the side here. We don't have cup holders here on the stream table, so anyone who is enjoying a delicious beverage is going to have to do so off of a side table or a rolling cart from behind. Let's see here. We've got Poker Traveler going to go ahead and open it up. Again, this is a $50 straddle, so ace-6 of diamonds.
Oh,
taking
okay,
it
it's
up
a
to
double
125.
straddle. I see. Okay. There's 25 and then the 50, so
Yeah.
missed that little detail.
Let's see. And he's going to get it through the blind and the single straddle. Kevin, 9 to 5 here. Going to call for 75 bucks. Let's take a flop. 300 bucks in the middle. Ace-6 against 9-5.
Kevin's just whipped on this.
And it looks like we've had a misread on our board here. So we're reading 10-7 deuce, but I believe I saw an ace out there, unless I'm just in la la land. No, that was ace-7 deuce. So slight misread there, but yeah, Poker Traveler flopping top pair. Going to take it down with a c-bet.
So we'll continue here on TCH Live. Mike Gamblett here, AA Ron. Poker Traveler, stacks and stacks and stacks. We've had some wild and crazy pots and some big straddles amongst one of the biggest games we've had here on stream. So we invite you to click subscribe, hit that like button, see if we can get to 700. 700 before the night is complete. So let's see. Traveler going to fold, Chaz going to fold. E out, junk and junk and junk, and J Stack says, all right, 4 high for 25 bucks. Brad here with a 7-6 suited, going to call. Bones, not a believer in the 6 Dewey. Kevin going to check his option here with the Jack 5. Could be one of our more ho-hum hands of the night, but we've had so many fantastic ones. As J Stack going to bet his bottom pair here in this spot. Brad feeling kind of confused here by this sizing, says there might be some free money in for it. Moan, these players have zero personality on poker table, including Brad and Andrew, unlike Garrett and Phil Hellmuth. That doesn't even make any sense. I just had to do one chat pro voice. I've tried to behave, not make fun of anybody, but that was very funny. All right. I love your neck from Newman. They're the best. But again, my name is Mike Gamblett, a.k.a. Hoops Mike. Glad to be here on the call, as always, here for TCH Live. Thursday. 5-10-25 as got the J Stack. Let's see. We got Brad here with the ace-7 suited. Matt, Westlake Matt had open here to 75.
He's got that deadly ace-queen again.
Yes. V, saying your voice priceless. The people love the chat pro voice that I do here. I might just have to do a full show of doing nothing but the chat pro voice.
Do it when I'm not here.
Show ever,
I do like the voice, but I don't know if I could stand a whole episode.
It's good in small doses. As we've got a 3-bet here to 300 here by Poker Traveler. Gonna get a call smoothie here by Matt. Brad.
Yeah, he's
getting
gonna
pretty
come
good
along.
price.
Yeah, on the button with a suited ace. Definitely can take a flop here. So we've got almost $1,000 in this pot, a little over 900, I should say. Oh, that's a raggy flop. Not going to connect with anybody, really. So king's still safely out in front. Yeah, Matt squeezed here in between. He could think about a float if he was on the button with no one behind, but he's definitely put in a tough spot here.
I think Matt wins the cooler of the year against Bart Hansen when they went sevens versus queens. Bart flops top set of queens. Matt has middle set of sevens. That was a hand, I think, before the shutdown. That was like a 20K pot, I think, ish. It's somewhere between 10 to 20K. I can't remember precisely, but. And I almost think he almost considered folding it too.
I remember that. Yeah, he was thinking about it. Yeah.
So we've got flush draw, straight draw here for Brad. Poker Traveler searching for those Bradley dollars. Chance here though.
All right, yeah, that is just a nut turn card if you're Brad. Gives him 40% equity in this hand without a pair. Poker Traveler does the check call for 650, and this pot's ballooned to 3K now. Let's see if Brad can improve here on the river, and he will not. So that Jack of Hearts is going to brick out for him. Poker Traveler going to put in the check, and now Brad is sitting there with ace high. He can't win this at Showdown, and he knows it. He's going to have to put in a big bet. Oh,
he gets insta call, but Brad does try to fire there with 1,400. I think Seti beat him right into the effing pot there.
Yeah, that's sizing. I don't know if there's a good size that would get it through. Honestly, with the way that flop turn and river texture is played out, I just think he's winning that every time, Poker Traveler. But yeah, Brad kind of went for a little under half pot, make it look super value-y. Just maybe try to get Poker Traveler off of more of a middling type hand, but yeah, not going to get it through. Really nice pot there for Poker Traveler. He's up to almost 16,000. Crushing it tonight.
Just absolutely smash. I think that's a 5K win for him at least. Like, he got a donation from On.
And then he chipped down a little bit to Bones, right? And then he moved right back on up there. And that was the battle of the two out-of-towners there that I guess Brad had the upper hand, right? He had like two big wins against him, and then
he tried to bluff Brad, and then I'm trying to remember if there was any other hands that he tried to kind of bluff off on. But he's got a great following online. A lot of people love Seti. I've only got to interact with him a handful of times, but always good energy. Always good for the game. Here come the chat pros. Here come the chat pros.
Unleash the analysis, chat pros.
We
Let us know
see.
how it should have gone or what they should have done or whatever. I mean, you guys know best. All right, Poker Traveler going to pick up a small pot there. Basically, looks like just the blinds and straddles. All right, that aggression frequency evening out pretty well. We got Kevin there at 40, a little over 40%. Matt down there just under 30. So everybody playing pretty strong poker here, as you like to see on TCH Live.
Adam says horrible bluff spot considering he blocks all the hands he wants his opponent to have. I will not do the chat pro voice because that's actually like pretty sound. Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I find myself in that situation sometimes. You get to the river and you just have a hand that is never winning, and you're like,
Leroy Jenkins.
And they beat you into the pot, and you just sigh, like, oh, why did I try? Why did I just give up?
Why did I play poker today? Like that kind of mentality. All right, so we've got queens up here on fives and queens. E here with a gutter ball to nowhere. And going to just go ahead and give it on up.
So what do you think? The Vikings, are they going to get a W?
Oh,
ever?
Who are they playing? They're playing.
They're not getting it this week, I don't think. They're playing Seattle this week, but
bring on. See, like they have had some really interesting matchups. Like there is no Jamal Adams. Justin Jefferson's been balling out. Like, this is one of those stupid games that they somehow find a way to win by playing a little bit better on the defensive side. I'm The fact is that they're not going to have fans, so it's not going to be that kind of thing where Kirk Cousins is overwhelmed by 100,000 people telling him he sucks. So it's just sort of like, if there is a road test and the time to have it is at this point of the year, it's the Sunday night game. So Sunday, I will probably be ranting about the Vikings as the stream happens.
Well, I hope you do it while I'm at the final table of the tournament, and then we can
just throw down the headset and be, oh, fucking Vikings. You know, like,
38
just like, how did that? I don't know. I wouldn't mind finding a night off for that, but I could be horribly disappointed at the same time, too.
Yeah, maybe best not to pay too close of attention.
No, I'm a grinder through and through. Gosh darn it. Got to go make those dollar bills. We could put those stacks on racks.
All right, let's get back to the poker action here. We got Big Daddy Chaz thinking about a call here. It's going to cost him 190. He's got a hand that operates decently well as a 4-bet, and we've seen him do it before. But he's going to go ahead and just put in the smooth. E with the 4-3 of hearts. He's going to come along for the ride. So we've got 3 ways to a flop here. 9's out in front for the moment. 825 in the pot. 4 deuce ace, 2 spades. That's going to give E second pair and a gutter. Big Daddy Chaz with king high. He's got no business continuing here. And J stack, he can definitely go ahead and put out a bet here with only 1 overcard to his pair of 9s and find out where he's at here. He's going to go 225. That's a really small bet, so that could actually sort of telegraph to somebody in this pot that he's not as strong as he might otherwise sort of be indicating. Yeah, Chaz going to let it go, and E, he's just going to call here. So J-Stack doesn't like that. He would have loved to pick that up, and wow, we're going to get 2 pair here on the turn for E. So that puts a 1-liner to a straight with a 5. He's going to check, and J-Stack now, he says, let's take a river. Another 4, so E just goes runner, boat. And J-Stack with just a pair of 9s. I don't know if he can really withstand much. Oh, no. E tries to get tricky and checks.
E, tricky.
Yeah, I mean,
we'll
maybe
no
he puts
chippies to stickies.
$300 out there was probably all he was going to get anyways. So, you know, letting him try to bluff, like let's say he was on spades, busted spades. I get the idea. But, you know, J-Stack takes a showdown value that was 0, and he's going to lose the pot.
Well, keep it rolling here on TCH Live. Mike Numberlet here with Aaron McAvoy. Hey, Mikey, do you know the Dead Sea is the saltiest place on earth besides TCH Live chat? I believe that there is a lot of salt that is sprayed, not just by me, but mostly by our fine, awesome chat folks. Make sure to leave a comment here if you're watching on the archive.
Yeah, spread
your salt all over the comment section. Commentator was off the point on this hand. This commentator needs to shut up. Commentator.
They ragging on you or on me or both?
No, they rarely have ever ragged on you. It is, yeah. It's weird. Like, I get no comments after any broadcast, but if Bart Hansen does one, it's like, Bart Hansen has done a It's like, hey, man, I love Bart, too, but you can say a nice effing word about me, too, every once in a while.
Well, I've got nice words to say about
that's
you,
great,
buddy.
Aaron. I know
You're
you've
a
always
badass.
got my back here.
Yeah, you know what? I'm happy to be here. Always a pleasure. And you know what? I think this is just the place to be, man. TCH North Austin, in the booth, on the felt, hanging out.
Rockstar Implementations does bring up a great point. This is still one of the least toxic chats I've ever seen. It is correct.
Oh, okay.
And that is, if you're graded on a curve here by YouTube, it is still pretty good. 3 of a kind 6s here for Bones.
What a world we live in when you judge like the quality of the chat by like, oh, it's actually not as bad as it could be.
Yeah, you're like, wait a second, this is not as brutal.
You're gonna pat yourself on the back after that.
I'm
one,
not seeing anything racist in here thus far. You're like, okay, all right, good deal. Like, good Lord, God.
Nice, good work.
You guys are all the
people.
best, though. I think I literally do think our chat is fantastic for the most part. Like, I've seen it on some other streams. It gets a little nasty. It gets kind of mean. It's what's that? All right, looks like our plan is to go until about 11:15 before we call it a night here on TCH Live.
No, you were like at 40, and I was at like high 30s. Chance was pretty high at 35.
All right.
V says the alcohol talking. Yeah, well, I mean, kind of. Got a couple of aces here for Kevin.
And a pretty strong hand here for Poker Traveler, actually. A lot of players will go ahead and turn this in to a 3-bet, but he's going to elect to just flat call. That's going to bring Big Daddy in for a 3-bet, 325 on the button. And he could have any number of different holdings. We don't know what he currently has, but Kevin, this is just music to his ears right now, considering how he's run tonight. He is ready to win a big pot, and he's got the hand to do it with. Chaz, all the aces are out, so Chaz got ace-jack off here. With the caller in between, Kevin can't just flat call. So he's going to go ahead and put in the 4-bet, 875. Oh, and that is just asking to get called, too. It's 550 to Big Daddy.
See if the Chaz decides to do anything here.
Yeah, with the stack sizes the way they are, Chaz has really just got to fold or jam. And this bet looks like, it almost looks too good to be true, and he does let it go.
Well, poor Kev. We thought might have a chance to pick up some dollar bills, y'all, but
He did get 440 of them, so it's non-zero, but he was looking to double his stack right there, considering his position at the bottom of that cumulative winnings category. But we'll see if he can get something going here in the next, what do we have? We got an hour left?
yeah, we got about
we
20
have
minutes.
20
We got
minutes
20
left.
minutes left here
Wow.
on the live stream, and then we got to cut it off.
All right, all right.
Let's see, 5, 10, 25.
Almost whatever's above this tournament. So.
All
We
right.
appreciate all comments here. If you're watching here on the archive, here in the chat. Hey, I joke around a lot, and I do mean it in absolute jest that it is a privilege to do this show. It's fantastic. We have brought a lot of people together that just gives us something fun to do each and every day. We appreciate your support. So go ahead, hit the like button. Let us get over 700 before this bad boy is done.
Oh, we can actually do it, people.
We can
We're
do
at
it.
654. We can do
We
700.
can build the stream together, standing strong forever. Nothing's going to stop us now here, Aaron.
That's right. If you people like this fine, free content on the interwebs, streamed
right.
to you, no charge, go ahead and hit that like button for us. Come on, we can get 46 more likes before the program ends. You got about 15 minutes to do it, so let's go, people.
Yeah, how about some super chats and some super stickers?
All right, this is amazing. I'm
All
really
right.
loving the flying V situation that that Poker Traveler's got going on with his chips. I mean,
Yeah,
he's
he's
taking
an
up-
artist at the old chip porn, and some of that I think on Instagram. Maybe I should just censor myself here at this point before I say something like, I don't need to see a picture of your stack every effing day. Like, some people can win in silence, and I think if you're a brand, I totally understand that. If you're like, hey, I've got content I'm trying to put out here, I 100% totally understand that.
Well, so chip porn is like the food selfie of the I
Yeah.
don't know, like Instagram model world, right? I mean,
Exactly.
Like
It
this is
is
what you do,
the
so
ass
you're showing it off.
models of the poker
Yeah.
the poker world to a degree. It's like, dude, I know you got a great app. Wait, no, hold on, back up there. But I mean, like, dude, I get it, but it's like, man,
Gonna have to check.
just
Mike
keep it in
Youngblood's,
moderation.
Chat. Yeah.
I just
Check
feel
his-
like I walked into a bad place. Okay, Kevin here has 8s and 4s. Big Daddy Chaz here with the overpair. Trouble spot here for Kevin.
Yeah, another kind of cooler situation. I mean, it's not like he's gonna get married to this too deep, but he does have top pair on what could be a wet drawy board. Let's see, Kevin have raised to 75, Chaz 3-bet that, yeah, so there are definitely some hands in Chaz's 3-betting range that could be drawing at this board. Oh, that's a card that's probably going to bail out Kevin. It may even slow down Chaz, although the only ace that he's worried about is the ace of spades, probably. But he's going to continue. Doesn't let that ace slow him down, so Kevin now, I mean, unless he just gets really sticky here with the depth of stack that he has remaining and what's now second pair, no flush draw. Oh no, he's coming along, and if he calls here, a brick on the river is likely to convince him to continue. This pot has really swelled up. It's at just under 2K, and Kevin's got a little over a pot-sized bet remaining. Kevin may just be sinking here. That is a brick river. He's going to check it to Chaz. Chaz may elect to just check this, but we've seen him go for thin value in the past, and honestly, he may just be thinking that he can get value out of Kevin with an 8, and he'd be right, I would expect. I mean, we've also seen Big Daddy Chaz value own himself, and that's the sign of sort of a great poker player, honestly. Someone who's not afraid to go for that thin value when they might just be owning themselves. But he's going to go for it. He puts out 1.2K into 1.9. And Kevin, if he thought he was good on that turn, that 5 of diamonds really shouldn't change anything. I guess you could have 6, 7 in there every once in a blue moon, but that's really the only bluff that got there.
Don't do it. Don't do it, Kev. Don't go crazy.
I almost feel like he might be chasing it here and trying to go for the hero call.
$1,200 bet here on the end by the old Big Daddy Chaz. Ah, boy.
He puts it in. He puts
gonna
in
see
the call.
The Kings are good. Tough night here for K-Dog. Erica asking, all right, LOL, how much has Mike had to drink? Not enough. I'm actually really not that bad, to be honest. Maybe I'm developing a tolerance here, Aaron, but.
Yeah, I don't know. I on the other hand.
Swimming? You're buzzing?
No, I mean, so I've been drinking the Dos Equis all night, and I've really only crushed a few of these.
Because you're one of the most interesting men in the world.
Oh, you're damn straight about that.
That is your brand right there.
Yeah, I feel like if I'd gone through 4 of the IPAs, I'd be in a little bit different headspace. And I knew that going in that that I don't have the tolerance that I used to have. So, yeah, putting down Dos Equis is, yeah, not too bad. What are these? 4.2%. Yeah, that's a little bit more in my wheelhouse these days. If I crush too many of those 8%ers, the story ends a little differently. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's. I could steer this conversation in a more sad direction. I'm just going to sit there and say, I'm going to enjoy the night here of 92 episodes of TCH Live that we've started from the bottom. Now we're here. Now we're here with Brad Owen here tonight on TCH Live. This year, from the second, they said, all right, we'll give you a shot here from 0 subscribers to over close to 11,000, and we're going to keep fighting every day to be the best online. 10,900 subs. Let's go.
Let's go. Doing work, people. Excellent. Excellent work. We're at $6.99. We just hit 700.
Boom.
Put it up there.
Fuck yes.
700 likes.
700,
you guys
my friend.
have literally blown away, like, I don't know,
it's like
any
he was
like
already
record.
in the other room. Like, it just flew right back. We got a $5 super chat here from JTM. The stream is just as easy to watch, listen to. Funny, smart, all at once. Great review there by JTM. All right, Kevin makes jacks up here on the end. There was nobody really in the ballpark of him at this point anyway, but.
Yeah, with the bottom pair, he was a mile ahead and stays that way here on the river. He's going to put out a little value bet and not going to get any takers, I would imagine. Westlake Matt sitting there. with a queen, he does have a blocker to the straight, so maybe he decides that he can go for something spicy here. Definitely thinking about it. Kind of got to wonder what queen combination does he find his way to the river with. It makes a straight, though.
Wow, Matt trying to go for it here, going for the big bluff, and Kevin, he's going to show the 7. Matt is always very funny like this, with the way that presents his hand there, and that was a little gift back there to Kevin. Let's see, Nate Vasquez, Mike is the GOAT, my favorite commentator. I'm just trying to be one of the good ones. Rick Botkins, let's steer this game back to the poker game. Fair enough. Fair enough, my friend Rick. Probably not even my friend, but... All right, Poker Traveler sitting here with 15,700. The Big Daddy. Chaz here with 12,003. E with 11,000.
Yeah, still not a single plaque has made it to
Yeah,
the table.
how did that
right?
happen? How did we get no plaques in this game?
Yeah, I mean, it just makes for more of your favorite chip porn because
Yep.
just the sheer quantity of chips on
Listen,
this table
I
is
like chip porn
extraordinary.
from people I like. From people I like that I'm like, hey, I respect you as a person and as a player. They're like, that's fucking good chip porn. But if it's like,
Oh, look
if you're
at
a
this! All
douchebag
right.
and you're like chip porn, you're like, man, I hate this guy.
Okay, every ace is accounted for.
Oh,
and
boy.
we've got some really good hands here. This is extraordinary, and Bones is looking set to make some real fireworks happen in his favor. He's got the 2 black aces with a raise, a call, a 3-bet in front of him. He's going to 4-bet out of the small blind to 950
Uh-oh.
and E now.
This is the highway to the danger zone, my friend.
E, extraordinarily deep stacked here. Ace King. He's got to be wondering what on earth is going on. I opened a 75, get a call from J Stack. Okay, no big deal there. Then a raise and a re-raise. He's just going to let the Ace King go. So the strongest hand that Bones was up against is just going to let go, and he's going to get it through Matt as well. And he
There you
shows
go, Bones.
one of the aces, as you do when you have 2 aces.
It's just what you do. The old pocket rockets.
And honestly, Bones is unfortunate that there were so many strong hands out there, right? If just one player has ace-king there and the others have kind of middling rags or whatever, I mean, I think that hand goes down very differently and he could get a lot more money in the pot. But, yeah, wow, the ace-king just... I mean, it makes sense to fold it there as you're the first person. You got action behind you, but wow.
Yeah, I expected kind of how this game would go. There would be some kind of nutty hand combo between everybody. Hey, our friend Johnny Earl is in the box here dealing. One of my favorite people on this planet. I think we're going to get John on the stream at some point for commentary. Like at some point, I've talked with John, even like if it's a tournament final table stream or something. Like he's one of my favorite people here.
John's
as far
fantastic.
as like coworkers and funny people and just well-liked individuals.
And just a fantastic dealer.
He is great.
I saw John. He made a mistake. He like flipped a card over or something like that, and he was just busted up about it. And he was telling me, he's like, that's the first time I've done that in, you know, he said
he
like
takes his
forever.
job very seriously.
Yeah.
Ever since I've known him, that's and I think all of us do, but it's just to a level that you know is super genuine.
No, absolutely. And I mean, and it's fantastic because not only have I like never seen John make a mistake, but he was super like hyper aware of it, right? Like he could remember the last time he made that mistake because he does take it that seriously, and he really just has so much pride in the value that he brings as a dealer. And yeah, fantastic guy. Love to hang out with the man outside. Getting some fresh air and just shooting the shit.
Yes.
So, yeah, great guy. Great dealer.
Makes you laugh. 718 likes. Still 1,200 people watching this here 5 hours into our live stream.
It's a marathon
this is,
here.
I mean, it didn't feel like a marathon, to be honest. This was like a couple of buddies having a hell of a lot of fun here, popping beers. Is Kevin going to flop middle pair?
Yeah, E with ace high, he's just going to let it go. Kevin had the pre-flop aggression, so he's just going to go ahead and pick that one up with his pair. Shows it as well. All right.
ATX Poker says John is fantastic. He deserves nomination for Poker Dealer of the Month. Shout out to JD Hurtado, or another one of the Poker Dealers of the Month from ATX Poker. JD, a class act and good human being all the way. I'm really privileged to have worked with so many people here over the past, and some have come and gone, and that is the poker world in a nutshell. You know, people are going to look for advantageous situations, you know, regardless. Like, you know, we lost Danny Fisher, which was a real tragedy before, you know, the shutdown stuff happened. So it was kind of one of those things that, I don't know, the soul and the spirit is of a card room exists within its staff, within the energy of its people. And, you know, that's one I reflect on. Even if Danny and I didn't really necessarily get along, she was well loved and respected by everybody that you can always appreciate. And so rest in peace. Is J Stack here with a couple of kings. Just very blessed to have Carolyn here to a degree too. That somebody that has been consistently night in and night out, just fucking fantastic here at this. Kings and eights. Bones not throwing a chip here into this pot here on the ace jack queen board.
Yeah, checked it all the way down, and so now that J-Stack puts out this sort of $100 bet, Bones is sort of wondering, you know, what checks all the way down, right? It could be an under pair. Nope, over pair to yours, unfortunately. So Bones is going to pay it off, but didn't get too pricey on him there. But yeah, I really think that was really well said. And I mean, one of the things that has impressed me the most about the TCH North Austin location here is just the quality of the staff. I mean, everywhere from the production team to TCH Live all the way down to the front desk gals, the floor managers, the dealers, the cage.
To Asa that trains everybody. That I mean, I've been taught really well as a dealer from the time that I've been here through many different people that kind of paved the way. That before I was ever Mikey the commentator, I was kind of Mike the not super like dealer for a stretch. Bryson,
Moving
my
on
boy
up.
Bryson. Rest in peace, Danny. One of the best to ever do it. One of the most authentic people I've ever met. It fucking broke my heart because was well loved by everybody here, and I wish we could have a mural for it, to be honest, just because I think not just here. It was in Vegas. It was amongst the readers at Card Player, and like you don't want to forget anybody like that.
Yeah, I mean, that would actually be like a pretty fantastic
And that might be something we have to do. It's just something in remembrance of our friend that was a floor manager, assistant GM. So we've got Kevin here with middle pair.
Yeah, Poker Traveler, not a terrible flop for a pair of sixes here. He's got the pre-flop. No, he had called pre-flop. So yeah, Kevin checked it over to him. And yeah, he's going to slow down pretty quick once he gets some resistance there. So now he's just going to take his showdown value with a pair, and it's not going to be good because Kevin is sitting there with a pair that probably would have folded to any further aggression. But sure enough, Kevin going to pick up a small pot.
It's 5, 10, 25, as it's been for kind of the last 2 hours.
Yeah, really fantastic action here tonight. I mean, some of the hands that we've seen have just been Cooler City. We've had some punts. We've had some good plays. We had some really good squeeze plays. I mean, we've had it all here tonight. Pretty much the only thing that we haven't had is actual nittiness. We've had a few players go through some dry spells in terms of being able to actually play their cards. But other than that, we have had some really strong play, and it's been really enjoyable to watch here with all of you in the chat. Really appreciate everybody's contribution to the like button and just hanging out.
I've had some suggestions to name Dealer of the Month after Danny, to name a tournament award. Like, I feel like it's been something that's been gnawing at me that's like we still, and lost in all of the stuff that has happened, still have to honor her memory for the person who really gave a shit about all of us over all of this time, and it's still fucking heartbreaking, man. It's top pair here for Kevin, wheel draw here for J Stack. Not much else going on for anybody else.
Yeah,
Danny Fisher legend. Look it up. The poker chick, I think, on Card Player.
Yep. Yeah, there was a really nice segment in there. Kevin gonna lead out here after gets checked to him with his top pair backdoor flush draw. J Stack gonna make the call with the gutter to the wheel and the backdoor nut flush draw. That's not a spicy enough card to continue with for J Stack, very likely. Although Kevin is gonna slow down and give that river card for free. Let's see here. Kevin definitely with the best hand. J Stack looking at his cards, wondering if he's got to take a stab at this or not. Gonna check it over, and Kevin's gonna go for value here. 350. That's a big bet. Interesting sizing there, given maybe he's trying to push J Stack off of a 7 with a better kicker, 7-8 or something. J Stack, of course, just going to sort of posture, shows the ace, and he's going to let it go. But yeah, Kevin going to show him the 7 there. All right, another nice little pot for Kevin. It's trending in the right direction here.
Let's see. Bryce, we got at least one more hand. I appreciate everybody. Like, I don't try to be fake humble. Like, I'm literally thankful the fact that I have, like, dude, you don't, to do like a 4 to 6 hour live stream by yourself and try to interact with the chat, try to provide some analysis from high level players, to have great production, to have people invest in the program, to have people invest in the social media. It's, you know, you have to check your fucking privilege and realize that there's a lot of people that help you become successful. And, like, that's why I don't bask in any success, because you realize that it's like there's a lot of hands helping each other to do this successfully. So thank you for fucking really bringing it here tonight.
Absolutely, man. I'm happy to be here, so thank you for the invitation.
All right, J Stack raising here to 100. Kevin calling here with King 9 off suit. Queen 8, King 9, just the way you want to end it here on a TCH Live. And top pair here for J Stack. Kevin gonna go ahead and get rid of that. Alex said you guys make a pretty good team. Keep up the good work. You guys are. Boy, this flew by more than I thought it would. This was as fun of a stream as we've ever done. Again, Brad Owen here in the house tomorrow, starting at 3 p.m. for meetup games, 5-5 on up. Legendary of a game as it's been, a tough one for some of these guys here on the table, better one for others. As boy, thank you, Carolyn, thank you, Victoria, thank you to Asa. Thank you to Ryan. Thank you to you, Aaron. And thank you to all of our chat legends and fans that have hit the like button. Make sure to leave us a comment here if you're checking us here on the archive. Any closing thoughts, my friend?
I don't know. All I've got to say is that poker traveler over there, man, he's going to need at least those 5 racks, if not more.
He's going to need some help taking those chips to the cage here.
He could do some bicep curls with all those chips on his way to the cage. So he's had a very, very good night tonight. We've had a couple of big winners, a couple of unfortunate losers as well, running into the nuts left and right, getting kind of set up in some spots, especially for Kevin there. But, yeah, all around just a really fantastic game. Thank you all for joining us. Thank you for getting us up well over 700 likes tonight. That's amazing.
This was uncharted territory, and I'm really feeling good. Again, in the words of the great Mike Sexton, may all your cards be live and your pots be monsters. Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
Well done. Very well done.
Hell yeah. Were people shitting in the chat, dude? Don't
No,
listen to those
no.
motherfuckers.
I mean, it has really subsided. The hate that used to exist.
Yeah.
Now it's just sort of like if you talk shit, you're in it. It pops up every now and again, but you understand.
I asked you. It's good now. Oh, you mean for the last one? Y'all switched it to Omaha? Yep. I would have definitely been in